Good morning. A pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers, Minister of State and members, to the Leader of the Opposition, his members, and Madam Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the word itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen. Thank you.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, members. At today's House sitting, members, allow me to introduce to you, we have two sign interpreters with us from the Cayo Deaf Institute, Mr. Penner and Mr. Isaac, and they will be rotating. They will be here for the hours of 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This is an initiative that we're taking to first understand the logistics behind it. They are certified sign interpreters. And then from there to extrapolate what it would take to have this become a regular feature of House meetings in order that those in our community who communicate by sign language can now participate in the House meetings. I'd like to thank the Cayo Deaf Institute. I'd also like to thank Ms. Christy Almeida of the Special Education Unit from the Ministry of Education, who has been working with our office for some months for us to trying to get this accomplished. May I add, she did not hesitate when I raised the suggestion, and this suggestion was brought, members, because of the experience really had by the Youth Parliament, and we determined to see how we can take that initiative one step further. I'd also like to acknowledge that we are still in the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Each year, when a series of activities are done during this time, it's unfortunate that the scourge of gender-based violence raises its head. We've had victims of this terrible scourge already in the news since the 16 days started. I see most of us, if not all of us, are wearing the ribbons as a sign of our support for all the efforts, and I thank you for that. I'd also like to ask you if we can stand for a moment of silence for those who have been victims of gender-based violence. Thank you, members. In addition, I'd like to close my announcement by acknowledging in the House the support of the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Prime Minister, and his entire team on the proposal presented regarding the relocation of the National Assembly temporarily in order for the renovation works of this National Assembly to commence as soon as possible, and for those renovations that have been long overdue. On Monday, December 4th, members, as you are aware, we had the official record of donation from the Republic of China, Taiwan, for the renovation of the National Assembly Belize at the tune of US $792,125.30. This building has not gone through a major renovation since its inauguration and its implementation of October 1970. There is no denying, as I'm sure all members will agree, also members of the public, that there is much work to be done to modernize it, to make it more accessible, to allow for a more improved working environment for the staff, for parliamentarians, and for the visiting public, including media. We have seen the limitations not only displayed during House meetings and Senate meetings, through ceremonial sittings, but we've also seen it during committee meetings and even regular staff meetings, and meetings in general with parliamentarians and other diplomats. Please be aware that the relocation will occur during the Easter recess period, so either at the end of March or early April, so as to be ready for House and Senate sittings when the recess concludes, which would be early May. Temporary relocation will be at the George Price Center for a period scheduled for 10 months. If all goes on track, it means then that the National Assembly will then be returned, National Assembly meetings will then be returned to this new and improved building as of late January or early February 2025. For you to be aware, the George Price Center will be set up in this similar fashion. It will accommodate one committee room, and it will accommodate 2 members' room. There may be some limitation with public gallery for visitors. Media will still have a space in the main chamber upstairs. Should the need arise for there to be extended spacing for public gallery, that will have to be accommodated outside with the use of a digital screen under a tent. Those decisions will be taken meeting by meeting, and as well by the request of public if we see an overwhelming demand based on the first few meetings. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development and Housing, who have been asked to serve in the capacity of executing agency for both projects. Those projects are the remedial works that have to be done at the George Price Center. Those commence December 16th or as of December 16th, and that should run through the end of March. Immediately thereafter, they commence the works at the National Assembly building. We ask for your support and your cooperation. It is temporary, so it will not be the similar environment that you're used to, but the function and the business of the National Assembly will continue uninterrupted. Thank you. I said thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yes, 1 second. Yeah. And now to the matters of today's House sitting. Honorable members, with the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the introduction of bills at item 12 on the order paper to be taken after the Committee of Supply at item 14. This is to allow the introduction of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024 Number 2 Bill 2023, which, according to Standing Order 71 of the House, cannot be introduced until the proposals have been approved by the Committee of Supply and agreed to by the House. I therefore propose that the House resolve into a Committee of Supply or under item Public Business, Government Business. Is it the wish of the honorable members that the order be varied as suggested? All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 225A 113, supplementary appropriation number 2 scheduled for fiscal year 2023-2024. Number HR 226113, 21st Annual Report of the Contractor General for the period 1st April 22 to 31st March 2023. In accordance with Standing Order 71, I move that sessional paper number HR 225A113 be considered today forthwith.
Honorable members, sessional paper number HR 225A113 is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report. And sessional paper number HR 226113 is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of report from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 227/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Municipal Securities Bill 2023, and number HR 228/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Fiscal Incentives Bill 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 229/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Criminal Code Amendment number 2, Bill 2023, and number HR 230/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Summary Jurisdiction Offenses Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the National Security and Immigration Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 231/1/13, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the Belizean Nationality Amendment Bill 2023, and number HR 232/1/13, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the Economic Citizenship Abolition of Rights Bill 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Education, Sports, and Housing Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 233/1/13, report from the Education, Sports and Housing Committee on the National Accreditation Council of Belize, Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. Yeah. You have to. Okay. I call on the Leader of Opposition on the matter of urgent definite public importance requests that he made. Members, as per Standing Order 14, the matter of urgent, the House is to be adjourned on the matters of urgent definite public importance. When a member is called and he is not present, he or she is not present, that motion or that request is struck off the orders of the day. Please note, as per Standing Order 14, all that is required to invoke this standing order is that the request be made to the Speaker prior to the commencement of the sitting. That was done this morning by email with a request for urgent, definite public importance. We move on, Clerk.
Statement by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will provide a brief statement on what I regard as a very, very important and historic decision by the government of Belize, Ministry of Education, our cabinet. And that decision is to pay the full 100% salaries and service benefits of all grant-aided secondary and tertiary level educational institutions in Belize. Oh, Madam Speaker, this is a long-standing issue, one I have long regarded personally as an injustice, really, a historic injustice to the teachers who have been affected by it. Now, I want to be very clear in what we're doing. Ministry of Education requested Cabinet's approval and support for meeting, and this again is all tied to part of our negotiations and discussions over many years with the joint unions and with the teachers, Belize National Teachers Union in particular. I'll refer to it shortly, but the current CBA is outstanding for 14 years. And so what this decision does is really providing for the Ministry of Education, the government of Belize, to pay the full 100% salaries and service benefits of all grant-aided secondary and tertiary level institutions, educational institutions in Belize. So teachers and administrators, all teaching staff, will benefit from full 100% pension, allowances, and service benefits. You support it? You can support it. And non-teaching, we have not forgotten the support staff, Madam Speaker. And non-teaching support staff will receive full service benefits. In response to the mandate received, just a brief background, Madam Speaker, very brief. In response to the mandate received from their respective memberships to engage in negotiations with the government of Belize for a cost of living adjustment and an improved benefits package aimed at enhancing efficiency, productivity, and working conditions, the PSU, BNTU, and the Association of Public Service Senior Managers submitted a CBA, collective bargaining agreement, to the government of Belize on December 1st, 2008. This CBA, which was drafted by the Joint Unions Negotiating Team, encompassed some 24 proposals designed for implementation over a period of time during 2009 to 2012. These proposals covered a range of matters, including amendments to legislation, enhanced compensation, implementation of service benefits frameworks, incentives for improved work ethic and performance, system upgrades, modernization of services, and improvement of working conditions. Proposal 22 of that agreement identified and necessitated the immediate response of the Ministry of Education. Now, subsection 1 of Proposal 22 proposed that the Ministry of Education, Government of Belize, pays the full 100% salaries and service benefits of all grant-aided secondary and tertiary level educational institutions in Belize. This full salary payment would offer all qualifying approved teaching staff full 100% pensions and service benefits for all staff, whether teaching or non-teaching, would be honored. Our own, Madam Speaker, our own Belize Education Sector Plan 2021-2025, under Key Result Area 2.3, speaks to the issue of teacher development, elevating the profession, and targets the objective of transforming teacher education, developing aligned programs, and incentivizing quality teaching practices and performance results for improved student learning. The training of teachers, keeping the employment package for trained teachers attractive, and offering incentives for quality performance at the secondary and tertiary level understandably requires increased salary allocations and additional funding for training and performance incentives. So signing on to Proposal 22, subsection 1, provides the machinery to financially incentivize quality teaching practices, implement results-based education, and properly hold all secondary and tertiary institutions and their staff accountable. Currently, Madam Speaker, there are 728 teachers at the 30 grant-aided secondary schools, which represent 50.7% of secondary school teachers nationwide. The 151 lecturers at the 8 grant-aided tertiary institutions represent 53% of tertiary level educators nationally. The combined population, 879 teachers and lecturers of grant-aided secondary and tertiary institutions, will receive 100% salaries, full pensions, and service benefits starting 2024. At these grant-aided institutions, there are 128 support staff at the secondary level and 47 at the tertiary level. These 175 non-teaching support employees would also receive 100% salaries and full service benefits as of 2024. The 70% salary grant for the 728 teachers at the secondary level for grant-aided institutions is currently about $19 million, Madam Speaker. It is anticipated that this expenditure will rise by about $9.4 million in 2024 as a result of the 30% increase needed to cover the complete salaries, pensions payable, and service benefits remunerations. These considerations for costing projections indicate the 30% additional salaries, pensions, and service benefits expenditure of $9.1 million in 2025, 9.3 in 2026, 9.5 in 2027, and 10 million in 2028, for a total expenditure of $47.5 million over the 5-year period from 2024 to 2028 to cover the grant increase. For 2023, the 70% grant for the 128 non-teaching staff at secondary grant-aided institutions cost about $1.7 million. The The projected expenditure will increase by $996,536.34 in 2024 to fully cover the salaries and service benefits of these secondary school support staff. Over the 5-year period, that is estimated totally to be about $4.4 million increase in salary and service benefits to meet the 30% additional funding required. For the 151 members of teaching staff at the grant-aided tertiary institutions, currently we're spending about $4.8 million. The additional 30% salary funding required to meet salary, pensions, and service benefits for these lecturers in 2024 is estimated at another $2.6 million. And over the 5-year period, that will be about $12.2 million.
Sorry, may I attempt to invoke Standing Order 37B, please, and ask the Minister if he'd elucidate on something that he's saying there?
Minister, I would need to... Has conceded. Go ahead.
Speaker, I would he mentioned that they're bringing on these schools and that they will pay the full pension now. But I'm not clear, Madam Speaker, as to what will happen with those persons who are now pensionable, just coming on, they're just retiring. What will happen to those persons who have worked? Let's make an example of somebody who is teaching for 25 years, has 5 years more to go in the system. The problem has always been what will happen to those 25 years when the formula was 70-30. Who will pay that portion? And I'm not clear if the minister is saying that the government is committing to take on all that back payment of that 30% for all the years of those service that the teachers did in those years. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is that I'm not hearing clearly from him, and I hope he could elucidate, that they will cover full pensions for all of these teachers and that there is no contribution on the part of teachers in the making any at all. I would want him to elucidate on that. For primary school teachers and for secondary school teachers, will there be a contributory pension? Is there one in the pipeline? Because if we're giving the teachers full pay, 100% as opposed to the 70-30 at the secondary level, and then the intention is to come back and say, all right, you have to contribute to the pension, plus all the primary school teachers, now then you're giving with one hand and taking, but that's...
They can.
Thank you,
remember, it's not a debate.
And thank you, Honorable Minister.
I recognize the Minister.
Yeah, let me finish, Madam Speaker. Then I'll try to respond to. I mean, in terms of the, as I was saying, the 151 members of teaching staff at the grant-aided tertiary institutions, we're now paying $4.8 million. Over 5 years, we're talking about $12.2 million. Currently paid for the 47 support staff at the 8 tertiary grant-aided institutions. We're incurring about $720,000. The additional 30% full salary and service benefits payable for retiring employees as stipulated by a proposal is one requires estimated annual expenditure of about $130,000. So over 5 years, it's about $541,000 in addition. One distinct expenditure forecast to cover the salaries and service benefits of both teachers, administrators, and support staff in all grant-aided secondary and tertiary educational institutions. Madam Speaker, the total investment, very important, to cover the additional 30% salaries and benefits of teaching and non-teaching staff, year to year over the next 5 years, is projected at around $12 to $13 million a year. So over a 5-year period, the total figure will be $64.8 million invested in our teachers and our education community, and not leaving out the support staff as well. Now, Madam Speaker, another big issue is allowances. And we have addressed that issue as well. And we had a very, very good, I think, a very progressive discussion and engagement with the teachers union on allowances. You know, for too long we've had so many of these inherited allowances, these colonial allowances that we have on the books. And I think we reached a good consensus and agreement on really focusing on 3 or 4 of these allowances. So for the inclusion of all secondary teachers and administrators to benefit from allowances, we have 98 heads of department, or no, we've had allowances for primary school. We're now doing it, extending it for secondary schools. 98 heads of department are projected to receive the responsibility allowance of $100 per month for 10 months in the academic year, which totals to $98,000. 107 school administrators will receive administrative allowance ranging from $120 to $320 per principal. That's for about 50 principals based on enrollment, and $80 to $240 for vice principal, for 57 vice principals, also based on enrollment, which amounts to about $256,800 per annum. For commuting allowance at the secondary level, 20% of the teaching force, which is about 287 of 1,435 teachers, using the 6 to 10 miles range at an allowance of $50 will be used. A total of $14,350 would be paid monthly in commuting allowance for all secondary teachers, which is $143,500 annually. Secondary schools qualifying for rural hardship allowance, after being categorized from 1 to 3, which 1 being the most remote, 5 secondary schools with 80 teaching staff will receive a monthly $200 allowance, category 1. Category 2, where we have about 15 teachers, will receive $120 monthly. And 5 secondary schools with 114 teachers will receive $100 monthly, category 3, which totals to about $292,000 annually. So the total estimated allowances to be paid annually is estimated at $790,300 and $3.9 million over the 5-year period from 2024 to 2028. So, Madam Speaker, what we're talking about is an investment of total, you know, for these things, is an investment of $220 million over the 5-year period, projected to cover the full 100% salaries and service benefits of staff at the government-aided secondary and tertiary institutions. Currently, we budget for the 70%, we budget about $151.2 million. So over the 5-year period, as I said earlier, for that additional 30% funding, we will require $64.8 million over that 5-year period. Now, Madam Speaker, the honourable member for Collett raised the issue of where we move forward. As I said, this takes effect 2024. It is not retroactive. It takes effect 2024 moving forward. But teachers who are in the system, will benefit from it, those who retire after 2024. So there's a lot of work has gone into this, a lot of analysis, a lot of data, and it's unfortunate you can't we would love to, under some ideal circumstances, to be able to cover everybody. You have teachers who, the chief education officer herself just retired last year, will not be able to benefit from it. That's the reality, but we have to make a start. We have to correct the injustice, and we have to get it right. So that's where we are. In terms of pension reform, that is an ongoing discussion we're having at the joint union level. Pension reform, we've started that process. So that, obviously, that is something that we have to take into account. Obviously, pension reform is coming, and a contributory pension scheme is a part of the process. But absolutely, this is historic. This is fundamentally a fundamental change. And it, as I said earlier, it is in keeping with our own commitment to incentivize the teaching profession. So I want to place on record, Madam Speaker, as I close, my gratitude to the Prime Minister and my colleagues for their unwavering support when we took this matter to Cabinet. There was unanimous support for doing this for our education community, for our teachers. So I want to place on record today on behalf of the Ministry of Education my absolute gratitude to the Prime Minister and our colleagues, our ministerial colleagues and parliamentary caucus for their support. As I said, this is a historic and truly meaningful day for our education community and country. You know, days like this are really the reason you engage in public service, correcting long ongoing injustices, impacting people's lives and futures, strengthening our education community, making teaching more attractive to our best and brightest. So, Madam Speaker, you know, this is truly a very, very good day for us. We feel very proud of the work that we've done on this issue at the Ministry of Education, along with the Belize National Teachers Union and indeed the entire joint union, where we have discussed this matter as well. So I am very, 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 very proud to make this announcement today on behalf of our government. I thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Affairs.
Pleasant good morning, Madam Speaker, and all members. I rise to make a statement, and with your permission, I'll read, Madam Speaker. Today, I'm pleased to announce substantial advancements in the government of Belize's ongoing efforts to facilitate the implementation of the consent order of the Caribbean Court of Justice in 2015. Over the past 3 years, Madam Speaker, we have devoted extensive resources and energy to finalizing the framework for the development and execution of affirmative measures in adherence to the consent order as guided by the relevant court proceedings. The first of these was the Free Prior Informed Consent Protocol, which has served to successfully guide several projects and programs within many of the Maya communities. The government of Belize has meticulously crafted a comprehensive roadmap, and this roadmap presented to the CCJ outlines crucial milestones that must be achieved to ensure our compliance with the court's ruling, including the development of the FPIC protocol, the drafting of the Maya customary land tenure policy, and the eventual legal drafting for the pending legislation. It serves as our guiding document in the execution of the consent order. And to this end, we are pleased to announce the provision of a draft Maya customary land tenure policy. This document, a culmination of extensive research and consultation, was presented to and consulted with village leaders from all 41 Maya communities in the CCJ judgment. Importantly, a consultation session was also held with the non-Maya village leaders of the villages of Mafredai, Yemery Grove, Jacintoville, and Barranco. There were other sessions with supporting organizations, private landowners, NGOs, and various other stakeholders. These recent consultations proved invaluable, fostering meaningful and at times heated discussions, I concede, and gathering essential input for all parties involved. Additionally, as part of our commitment to the process, a special private session was convened with Cabinet and elected parliamentarians on November 13th. And it was very successful, Madam Speaker. And this session aimed to provide detailed insights into the history and content of the draft Maya land tenure policy, addressing pertinent issues and concerns. Following these consultations, 2 productive meetings were conducted with the ministerial subcommittee. And this committee, established to oversee the conceptualization and drafting of necessary national legislation, has played a pivotal role in translating our commitments through crucial decision-making to further guide a tangible legal framework. At the recent compliance hearing on the 30th of November, just a week ago, Madam Speaker, Honorable Madam Justice Rajnath Lee of the Caribbean Court of Justice expressed her satisfaction with the progress we have made, stating, and I quote, "I am personally very pleased to see that we have reached this stage. I think that a few months ago it did not look like we could, and I wish to congratulate and say thanks to all the parties, all the persons who are looking on this call, not just the attorneys, but the parties as well who have worked so hard to get to this place. And I know that I just feel that we are on the right track and that we will make a lot of progress in the coming months, especially in early 2024." Close quote. She further highlighted the importance of the process and that the process and roadmap are available for wider consultation by the people of Belize, and this is certainly our intention as we affirm our commitment to inclusivity and public engagement moving forward. As we recognize these achievements, Madam Speaker, we also acknowledge that the process has been fraught with very serious and complex challenges that require careful consideration of the rights and interests of all parties involved. It is essential to find a balanced and equitable solution that respects the cultural, spiritual, and economic significance of the land to the Maya people, while also addressing the rights of all other stakeholders and ethnic groups and all Belizeans as a whole, and the broader social and economic development needs of the South. I often say, Madam Speaker, that this has been the most difficult task that I have undertaken. I don't know why the Prime Minister gave it to this ministry, but we are doing our level best in difficult circumstances. Nonetheless, I want to put on record that we have come a long way. We did not kick the can down the road for 5 years. In 3 years, we have accomplished much, and we are up to the challenge of the difficult days ahead. And I want to ask you to allow me to express my appreciation and thanks to the many people who have exercised diligence, patience, dedication in this most difficult task. I specifically want to thank the people of the neighboring communities of Yemery Grove and Laguna, who in spite of heightened tensions have maintained calm. We will continue to work with you and urge your continued cooperation as we resubmit the draft agreement in the coming days for your consideration and signature. This revised agreement will contain feedback from both communities in an effort to compromise for peace while the development of the legislation is in process. In closing, Madam Speaker, again, I wish to thank all those involved, the leaders of the Maya communities, the people who came to the consultations, our staff. I won't call names because if I forget somebody, they might feel bad. But we have had excellent legal and technical representation so far, and we will continue on in 2024. Madam Speaker, in this issue of rolling out the implementation of the consent order of the Caribbean Court of Justice on the Maya customary land rights, we will not flinch. We will take on the difficult issues as they come, but I wanted to place on record before this honorable House this morning the hard work that has gone in, the fact once again that we have not kicked the can down the road. In the 3 years, we have risen to the task, and we continue to do so going into 2024, and I want to thank each and every colleague who has given us the full support in this undertaking. We remain optimistic about the progress to come, and we remain committed to realizing more positive outcomes in 2024 for Plan Belize and for all the people of Belize, not only the Maya people, but for all of us, Madam Speaker, and I thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I gave this job to the honorable member from Belize Rural Central because I know that she has the temperament and the ability to deliver. So in 3 years, you have done a lot more than what the other government did in the past 13 years. So we have to big you up for that. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12(8), I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour to oppose. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public Business, Government Business, Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, before I ask for the House to suspend in order for the Committee of Supply to meet, may I kindly remind visitors in the gallery. You are in the gallery, and it is not acceptable that visitors go in other areas that are considered offices, if you will, of the chamber. I kindly ask that though the audio technical personnel upstairs adhere to this rule. It is very important, especially for that room. That's why we have always limited it to 1 or 2 persons who are authorized by the chamber to be there. I kindly ask for your indulgence. Should I note that it occurs again, I have to ask the member from the gallery to excuse himself. Thank you. Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of Supply under the chair of the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of this committee shall not take place in public. I must therefore ask visitors in the galleries to leave. You may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business.
Motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a supplementary appropriation number 2. I'm scheduled for fiscal year 2023-2024, motion 2023. I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in sessional paper number 2, HR 225A/1/13, supplementary appropriation number 2, scheduled for fiscal year 2023-2024. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honourable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for supplementary appropriation number 2, scheduled for fiscal year 2023-2024, motion 2023. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, today we'll be introducing 5 more of these financial bills, all being imposed on us by the CFAT or the OECD. And we have by December 15 to manage to finish them all. I mean, it's incredible, it's ridiculous what these countries are pushing down our throats, but this is the world we live in. So I'll start off, Madam Speaker. This is the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, number 8 of 2003, to specify the currency for the maintenance of a capital requirements, to provide for the prior authorization of the requested regulatory supervisor before any dissemination of information exchange, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, by way of explanation, I turn to the Financial Services Commission Act was enacted on 15 April 2023. This act repealed and replaced the former iteration of the International Financial Services Commission Act. The FSC Act strengthened the regulatory and supervisory framework for financial services. It provided for the power to cooperate with domestic and international regulatory authorities and to share information. The Act also provided for administrative penalties and an appeal mechanism. The Act provides for the power to determine fees to make regulations. I almost didn't even go through all of this. While Section 17 and 76 of the Act provides for the power to determine fees and generally empowers the Commission to make regulations respectively, it does not specifically the currency for the maintenance of capital requirements or fees. The Commission has always received the fees and penalties paid in United States dollars. However, the Act is silent in respect of payment of fees for licenses being made in United States dollars. It does not provide the Commission with the discretion to specify any other currency which a licensee may be permitted to make payments for these fees. Nor does the Act make any provision for the regulatory capital to be maintained in the United States dollars. Specifically, Madam Speaker, the amendments that we now propose aim to expressly specify the currency for the payment of fees by licensees and the maintenance of capital requirements, providing for licensees to seek written approval from the Commission prior to the appointment of an auditor. Now, examining the bill, it becomes evident that the amendment provides pellucid language that the fees payable for a license under the Act must be paid in United States currency, unless the Commission, through the regulations, prescribe that the fees payable for a license may be done in another currency. This amendment is necessary because the regulations already provide for payment of fees in Belize dollars. Recognizing that the regulations are subsidiary to the Act, there is need to clarify the language and to clearly state in the Act, thus curing any ambiguity between the Act and the regulations made thereunder. Amendment 3 provides for a licensee is to get prior written approval from the Commission before appointing an auditor. The Act already provides for pre-approval from the Commission before making any changes to auditors. Logically, before making a change to auditors would mean that you must first appoint an auditor. Amendment 4 is necessary to address Section 39 of the Act, which provides that licenses must maintain regulatory capital. As indicated, supra, the Act does not make express provision for the regulatory capital to be maintained in United States dollars. However, the new regulation 4, subsection 3 of the Capital Requirements Regulations provides for the discretion of the Commission to allow licenses to maintain the prescribed regulatory capital requirement in Belize dollars. Thus, the amendment is a panacea for 1, the absence of clear language in the Act, 2, the discretion being granted by the Commission in regulations to the Act. Consequently, the amendment provides that the prescribed regulatory capital requirement must be maintained in United States dollars, and also provides for a licensee that is an included entity, as it pertains to Section 2 of the Economic Substance Act, must maintain the prescribed regulatory capital requirement in Belize dollars. Therefore, the regulation would not be inconsistent with the Act. Finally, Madam Speaker, Amendment 5 inserts a new section under Section 52 of the Act, which enhances the Commission's power to disclose information, to share information from another regulatory authority. This amendment is intended to speak to the Commission requiring prior authorization to disclose information it has requested and received from another regulatory authority. This was viewed as a deficiency under the FATF Recommendation 40, which addresses forms of international cooperation. Madam Speaker, in closing, adopting these bills will move the company law framework in line with the best international standards and obligations and ensure the integrity and compliance of the jurisdiction and the industry. Furthermore, these amendments allow for good corporate governance, which further markets Belize as a jurisdiction from which firms of substance and good reputation can conduct and promote good business. I am confident that every member in this House understood exactly what I am talking about. We commend these bills to the Honorable House.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the, sorry, 1 second. One second, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance...
One second, and I need the clerk to read the title.
Bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Chapter Act number 8 of 2023, to specify the currency for the maintenance of capital requirements, to provide for the prior authorization of the requested regulatory supervisor before any dissemination of information exchange, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment. The 3 stages. Clerk.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49, subsection 1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith. I just need to inform this National Assembly that all these bills needs to be enacted by the 15th of December. So please bear with me. There's still blacklist. Hopefully by February they think that they could lift us up from that. So.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a Limited Liability Companies Amendment number 2 Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Limited Liabilities Companies Act, Chapter 270, subsection 1 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected herewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, I really will not go through all of these notes. I mean, and afterwards, you want, I could share you a copy of the notes. But, Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Limited Liabilities Company Act, Chapter 270.01 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Once again, Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49, subsection 1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Money Laundering Terrorism Prevention Amendment number 2 Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has a recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation with respect to law regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49, subsection 1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce, this is International Foundations Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the International Foundations Act, Chapter 24, subsection 2 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the International Foundation Act, Chapter 2402 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 40, Section 1, Subsection 1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favour kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a non-profit organization amendment bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organization Act, Act number 14 of 2023, to provide for the registrar to issue certificates of good standing, to provide for the fees to be prescribed by regulations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. I think I would like to say a few words on this one to ensure that there's no misunderstanding. The salient points of the Act provide a framework for the regulations of non-profit organizations, the NPOs, and the non-governmental organizations, the NGOs. The Act further provides for the registration of NPOs and NGOs. However, those already registered with the Financial Intelligence Unit as a reporting entity under the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, the MLTPA, were automatically registered on this Act. So if you're already registered, this will automatically move you under this Act. The Belize Company and Corporate Affairs Registry, the BCCAR, or the BCAR, has coverage of the registers of the NPOs and the NGOs, and is also tasked with educating the public on the requirements for registering an NPO and NGO. If we remember, at one time it was the Attorney General used to keep track of it, and we have passed that now to the company's registry, where they can keep more up-to-date records. We've done that already. So just notwithstanding the concise and precise language of the current Act, further amendments are necessary to close certain gaps as they pertain to the Commission's power to enforce administrative fines, to strengthen the overall legislative framework, and increase compliance with the Act. This will have a net positive effect on assessments done by international standard setters. We have analyzed the Act in relation to the relevant the FATF recommendation on the effectiveness of the Act and compliance therewith, and a few deficiencies were identified which could lead to adverse findings at the time of the mutual evaluation if they are not rectified. Specifically, Madam Speaker, the amendments bring advance in this bill will allow for the NPO registrar to impose administrative penalties, to issue certificates of good standing, to give the minister the power to make regulations, and to allow the use of electronic signatures. These proposed amendments aim to establish administrative powers that facilitate a seamless process for registering, monitoring, and providing services to the NPOs. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organization Act, Act number 14 of 2023, to provide for the registrar to issue certificate of good standings, to provide for the fees to be prescribed by regulation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49, subsection 1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Belize City Port Acquisition and Settlement Deeds Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to facilitate the acquisition of certain shares in unmovable assets and real estate from the Port of Belize Limited by the Government of Belize for and on behalf of the people of Belize, and the implementation of the terms of deeds of settlement among the Government of Belize and the Port of Belize Limited, and Waterloo Investments Holdings Limited, and the Government of Belize and Midway Investments Limited, and Belize Social Development Limited to settle certain arbitral awards owed by the Government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties, and to provide for certain exemptions from the General Sales Tax Act to facilitate the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, I will provide a more lengthy explanation during the second reading. So, Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, I recognize the member for Colette.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm just a thought a bit ahead of the Prime Minister, but I'm supposing he's going to propose that we go through all the readings today.
We're not at that point, but it's coming.
Give me a minute, Madam Speaker.
Can I ask you to thank?
Bill for an act to facilitate the acquisition of certain shares in and movable asset and real estate from the Port of Belize Limited by the Government of Belize for and on behalf of the people of Belize, and the implementation of the terms of deeds of settlement among the Government of Belize and the Port of Belize Limited and Waterloo Investment Holding Limited and the Government of Belize Limited and Midway Investment Limited and the Government and Belize Social Development Limited to settle certain arbitral award owed by the Government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties, and to provide for certain exemptions from the General Sales Tax Act, and to facilitate the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Thank you, Madam
Are
Speaker.
you on a point of order?
Of course, Madam Speaker, we have to complain about the position of this bill being pushed through all three readings in one day. Madam Speaker, this is a big deal. This is a big issue.
Member for Colette, what's the point of order?
My point of order is, Madam Speaker, I'm appealing to the Prime Minister, or the reason for me standing is to appeal to the Prime Minister not to ram this bill down the throats of the Belizean people. This morning, Madam Speaker, this morning, it was only this morning that we received. Look at this document. And this is just one of three. How in the world are we to understand, Madam Speaker, what this deal is all about? So I appeal to the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, not to proceed today. Give it 2 days, give it 3 days, give it a week and bring it back. This is absolutely ridiculous, Madam Speaker.
Okay,
we fully support the previous bills that he brought, that he's saying there is a deadline to get us off the blacklist.
But I've heard the point. It's not quite the point of order, but you've made an appeal to the Prime Minister. I will now continue.
Madam Speaker, I think he is just trying to be shrill. A lot of these things are just land papers, then you transfer. All of these things are land papers. All of these are land papers, okay? So, but I think I need to remind the honorable member, when you all come and ram the BTL bill, I mean, so please, it's not, the point is, if you allow me to speak, the point is, Madam Speaker, that we have a limited time to settle this. And so we need to settle it. Madam Speaker, can you call these people on the other side, Madam Speaker?
1 second.
They should not be participating. They are visitors, and if they will allow, I'm asking that they be moved immediately.
No. I will not ask anyone to be removed immediately yet until I've seen that you've crossed the line. I will ask members in the gallery. It is in our standing orders and you're aware of this. Just be silent through these proceedings. You're here to observe. That's all I ask. I also remind members, this is not the debate. This is not the debate portion.
Madam Speaker, I think jumped the line long time, so I really believe that they should not be allowed the way they misbehave in this house. It's disgraceful. But that said, Madam Speaker, I think that the honorable member from Colette, he get too excited, and maybe because he's afraid that his leader is not here and don't know what the leader will decide for them to do. But the point is, Madam Speaker, allow me when I come for second reading, and I will give a lengthy explanation about everything that is being done. This is, could you allow me to speak? When you were speaking, honorable member from Colette, I listened. I did not interrupt you. But I did not interrupt you. I listened to you.
Members.
No, you cannot.
Prime Minister, may I ask that the question be put?
Well, I think it's important for me to point out, Madam Speaker, that what we're doing here is negotiations that went on for months. Unlike what the former Prime Minister did, they went over a weekend, lock up in a hotel room in Miami.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, he is not permitted to speak under any standing order at this time, other than to ask the question, which is what you are asking him to do.
And I also indulged you on a point of order that was not quite a point of order. So I need to balance also on my decision. Prime Minister, the question, I have been reminded indeed by clerk, it was put. May I ask that we wrap this up so I can go to the question?
I just need to finish, Madam Speaker, to answer the same point that he's trying to make. Look at the difference. What we have done, this is months of negotiations. Unlike them, the former Prime Minister locked up in a room in Miami over the weekend and signed all of these things and then come and ram it down for no throat. I brought this to Cabinet for a long discussion. Madam Speaker,
the question was put. The question has
Madam
been put.
Speaker, I move that the question was...
Honourable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognise the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024, number 2 bill of 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 64.3, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree for the second reading of the bill to be considered under item Bills for Second Reading.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a first time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 64.3, this Honourable House agrees for the second reading of the bill to be considered on the item Bills for second reading. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March 2024.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Education and Training Amendment Bill 2023. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Education and Training Act, Chapter 36(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of compulsory education for a child and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, I will speak more substantively on this bill at our next House meeting when we have the second reading. But I will say that this is a matter that has been on the discussion for some time now, for I think over 2 decades certainly. It's long overdue. We're increasing the compulsory age from 14 to 16. It's not just an education commitment, which is vitally important and critically important. We have a commitment to keeping our students and young people in school up to the age of 16. But it's also a discussion we've had ongoing with the Ministry of Human Development, Ministry of Social Development. So I think it has far-reaching implications not only for education, but also for the psycho development of our young people. So I look forward to the second reading and our discussion on this matter at a future House meeting.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Education, Sports and Housing Committee for examination, consideration and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Education and Training Act, Chapter 36(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of compulsory education for a child and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Families and Children Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Families and Children Act, Chapter 173 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the obligation of a spouse to maintain a non-biological child of a marriage, to change the name of committee from National Committee for Families and Children to National Commission for Families and Children, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of Cabinet, and I would, of course, speak more on it at second reading, but only to say, Madam Speaker, that this bill is not only to make matters gender neutral in terms of the support of children, but mainly to make sure that there is no gap in the protection and the maintenance of children. With that, I would just ask you then, Madam Speaker, that I introduce it.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Families and Children Act, Chapter 173 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the obligation of a spouse to maintain a non-biological child of a marriage, to change the name of the committee from the National Committee of Families and Children to the National Commission for Families and Children, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the National Women's Commission Bill of 2023. And I therefore rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the National Women's Commission to advance Belize's commitments to gender equality and equity, to promote awareness of the national gender policy, to recommend remedial measures, facilitate redressal of grievances, and advise the minister on all legislative and policy matters affecting women, to advocate for the fulfillment of the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, as well as other pertinent conventions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to provide for the establishment of the National Women's Commission to advance Belize's commitment to gender equity, equality, and equity, to promote awareness of the national gender policy, to recommend remedial measures, facilitate redress of grievances, and advise the minister on all legislative and policy matters affecting women, to advocate for fulfillment of the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, as well as other pertinent conventions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Act Chapter 234 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the regulation of marinas, to provide for the requirement to show financial capabilities of foreign vessels, to sustain lawsuits and other liabilities, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of Cabinet, and if you'd allow me just by way of introduction, Madam Speaker, the Belize Port Authority is responsible to ensure maritime and port sectors provide efficient, affordable, and reliable services in a safe and secure manner. In pursuit of this mandate, the Belize Port Authority conducted a legislative review in 2020, and several gaps were identified. Principal among these is the need to improve maritime safety and to exercise better control over the development of marinas. Along these lines, the bill to amend the Harbors and Merchant Shipping Act, Chapter 234 of the Laws of Belize, aims to achieve two main goals. The first is to transfer the risk associated with maritime casualties to boat owners through the mandatory requirement for insurance to cover salvage operations, and 2, to regulate the siting, construction, and operations of all marinas. With respect to the first goal, all vessels licensed as commercial vessels, whether they move passengers or cargo, will now be required to show evidence of appropriate insurance coverage from an insurance company in Belize to the satisfaction of the Ports Commissioner. In 2023, there was a notable increase in marine casualties, and some of them required emergency response, and in some cases, the salvage of the vessel where it was stranded on the reef or where it sunk altogether. Without the appropriate insurance coverage, marine salvage can be financially burdensome, and owners are tempted to leave their vessels on the reef or sunken in order to avoid the financial costs related to its salvage. This statutory deficiency risks littering Belize's pristine marine environment with wrecks, which in turn imposes an undue burden on the Belize Port Authority to mark the wrecks, to update its navigational charts to show such wrecks, and to promulgate the appropriate notice to mariners in order to avoid legal jeopardy in the event that the abandoned wreck leads to the damage of other vessels. The amendment being proposed resolves this issue and places the burden where it properly belongs, on the boat owners. With respect to the second goal, marinas provide berthing infrastructure and services to pleasure vessels and the yachting sector as a whole. Currently, these types of maritime facilities are not regulated. This bill will allow regulations to be made to bring marinas and such facilities into compliance with international safety standards, determine where they can be sited, and ensure that adequate services are provided in a manner that does not negatively impact the marine environment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the clerk. Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Labor, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Harbors and Merchant Shipping Act, Chapter 234 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the regulation of mariners, to provide for the requirement to show financial capabilities for foreign vessels, to sustain lawsuit and other liabilities, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House, at its rising today, adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following bills passed this day. 1. Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2023, Limited Liability Companies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2023, Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Number 2, Bill 2023, International Foundations Amendment Bill 2023, Non-Profit Organizations Amendment Bill 2023, and Belize City Port Acquisition and Settlement Deeds Bill 2023 passed this day. As you are aware, under Standing Order Number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. For this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bills. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Before I suspend the sitting, allow me, due to the time and not being assured that we would resume by 2. In the event that we don't, I'd like to extend a heartfelt appreciation and thank you to the Cayo Deaf Institute for their assistance providing the sign interpretation services today. Please note that there are groups of members of the community of the deaf who have been observing the proceeding, and I look forward to the feedback so that we can see where we can improve and hopefully make this a regular feature both for the House as well as Senate meetings. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of report from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chair of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 227/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Municipal Securities Bill 2023. Number HR 228/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Fiscal Incentives Decisions of the Minister Validation Bill 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table reports number HR 234/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Belize City Port Acquisition and Settlement Deeds Bill 2023. Number HR 235/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2023. Number HR 236/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Limited Liability Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. Number HR 237/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. Number HR 238/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the International Foundations Amendment Bill 2023. And number HR 239/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Non-Profit Organizations Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, this is the Criminal Code Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Chapter 101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of aggravated assault to rationalize and increase the penalty for threat of death and similar character offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
You're going to be? Yeah. I recognize the member for Colette.
We have to raise some concerns on this bill. I understand the... Sorry? We will. We find it very hard not to say something on this one because while I understand the general intention of the government, this could lead to a lot of problems. The bill attempts to, of course, make an offense certain things which were not offenses before. You are in a heated situation at the Lands Department, or you're in a heated situation at the Immigration Department, and we know how frustrating these processes can be. And you utter a word, and then all of a sudden, you according to the bill being proposed, Madam Speaker, you don't even have to utter directly to the public servant. And the public servant is only one of the persons who you would be able to run afoul of in this situation. from what I've read, it says, even if it is said and it is in the earshot of the person, they can make a complaint against you and you will be arrested and you will go to court, and if they find you guilty, they will lock you up. There is no option from what I gather, and if there is, I'm hoping my honorable friend from Freetown will help us along, but there is no option. You will go to jail for 3 years or up to 3 years. There's no fine or other penalties. The judge will have no choice, or the magistrate will have no choice but to put you in jail. Now, this has great potential for misuse. I believe that you will have to agree with me. But before we do that, let's look at some of the categories that we're talking about here. We're talking about, what is it? Fire service people. We're talking about public officers. We're talking about prison officers. We're talking about teachers in our schools. So if a parent, and I understand very well, I want the teachers to understand that I understand that plight. In fact, we need to be very concerned about the safety of our children. And as Minister of Education for so long, some of the other colleagues on the other side can also attest to this. There are some parents who go into schools and you have to be very careful of them, because when it comes to people picnics, sometimes they behave a bit off. These are the persons who this bill now purports, Madam Speaker, to put in this category that the aggravated assault could be charged for. We're talking about immigration officers, police officers, Belize Defense Force members. We're talking about members of the media. We're talking about politicians, elected officials. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to caution that this could end up in a very, very, very nasty situation if we're not careful. And I'd really want to hear what the safeguards are in this regard. Let me say as well that in my view, Madam Speaker, some of these things are not clearly defined. Not clearly defined. You look at threatening words. What is it that you will determine is the use of threatening words? What is it that could be considered behavior that you would be charged from? The bill is really not clear, and if these things go into effect without the clarifying of such matters, we will have problems. The question of freedom of expression also comes to mind, Madam Speaker. So you're not free to say how you feel again. And if I say, a case in point, Madam Speaker, you know, from time to time we have these heated demonstrations in front of the National Assembly. So, if you look too hard to a policeman and you say something, you don't have to say it to the policeman, you know. You just say it, and he could hear you. A charge could be brought against you and you could be found guilty and jail. And there are situations where you will say it in the heat of the moment, you might not mean it, you are regretful, but according to this law, none of that don't play any role. So you can't, not like you could go to court and say, well, I'm guilty, but I'm in the heat of the moment. No, you're going to jail. Unless I'm reading it wrong, Madam Speaker, which I stand ready to receive the kind of clarification from my colleagues. Clear definitions, again, Madam Speaker, must be made. We must safeguard the expressions of freedom that we're used to. I mean, if I go into a government office and I'm not pleased with the service, I should be able to express that. No, you don't need necessarily to go off and behave badly, but you ought to be able, and the problem arises when there is not a clear definition of what actions can be deemed to be a violation under this bill that will become law. We need a lot more as well, Madam Speaker, public education of this, So when it leaves from here today, it goes to the Senate, it goes to the GG for assent, and then it becomes law. So the next time any Belizean go out there in the lands department, I like use lands department because lands could get you irate. Or you go in any one of these government departments, or the fire service come and they come late, and then they fight fire up on the street, and you're like, oh boy, the fire service alone, then you say something when and that somebody here, that could be reported. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is what I'm understanding here. There are not clear definitions as to what you could be called up for. And again, Madam Speaker, the penalty here is jail time. Once upon a time, you could have, if there's some assault on somebody, the magistrate or the judge, whoever is trying the case, would be able then to use discretion to determine whether this is the kind of offense that really this deserves a slap on the wrist, a little fine or some, but not under this legislation. There needs to be checks and balances, Madam Speaker. How do we know that the law persons who will, of course, arrest you and so on, will not abuse this particular piece of legislation as well? We will now also see an increase in the number of cases that will come in front of the courts for matters like this. Because again, the burden of proof is very little that you have to make. Nobody has to hear you. You could be accused. A police officer could say, you know what? The Honorable Ferguson tell me I'm too bad one, and they will come for you, Radwell. You know, cost not you. We have to take your word for that, you know. But if the policeman says so, they want to charge and you're going to court. Huh? Well, that's just the thing. We don't know. There's not a clear explanation. There's not a clear definition of what is considered to be threatening words, what is considered to be falling, any of these categories that could be considered to be an assault. There needs to be a clear definition. We need to educate the people. So, Madam Speaker, but lest you feel that this is something that I am against completely, let me say for the record that I do think that certain elements of our public service, the people in the media, for instance, they deserve greater protection. The teachers in the classrooms deserve greater protection, don't get me wrong. The police officers deserve greater protection when they're executing their duties. The Belize Defense Force deserves greater protection. As a politician, I will tell you, I have not had it done to me. In my 23 years as a politician, 20 elected, I have never had anybody come to try, and I hope I know they invite any such action. Nobody has ever come to me pointing at my face and try to assault me and so on. They cuss, you know, when they cuss, I cuss them back and say, well, you could cuss, I could cuss too. You know, that kind of thing. But then we hug up tomorrow, you know how that go extra. When you're in a family, all kind of thing happen. And I consider my constituency family, so they will tell you after today and tomorrow we hug up. But I do feel that politicians as well need the kind of protection. So my position is not that we don't need to protect our public servants, protect our teachers, protect our people in public office, you know. But this bill, in my opinion, is being introduced, and it is not being introduced in a check fashion, and it could potentially lead to tremendous problems if we don't make the corrections now. And so I don't know what happened at the committee level, but as per normal, normally these things just come back without any kind of amendments, and then they're passed. But I want to sound the alarm of caution, Madam Speaker, that if we implement this just as is, there will be problems. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Albert. Member for Collette, just turn off mic.
Sorry,
Thank you. All right, may I ask you to use the mic? Yeah. Yeah, use that one. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, Madam Speaker, to join my voice with that of my colleague in terms of the points he raised as it relates to this bill. Madam Speaker, it has been my experience that it's very difficult to legislate behavior. People normally emulate behavior. And even in this honorable house, Madam Speaker, the kinds of insults that are hurled is what our people see and what our people emulate. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you have been subject to any abuse from the same categories of individuals that have been listed here. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, there has been instances where the police have been very rude to citizens. I have heard it myself, I've seen it myself. And so my concern with this bill, Madam Speaker, is that's one-sided. What happens when the public officer issues threatening comments to the citizenry of this country? There is story after story after story, Madam Speaker, and we can't have two sets of citizens. What is good for the goose must be good for the gander. And so, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, while I agree that there must be protection for the list of public officers that are on this list, likewise, Madam Speaker, these public officers should show the same level of respect to the citizens of Belize. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that in hopefully addressing some of the concerns raised here by members on this side of the House, that this matter would be taken into consideration. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just to address some of the concerns that have been raised by the other side, in particular, starting with the member for Collett. I have to wonder, member, which one of us has been in this house longer? Because this is how every piece of legislation looks like when it comes to the penalty. This is how all our laws are written. And so, if you would know the court system, these laws and these penalties are not mandatorily enforced. This is the ceiling. And so, while it says 5 years, it does not mean that the magistrate will, in her discretion, in this case I think it's 3 years, I think in the other offense it is 5. But in both cases, because I'm sure it can be raised on the next bill as well, in both cases that is the ceiling. That does not mean that the magistrate in her or his discretion will automatically deliver that kind of penalty to a defendant or an accused if they are charged under this legislation. They can even be fined. So what this is the increase of the penalty. And to address the issue raised by the member for Albert, there are laws within our criminal code for assault. There are laws in our criminal code for obscene language. There are laws in our criminal code for threatening words. So all of these laws are currently in existence, and so there will not be an increase in the number of reports or the number of cases because this legislation is now elevating public officers and the media who are more prone, yes, to the level of aggravated assault. Right now, that protection is only offered, as the member mentioned, to police officers. But now all public officers are going to attract this kind of attention because, like both of you rightly mentioned, they are more prone, they are more subjected at the Lands Department to these sorts of attacks by members of the public. And we've seen cases where media personalities, caught on camera individuals coming out of the courtroom, are assaulting members of the media. And in addition to that, in this very house on both sides, currently, there are instances of reports of threats made against members of this honorable house. And so that is the reason for the amendment in the legislation that we are proposing. And like I mentioned, Member for Collett, this is how all the laws are written, and it does not mean that it is going to be mandatorily enforced or delivered by the magistrate. And so, Madam Speaker, I fully support this amendment proposed today.
I recognize the...
I thank the members for their contribution. I think the member for Caribbean Shores has responded very effectively to the concerns raised by members. You know, there really is no cause for concern. As the member for Caribbean Shores explained, you know, the criminal law has very clear standards. Like every criminal law that we pass, there's a standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. The offenses you talked about, threat and assault and aggravated assault and obscene, all of these things are clearly defined in law, So while this legislation doesn't spell out those things, those offenses are clearly defined in law. You know, you mentioned the issue of freedom of expression. Certainly, that's always a matter for absolute concern. But as you know very well, freedom of expression has limitations, and that's what we're talking about here. Everybody is free to express their frustration at if things are not going well when they go to a... But it's the way you do it, and I think we recognize that we have to send a very clear signal to the public that we have zero tolerance for this kind of aggravated threats against public officials, public officers and others. So I'll just share with you, because I think it's important to understand that this thing didn't come out of anywhere. It came out of recommendations from the National Security Council. They had a discussion paper, Threats Made to Security Personnel and State Officials, in June 2023. So that was the foundation for this bill. And one of the, right, and the Crown Councils have raised this issue as well. But I just want to share with the Belizean people and with the House, you know, some very basic statistics. Out of that, from that paper, it says between 2018 and 2022, 355 police officers, 30 BDF soldiers, 26 teachers, 14 traffic officers, 10 nurses, 6 prison officers, 6 firefighters, 5 Coast Guard members, 4 social workers, 3 public officers, 2 immigration officers, 1 forensic officer, reported, these are just reported threats. There are many more, as you know, we'll appreciate, that go unreported. A recent glaring case of threat was reported a few months ago when a man in police detention for a rape investigation threatened the female investigation officer, telling the female, I no rape, I kill. And thereafter I want to deal with you in the streets. Man, we cannot tolerate that kind of behavior. So So we are taking a very firm stand against that type of thing. And I assure you, Honorable Member for Collett and Honorable Member for Albert, that there are provisions in the law that will ensure that there is not abuse of these measures. And you know, Minister, the Honorable Member for Caribbean Shores, I think, has explained very carefully. In terms of the final point I want to make is that the member for Albert talked about, well, we need balance. Well, of course we need balance, but there is a clear mechanism in place to deal with complaints against public officers, police officers, all of these things. So we, you know, in Belize, we rail up, but we don't want to follow the process. We don't follow through, right? We don't follow through on these complaints. And that's what we want to encourage people to do. The minister responsible for the police has done a very good job of this, of pleading with the public. When you see abuse, when you see police officers overstepping their boundaries, report it. They will deal with it decisively. They will not do what was done for the last 12 years under the UDP when they ignore these things. The member for Caribbean Shores, who is the Minister of Home Affairs, is dealing with these matters where we have rogue police and abusive police. They are dealt with immediately and effectively. So the point is, we want to send a very, very clear message to the public that we must have zero tolerance, we must have respect for those in authority who we are asking to do these jobs on behalf of the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, the second read.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Chapter 101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of aggravated assault, to rationalize and increase the penalty for threat of death and similar character offences, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Chapter 101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of aggravated assault, to rationalize and increase the penalties for threat of death and similar character offences, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to upgrade the use of threatening words or behaviour from a petty offence to a serious offence, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to upgrade the use of threatening words or behaviour from a petty offence to a serious offence, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Summary Jurisdiction Offence Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to upgrade the use of threatening words or behavior from petty offence to a serious offence, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the National Accreditation Council of Belize Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the National Accreditation Council of Belize Act, Chapter 39(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the registration of institutions and providers with the Council and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto.
I recognize the member for Collett.
Madam Speaker, as I understand it, this amendment is to give a little more leeway to institutions that already have a license to operate, so to speak, in the education system. And this is because I think it was in 2006, the Principal Act was passed, and in those sections that are being amended, there was some leeway for institutions to get what they needed to do together so that they could comply with the legislation. That was 2006, and I could hear my colleagues on the other side saying, well, after 2006, the UDP was in power from 2008 to 2020, and we did not touch this piece of legislation, and there is good reason why. While we cannot fault the fact that we want to make sure that our institutions are accredited, it's not an easy task, and it is not something that could happen overnight. And I applaud the ministry for its efforts to try to get the ball rolling again, but at the same time, I have to caution that if we're not serious about putting in the support for these institutions to get accreditation, then we'd be wasting our time as we did back in 2006. Yes, I was here already. What happened back in 2006, Madam Speaker, was very much the same that happened for many other bills having to do with education. Let's look at teacher training, for instance, and teacher licensing. I think it was my friend from Lekai who was the minister when we first conceived the new education rules. Those rules at that time, 2000. And we put in place that teachers needed to be licensed, Madam Speaker, and we said to them, in fact, we put in place the categories of licensing, and we gave leeway, some 3 years, some 5 years, I can't remember all the details now, and we said to teachers, we are going to crack down on licensing, but you will need to get your qualifications in. But you know what the flaw was, Madam Speaker? The government at the time, there was a subsequent minister, I believe it was, well, not right away, it was, I don't remember how it went, but it was not, we didn't go directly to my friend from Freetown, but there were no measures put in place that would immediately give support to the teachers to get them to the level where the licensing required them to be. So we basically put them out there on their own, and it was not until the United Democratic Party government came in and we did the certificate program in education for primary school teachers and the diploma in education program for high school teachers, that teachers started to get qualified, and then the ministry was able to say, and there was a lot of naysaying from the other side about us cracking down on this to get teachers licensed. What does that have to do with accreditation? Well, it is the very same neglect, Madam Speaker, that I am seeing happening here if we're not careful, and it will backfire and will cause this bill to once again, well, rather I should say to remain in dormancy because we will not progress. What the UDP administration did do, Madam Speaker, to forward this matter of accreditation was to say, okay, we can't implement it yet, but let's put in place the accreditation council that would be supportive to the schools to get the process of accreditation done. The amendment here proposes a leeway of, I believe it is a year and a half more to get them to comply. But Madam Speaker, the process of that in itself is a non-starter, because the process of getting schools to qualify for accreditation is long and drawn out. The University of Belize has tried for many years, and every time they start, something go wrong. The former president of the University of Belize, Professor Sankat, Madam Speaker, was gung-ho about getting accreditation done. And when he left, I'm not sure what has happened, which is a cause for concern if we're not still on the path to accreditation for UB and for other learning institutions in this country. And for the sake of the people of this country, Madam Speaker, accreditation is currency. Let me break that down for people. It is currency. Your institution has got to hold its word, and some accreditation body has got to say that it is worth something. You know, many Belizeans graduate from our institutions and go abroad, and they tell them, your degree is not worth anything, or you have to start taking the courses all over again. Thanks to the efforts of institutions or organizations like COBEC, which most Belizeans are familiar with, we've forged partnerships with American institutions, and they, out of sympathy for the fact that we are in this together, this consortium together, take credits from our institutions, our junior colleges, and our university. But on the worldwide stage, my degree from a Belizean school don't mean anything. And that is why, even in the region, so we have to comply with what is, in fact, this whole accreditation act coming into effect in 2006 came as a result of us complying with our regional responsibilities of trying to get the regional accreditation body functioning and running. But my caution is, Madam Speaker, if we don't give the schools support, and I'm not going to get into all the details of what the 2006 Principal Act says, but there are some elements of that that really need to be amended. That is really what the amendment should have been pushing towards, like political interference and the minister's ability to say a school is good to go and so on. That should not happen because it will be rejected in the region. The minute it seems that there is an element that can determine, apart from objective checking to see if the school qualifies, we will run into problems with the region. We will run into problems with any wider accreditation body that we seek to give accreditation to our schools. And the act as it is now has that kind of pollution and needs to be corrected. So, while again, Madam Speaker, I say to my honorable friend, the member for Freetown, and, you know, I believe he was the minister in 2006 when this was when the Principal Act was introduced. This is a noble venture, you know, but we have to be careful. I hope that we're not just doing this, and in fact, well, I say I hope, but the truth is, it is right in front of us to see that this is not going to go anywhere. It is not going to go anywhere, just like in 2006. Because, again, the mechanisms, I am, as you know, working on my doctoral degree in public administration, but my dissertation is on education, on an education topic. And the reason I am able to wrap it up, and I'm wrapping up the dissertation, not my presentation, is because the person, one of the major professors, and I will give her credit, Dr. Carly Womack-Wynne, who is a professor at the University of North Georgia, and one of my dissertation committee members as well. She has been working with institutions in Belize, Sacred Heart Junior College, I believe Ecumenical Independence, in order to have them be ready for accreditation. And this is no work what happened in a year and a half. So Dr. Wynne knows that these schools have been working, and she knows what data they have and don't have, and so she has recommended to me, this is where you need to go to get the data, which has saved me a lot of time. My point is that this is not an overnight process. You can't tell the schools, oh, we're going 1.5 years to comply to accreditation, otherwise we will pull your license or do what you can't operate, you can't introduce no new programs, you can't do X, Y, Z. Otherwise it will terribly affect our education system, which is why the UDP had not touched it for all of those years. We felt that the important thing to do was to put in place the council and have that council start working with the schools to demand that they move before we actually crack the whip on the complying with the law itself. The other point I want to make, Madam Speaker, and again, it does not necessarily go to the amendment. As I said, all the amendment aims to do is to give a little more time to the schools to be in that position where they comply with the law. But it criticizes the Principal Act because that act, again, tries to encompass the 2006 Act, tries to encompass TVET education, which anybody in the region will tell you has got to be handled differently from regular academic institutions. What happens now is that this law is lumping everything together. So if we are serious about getting accreditation for TVET institutions, that really ought to be handled in another way. And in fact, the minister will tell you that in the region, this is what they're saying. This is what they're saying. That is the kind of amendment that needs to be made, but it would not come without some problems as well. Because if you separate regular institutions, academic institutions from the TVET institutions, and you try to have a separate accreditation process, it would mean administrating two different entities. It would mean very costly separate administrations. It would mean different regulations. It would mean different efforts to try to get institutions to qualify and to comply. That is what it would need. So I can understand why the government is not rushing to make that amendment, but I'm saying all of this to say that we have to be careful. This is one of the issues we've had with education. We put in place these things. Look, I don't want to preempt the discussion, Madam Speaker. I see that we're introducing legislation to raise the minimum age in school, to 16. Or the mandatory age, sorry. And the minister is right. This has been in discussion for years. I'm sure when the member for Leka was Minister of Education, this discussion was on the table. The question is not whether we want to raise it to that. The question is, what are we doing? And I'm merely using the example to show, Madam Speaker, that we have to be prepared to do these things, not only to just appease the region. We did a lot of appeasing to the European Union and other people this afternoon with the bills that have been passed and are passing. But when it comes to our education system, we should not be trying to appease. We should really put our money where our mouth is. We should be giving support to these institutions to get what is necessary for accreditation, because accreditation is not just something that we put in to give people stress. Because if you go to the schools that are actually trying to comply with accreditation, they will tell you that it is nightmarish to put in place all of those things. Accountability for grades, quality teaching, you have to monitor all of that. This is not easy. And this is really what we should be giving our school support in. I hear the Prime Minister and I hear the Minister this morning talk about the 100% grant funding now for schools. By the way, Madam Speaker, anyway, I may speak on that on the adjournment, but the truth of the matter is, again, we should be putting our money into really supporting our institutions to get accreditation, because that will mean a whole new level. All the problems, the Prime Minister had major criticism for the teachers of this nation. In fact, he said that they're basically a waste of time, they're not to teach. Not my words. But the quality of teaching is an issue. The quality of teaching is an issue, and if we have accreditation in the manner in which the law prescribes it, with the intention, I should say, by which the law intends for it to happen, then the quality of teaching will also increase. Not by itself, but with all the other measures that we are putting into place. And so I urge again, let us put our monies, Mr. Speaker, into supporting in the right way. I support this amendment, I will say that. I support it, but I think it does not go far enough. And I've used my time, Mr. Speaker, hopefully to urge the government to not let it stop here. I'd love to see one of these appropriation supplementaries come to support our schools in ensuring that they qualify for accreditation, to give them the support, to give them the expertise, because there are not many in Belize who have the expertise to guide them along for these accreditation processes. Let them hire consultants to come in and to work with them and to push them, support the unit in the ministry to give them the support that they need. It's a very small unit. If you have 2 or 3 people in there, that would be a lot as far as that. And I'm not blaming anybody, because when I was there, it was the same. But we need to fix these things if we are serious about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call on the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Collett for his contribution. You know, he himself was or is a teacher, and of course served as Minister of Education for many years. And so whenever he makes his contribution, we respect that and certainly take it into account. I would just, you know, I want to use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge the presence of members of the Association of Tertiary Level Institutions of Belize at LIB. Earlier, you know, we take so long and talk too much, so some of the people then left. So we had the president of the University of Belize with us, and other colleagues at LIB were here, but the people then get tired and listen to so much. Yeah, they got work for them. And of course, we also have in our presence the director of the tertiary unit of the Ministry of Education, Dr. Yvonne Palmer. So I want to thank them, and I want to place on record that, you know, they wanted to be here, Minister. You know, they felt very strongly about this issue. We have had the full support of ATLIB. There have been extensive consultations with them on this bill. They have pushed for it, and we have responded to that. They fully support the amendments. Now, as you rightly said, it's time to move to implementation. So I just want to, again, in wrapping up the debate, say that the original bill was not 2006, it was 2005. And the member for Collett is right, it arose out of CSME discussions. Belize, as a member of CSME, at the time signed on to and passed this act for the establishment of a National Accreditation Council 18 years ago. And the whole purpose was to ensure, and is to ensure, that the quality of education delivered and brought to Belize meets standards and allows for assessment of qualifications for equivalency in order to facilitate free movement of people with relevant skills and knowledge across the region. The Act, of course, has not been implemented, has not been revised in the last 18 years. And, you know, as I said when I introduced the bill, you know, coming out of COVID, we recognize that with increasing access to online education, that there was an urgent need to establish standards to determine the quality of education. We have a lot of degree mills now popping up all over the place, and we really, really have to address that so that questionable qualifications are not, you know, proffered on our people. So, you know, to meet the targets of the Belize Education Sector Plan to promote sustainable human resource development, socio-economic growth, the National Accreditation Council of Belize Act must be amended before it can be implemented. The amendments include, and it very basic, extend the validity period for institutions from 2 years after the act was passed in 2005 to 1 year after the act is implemented in 2023, so after today. Institutions will be able to consider this as a transitional period and then amend the registration period from within 6 months of passage to 1 year and 6 months after the implementation. So that's for registration. Obviously, there's a lot of work to do, and we are doing that work. We're putting in place through the tertiary unit the whole infrastructure to support this. We're establishing the office for the National Accreditation Council. We're budgeting for that office with resources. So there's a lot of work to do. We're absolutely committed to doing that work along with our partners at LIB, because this is vitally, vitally important to the future of our country, and certainly our education community. So, you know, yeah, welcome, Madam Speaker. You know, this is one of the challenges, the issues we have with our good friends on the other side. You know, they talk, they're good talkers about all of the problems and challenges we have, and they become experts on certain things when they're not in government. But we get things done, Madam Speaker. We do things. We can't sit down and wait any longer. This has to be done. It's not nothing is perfect. We have to get started. Just like the issue with the 100% salaries, it's not perfect, man. But the teachers support it, the BNTU supports it. We work with them in consultation, in a respectful dialogue to arrive at these decisions. Same way we have done so with ATLIB. Respectful dialogue leads to solutions, something that the UDP is not familiar with, solutions. So we are addressing this matter, and I'm very, very proud to have the support of all of our institutions in advancing this very important issue today.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the National Accreditation Council of Belize Act, Chapter 3901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the registration of institutions and providers with the Council and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the National Accreditation Council of Belize Act, Chapter 3901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the registration of institutions and providers with the Council and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Belize Nationality Amendment Bill 2023. I move that the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Belize Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the provisions related to granting of nationality to children born to non-Belizeans who have, since the birth of that child, acquired Belizean nationality and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, the first bit, when you did the first reading, I gave a lengthy explanation, and unless if you all want me to go through it, I will then just leave it for any questions or whatever.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member from West Upper Cape.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good afternoon. If you would allow me, before I make my intervention, I would just like to offer my deepest sympathies to all of those that lost their lives in the tragic road traffic accidents that happened about a week ago, but in particular, my very good friends in Roaring Creek, a young man that his mother used to take care of me, Mr. Eldrin Brown, Sherwin Garbutt, Timothy Reyes, and Delwyn Armstrong. Deepest sympathies to the family, Madam Speaker, and the Roaring Creek community. Madam Speaker, this bill is, in our view, wrong-headed and being presented in an illegal fashion. Anybody that gains Belizean citizenship is a Belizean citizen and has all the rights afforded to any Belizean. So if it is now that these people that acquired citizenship under this economic citizenship program, if they did everything that they were supposed to do, Madam Speaker, and they applied and acquired their citizenship in a fashion that is beyond any reproach, there is no proof of any illegality or irregularity, there is no way that any amendment could seek to deny these Belizeans, there are no Belizeans, of the rights that they are afforded under our Constitution.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I think that the leader of the opposition is going ahead of his time. He is actually talking about economic citizenship, Abolition of Rights Act 2023. And right now we're talking about the Belizean Nationality Amendment Act.
All right, let me just clarify. Which bill are you on?
On this bill. They are. But I'll debate this one. Yes, yes, Madam Speaker. So, thank you for that clarification. According to this bill, again, you're doing the same thing. You are trying to amend the laws so that someone who has a child in Belize but is not a Belizean, that child born in Belize will not be a Belizean. Yes, that is the discussion. That is the discussion that we had. And again, no, not at all. That is the discussion that we had. That is the interpretation. So hopefully you could clarify, because that is the discussion that we had on the opposition side, and that is the concern that we had, that Belizeans, anyone born in Belize should be a Belizean, and that you were trying to strip the birthright of those born in Belize because their parents were not born in Belize. So I appreciate the clarification.
All right.
Somebody want to? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The leader of opposition is totally confused and probably did not look at his notes. I see that I understand better. Basically, let me read a part. When I explained it the first time around, if you have listened then, you would not have brought up the point. We said under the Belizean Nationality Act that a non-Belizean spouse is entitled to apply for Belizean nationality on the basis of marriage to a Belizean if the spouse has resided in Belize for 1 year or more immediately preceding the application of the nationality. So if you were to marry somebody from the United States, I mean, you're in love with the United States. So let's say the United States, an American. That person would have to come here and live at least 1 year with you to be able to get the nationality. Just like in the United States, you have to be there with the person. But quite often, that spouse having obtained a Belizean nationality applies for nationality for minor children relying on the newly acquired citizenship. In that case, there is no residence requirement for the minor. So if you are to marry a person, say an American, she comes to Belize, spends a year, gets a nationality, and then she has other children before she got married to you, and that child is living in the United States or in China or wherever, they would automatically get their citizenship. We're saying because it is a citizenship by marriage, we're also then requiring so that those children need to come to Belize and at least spend 1 year so that they could truly appreciate what it is to be a Belizean citizen. Yes, such a, sorry, for the residency requirement, I'm sorry. They would have the 1 year, they have to be here, sorry, no. They have to have a 1 year residency requirement in Belize for the minor to qualify for Belizean nationality. I think that's what I said. So they have to come here, reside in Belize for at least a year, and then could apply for nationality. There have been countless cases where Belizean men and women, or Belizean men would marry a woman, and the lady comes here, gets nationality, and they probably have a child in Asia. And because you already have, the mother now has a Belizean nationality, she automatically gets a citizenship to her son or daughter that lives in Asia, and they know nothing about Belize. So all we're doing is requiring out for them to come to Belize, live in Belize for a minimum of 1 year, and then can get the nationality. That's all we're doing. Capiche? No, you can't continue arguing. No, back and forth.
No.
Finish,
That's not how
finish.
that works.
No, you don't finish.
No.
I move this.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the provisions relating to grant of nationality to children born to non-Belizeans who have, since the birth of that child, acquired Belizean nationality, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the provision relating to grant of nationality to children born to non-Belizeans who have, since the birth of that child, acquired Belizean nationality, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Economic Citizenship Abolition of Rights Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to finally abolish the right of persons to obtain Belizean nationality through any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back directly or indirectly to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I think, Madam Speaker, I better go through my presentation again. I'm trying to save some time so that the Leader of the Opposition can understand what we're trying to do here. The Belize Economic Citizenship Investment Program, or the BCIP, was brought to an end in 2001 when we amended the Belize Constitution 4th Amendment Act in 2001, which prohibit the reintroduction of similar programs. At the same time, the Belizean Nationality Amendment Act of 2014 repealed the relevant provision in the law which facilitated economic citizenship by investment. The clear intention of the legislature was to completely abolish economic citizenship in Belize. Regrettably, Madam Speaker, that laudable objection was not achieved. Notwithstanding the 2014 legislation, descendants of persons who received economic citizenship prior to 2014 have continued to apply for citizenship by descent, relying on the provision in the Belize Nationality Act that enables descendants to rely on their parents' nationality to obtain Belizean nationality. Hundreds, if not thousands, have become Belizeans using the procedure since 2014. If that was not bad enough, Madam Speaker, we have noticed that the non-Belizean spouses who marry Belizean economic citizens have also applied for nationality, relying on the provision of the law that entitles a spouse to claim Belizean nationality through marriage. Again, hundreds of persons have taken advantage of this loophole. Madam Speaker, we believe that these loopholes are being abused and used to defeat the intention of this honorable House to abolish economic citizenship. It is our view that persons should not be allowed to rely on loopholes to get around the ban on economic citizenship. The bill we are tabling today would prohibit any person from relying on, and I quote, an economic citizenship relationship, end of quote, to obtain Belizean nationality. The bill defines, and I quote, an economic citizenship relationship, end of quote, to mean, again, quote, any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back directly or indirectly to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, end of quote. Another important benefit that will flow from the passage of this legislation is that it strengthens our case to achieve visa waivers with friendly countries and the European Union. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that this bill will enjoy the support of both sides of the House as we seek to preserve the value and integrity of Belizean nationality.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe there are a few issues that the opposition has with this particular bill. One, again, we do not feel that you have the authority to amend the legislation without a constitutional amendment, because regardless of how you want to describe the citizens, they are citizens. They are Belizeans, and they enjoy those rights. So if it is that you are going to strip Belizeans of those rights that are enshrined, that they enjoy due to our Constitution, then you need to amend the Constitution. The second thing, Madam Speaker, this highlights this government's infantile form of governance, this in the dark operation, where if you would share this information, if you would give us the white papers, if you would give us details beforehand, not a 200-page booklet the day that we come to Parliament or the day before, but way in advance, discuss it with us so that when we have parliamentary caucus, we can go over all of the facts. We can't do that. We're in the dark, blindfolded, considering these things, and so then when we come here, we have no choice but to think the worst, because the pattern and the history of your government is one of just dubious behavior. But, Madam Speaker, again, we feel that if you become a citizen of this wonderful, God-blessed nation, you should enjoy those rights. If the government is going to take away rights from citizens, again, that should be done in a fashion of mass consultation. I thought that's what the People's Constitution Commission was about. So again, we would like to know what it is that is driving this. You never reached out to anyone on this side to say, listen, we need to strengthen our passport. If we do these things, then we can get the visa waiver in Europe. And that would be something for us to consider. But we can't consider anything. All we see is that Belizeans are being stripped of their rights. And colleagues on this side are very concerned about that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you. May I leave more volume, please? Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe, Madam Speaker, there are 5 or 6 lawyers that currently sit in cabinet. And to bring this bill before the National Assembly, in my opinion, is wholly irresponsible. Madam Speaker, the Constitution of Belize, Chapter 3, sets out the fundamental rights and freedoms of citizens of Belize, period. There is no classification of what a citizen of Belize is. You're not a Belizean or a Belizean by descent, or a Belizean based on how your citizenship was acquired. Once you become a Belizean, you are a citizen and you enjoy the rights as outlined and subscribed by the Constitution of this country. Madam Speaker, we as a government and people should not try to abolish rights of our citizens. We are to fortify those rights and hopefully extend those rights. You know, Madam Speaker, the program, this Belize Economic Citizenship Program, came to an end in 2001. But many of us know, Madam Speaker, that even though there was an agreement for the program to come to an end, those applications that were quote-unquote in a pipeline were still being processed. Loopholes, we talk about loopholes. Those are the loopholes that the government should have tried to correct at that time, Madam Speaker. There was a wholesale sale on our Belize. Remember Max Samuels? And all these agents, bring it on, sister, it's true. All these agents of the PUP who was selling our citizenship left, right, and center, not concerned at all. That's right. Not concerned, Madam Speaker, whether or not the rights of Belizeans would have been diluted as a result of that. So, Madam Speaker, there is no way we can entertain such a bill that is in direct contravention of the Constitution of this country. This bill cannot be entertained, Madam Speaker, unless there is a constitutional amendment. And there is a process that we're now engaged in, that we're spending millions of taxpayers' dollars to facilitate. The People's Constitution Commission, Madam Speaker, and recommendations such as this one need to come via the Constitution. Why are we diluting the same mechanisms that we have put in place, Madam Speaker, to safeguard the rights of our Belizean citizens? Madam Speaker, We're doing this in a vacuum. There's no information, as the leader of the opposition rightly stated, that has been made available to us. How many people qualified for the economic citizenship program? How many people were approved? How many files do we have in place? And of those numbers, Madam Speaker, how many are applying for citizenship by descent? How many? You know, it is, you know, we're not bipolar. We're certainly not bipolar in this country. This administration, the PUP government, was the one that instituted this initiative and thought it was wholly acceptable for us to accept citizens based on their ability to invest in this country. I stand corrected, but Esquivel was not, he started the program indeed, but under the PUP, the corruption, no make we forget Max Samuels, let us not forget Mr. Schuman, let us not forget Mr. Diab. Huh? Madam Speaker, where is the ledger? Where is the ledger, Madam Speaker, of where these Belizeans have been recorded? We need some statistics and we need some more information, Madam Speaker, but even if we had that information today, we could not accept this bill because, as I said before, Madam Speaker, it is in violation of the Constitution of our country, and it's in violation of the rights of our citizens in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the member for Collett?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Micah. Indeed, it was the United Democratic Party's administration of 1984 to 89, under the leadership of Sir Manuel Esquivel, that the BSIP program was put in place. And I think the history needs to be told, because you see my friends on the other side, I see them all excited when the member for Albert said it was a PUP initiative. While the member was not correct in that fact, the truth of the matter is she was crystal correct when she said that it was the People's United Party who introduced all the corruption in that activity, in that exercise. Let me tell you about economic citizenship. Madam Speaker, in 1985, when Sir Manuel Esquivel and his administration put in place economic citizenship, there were guidelines. Under that program, Madam Speaker, the law was very clear. It said in any given year, not more than 1/4% of the population would be allowed to come in under economic citizenship. There were checks and balances. And the entire concept of economic citizenship is not a bad thing, you know. It's not a bad thing, but it became a bad thing when the People's United Party got its clause on the program when the UDP lost the election in 1989. Fact. You know how I know so much about it, Madam Speaker? Because I am a product of BSIP. I am a product, and I'll tell you how. When the investment, for the sake of people who did not know, Mr. Esquivel and his administration said this country is terribly underpopulated. I think we can all agree with that. We have even now 400,000 people. It is one of the reasons why we are not able to do things on the large scale economically, because we don't have enough people, I believe. And the idea about encouraging other citizens, which is why I don't understand why you're putting in place these mechanisms to limit people's citizenship. What we want to do is to make sure we have good quality citizens. And the problem that you're experiencing is coming because your administration, you know well, were the ones who entertained the bad people who came under economic citizenship, and now you don't want them to multiply because you're afraid of the entities out there who will blacklist you because of all the people who you put under there who did not properly qualify. But I was telling the story, Madam Speaker, of the good benefits of economic citizenship. $50,000 was the investment. You had to come and you had to make a solid, concrete investment of money into the treasury of Belize. And that money was used for the advancement of this country. There was not a sinister plot. And I told you that I'm a direct beneficiary because I received a $10,000 grant from my good friend leader of the opposition, John Saldiva, then who was not a minister, but who was in charge. Whatever else you know want to say about the man, he was in charge. He was what they call Mr. Esquivel's blue-eye boy. He not even a minister, but he was in charge of Recondev, and he was in charge along with a committee to decide how the people applied to the committee, and then they would give. So I remember when the UDP was in power, and of course you know, except I was, sorry, Madam Speaker, my friend from Lekai, I was a youngster coming up in the party, and they wanted to help me to go and study. So I applied to the BCIP program, and they gave me a $10,000 grant to go to university. That's how I got Valosta and meet my good friend, no, I can't know who he did, but Anthony Mala, back in 1999, member from Pickstock, sorry. The economic citizenship program was a good thing. The problem we had was when the government changed and the People's United Party came into office and destroyed the whole, all kind of clandestine operations were going on. They stopped collect the 50,000, never gone into the consolidated revenue fund. It started to go in a people's pocket, and the outcry from the public of this country was so stink that they had no choice but to repeal or go to the Constitution and try to say, we're not going to do this again. And as my friend from Albert said, even when the law said it should not go on, the People's United Party continued to rape the program, to rape the process. These things are facts. The younger people might not know this. In fact, even as we speak, there are countries in the Caribbean who are engaging in economic citizenship now. Given the system that we have here in Belize, please, I don't want anybody to be confused and to say that FARBA is advocating for economic citizenship to come back. That's not what I am doing here, because that's not the case. Because I believe we don't have the proper mechanisms to monitor it here. But certainly as it relates to what you're trying to do here, because my friends from this side who have spoken already are absolutely right. We don't have no qualification or special kind of classification of citizenship in this country. If you go to the United States tomorrow and you gain citizenship and you want to run, Arnold Schwarzenegger was a perfect example. He wanted to be president of the United States. You know why he can't be president of the United States? Because the American Constitution has a provision, or their laws have a provision that say, if you are not a born United States citizen, you can't run for president. But the Belize Constitution don't have no clause where say, oh, because you get your citizenship through economic citizenship, or you get your citizenship by marriage, or you get your citizenship by whatever other mechanism, you can't do X, Y, Z. There is none. A Belizean is a Belizean is a Belizean. And if you want to change that, the only mechanism you can use to change that is the Constitution of Belize. So you were right when you made that amendment. You were the ones who made it in 2011, is it? You amended the Constitution, the 4th Amendment, 2001, sorry. You amended the Constitution, and again, I say that you're right, but I don't want to give you no credit because you were forced to do it because the thing was so stink under your leadership. That's not true, sir. You went rogue and your minister. Anyway, we know. The man done dead and I left alone. If we are going to do this, we are disenfranchising, we are opening up ourselves for some major lawsuits, and I agree with my friend from Albert. You don't want to do that. So let's do the thing the proper way. Why not send it? Why not send it to the commission that's dealing with all of the constitutional amendments? Why are you afraid to do that? And then exactly why are you so clandestine with the numbers? Let's hear how many people got citizenship under economic citizenship. Why can't you give us those figures? How many people have applied? I sound like a bit repetitive, but it is to emphasize. And there's no rule against reiterating what other members said. I can't repeat myself, but I can repeat what other members said. We must know the numbers. Come and show us where this is overwhelming. But again, there is some concern about the relatives, the descendants, if you will, of those persons who received economic citizenship back in 1993 to 2001, I would be willing to bet that the people who are causing you nightmares now are the people who got that citizenship between 1998 and 2001. And if you check the record, I would be, maybe I shouldn't go that far, no? But the truth of the matter, you'll find that so many people get economic citizenship, even, as my friend from Albert said, after the law was passed for it to happen no more. But I bet you those are the people who you are trying to block out now. Because you all gave it to people of very, very questionable character. They didn't make any kind of investments. They didn't do what they were supposed, at least they didn't make it to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. In fact, we might need to be careful about that too, because if I'm not certain, the monies never did go into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. There was a development fund for Belize. And if you want to check that, then you go ahead. But this process, Madam Speaker, is flawed, as my colleagues have said, and we urge the government to do it the right way if you want to do that. But you cannot disenfranchise people. You will have to go and amend the Constitution if you want to do that. And even if you do it the proper way by going to an amendment of the Constitution, you're treading on very, very thin ice. When these people became citizens, when they invested, if we are to look at it the way it was deemed to be, they never believed that 20 years down the road, 23 years down the way, no matter, they knew what you sold to them, what the country sold to them was that if you become a citizen, you will get all rights and privileges of a Belizean. They never say, well, 20 years down the road, why your children they want to get turned back? Grandchildren, no, it's perpetuity, it is the same right. We might not agree with it, but that is the law. Every Belizean has the same right as the other Belizean. So even if you're Koya from Timbuktu, and you go through the process, and officially they make you a Belizean citizen, that person could get up in this National Assembly, except for the Guatemala situation. I think there's a caveat that says if you are a national from a unfriendly nation, you can't do X, Y, Z. Man, left that alone. No, left poor Melon alone. Sorry, that's an aside, Madam Speaker. If they did not say that, the process did not say that you will down the road lose somehow. Those people believe that they were becoming citizens and they would get all the rights associated with being a Belizean. Somebody from Guatemala, from Mexico, somebody from Salvador could come and run and be on the prime minister today in this country because that's what the law says. You might not like it, but that's what the law says. I think the only country that probably will not fit into that category is Guatemala. Somebody coming from Guatemala. If they are Belizean nationals, they have that right now. We are the people to change it, you know. We don't like it, but that is exactly what we're saying. Let's change it the proper way. You can't just come here and pass one simple law. You have to do a constitutional amendment. There's a reason why things are enshrined in the Constitution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for the Independent.
Madam Speaker, I had no intention to say anything. And for a moment, I thought the member for Calais was studying, get a PhD in public administration or education. Now you want to tell me it's constitutional law, right? Then you guys want to rewrite history, and I'm surprised at you. Like the younger members, I could understand they weren't around those times or know all the details, right? But you were around because you benefited from the program. And you almost sound as if though you are defending a program that was an affront to the national dignity of the people of this country. It is the reason why the PUP in 2001 got rid of the program. And it is the reason why in 2023 we are getting rid of everything that's associated with that program. It was transactional economic citizenship. You were buying a citizenship to do business. You weren't buying a citizenship to be here for 100 years. Belizean citizenship is a unique thing, you know, it's a special thing. That's what the people of Belize said time after time after time. Election after election, they voted out the governments back then because they continued with the sale, the bucket full sale of passports. Right? Vote out us continuously. We were back then. But you asked a lot of questions as if though you have to go very far to get the answer. But what happened to Mr. Penna? He has all the answers. He was selling passports long after constitutionally the sale of passports was supposed to have ended. Long after. That's why the cat me when me get the passport in a and they know how to pronounce the name. You want for him picnic on Belize now? And be a Belizean? Come on. Come on, man. Listen. The bottom line is that program was an affront to right-thinking Belizeans. Everybody back then had a problem with it. Everybody back then, the only people who supported that were the people who were benefiting financially. So when governments got in and it started to, and members started to get rich and started to get carried away, they continued with the program and could not stop it. It was the People's United Party who ended it in 2001. And it's the People's United Party who is saying in 2023 that it was never intended for your children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren to become citizens. It was a one-half thing. It was a transactional thing. You were buying something. I don't even want to tell you. I don't even want to give you the analogy because it's not appropriate to say here, but you were just buying something. You were not buying a wife, sir. You were just buying something. We have to get rid of that. It's an affront to our national dignity. It's an affront. Thank you very much.
I'm going to strike that last comment out, man.
No.
Please, no. Can we?
Please forgive me. But what I meant is this, right? That you bought a passport, economic citizenship program. Everybody in their right mind thought that was the most terrible thing. And they voted against it consistently. And we ended it. We ended it. And what we are trying to say is that you only bought a passport to invest. Lots of these people never invested. We don't know what they did with the money. We don't see the evidence of their investment today. And so we are getting rid of everything associated with that program. It's a transaction. You only bought something. But you can't buy our citizenship. That's something far more deeper. Something that God blessed us with. So you cannot keep that. We have to get rid of that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Before I recognize the mic. Before I recognize the honourable member from Fort George, please may I ask members, I know we get impassioned, but let's be careful with some of the language and the analogies. Honourable member for Fort George, I recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like the Deputy Prime Minister, I wasn't going to comment on this, but I have to respond to certain persons and certain comments made by the opposition. As the Deputy Prime Minister said, they must have forgotten history. Because if it was so bad under the People's United Party government from 89 to 93, then why wasn't the program eliminated between 1993 and 1998 when the UDP was in office? Instead, Instead, the program, that is when the program became so when the program became so corrupted, when the program became so convoluted, that the people rose up against it. The citizens of this country rose up against it because of the thousands of persons who were getting passports under the UDP between 1993 and 1998.
42B members, so I can hear the member.
So it was important that in 2001, and if you go back to the records, member, it was a bipartisan support to remove the Belize Economic Citizenship Program, in 2001, because it did require a constitutional amendment to get rid of the program, to amend that certain section. But between 93 and 98, it was bipartisan then. So please, let history record the truth, and let history record the truth of what was happening with that program and why it had to be abolished in 2001. But not only was the program abolished in 2001, but there was also an addition to the Constitution that said that there would not be the program ever coming back, that the program would never come back, that there would be no more economic citizens in Belize. Belizeans had to be born here or get their birthright, get their nationality through the means that the Constitution provides. But yet, this little loophole, this little clause allowed these economic citizens to not only pass on Belizean citizenship to their children, but in theory, they could get married, these economic citizens, and pass on the citizenship to their spouse. They could then divorce from their spouse, marry somebody else, pass on their citizenship to somebody else through marriage. This was happening over and over, Madam Speaker, and it has to stop. The 2001 amendment said very clearly this program needs to come to an end. There can be no more citizenship under this program. So how is it that the opposition cannot support that the program allowing persons to get the citizenship through this program, because that's what's happening right now? How is it that you cannot see that this needs to stop? And this whole issue about constitutional amendment, as the deputy said, I didn't realize the member from Collett got his doctorate in constitutional law. But there are two other points, Madam Speaker, that I'd like to make. One is that, as the amendment says very clearly, it says, for the avoidance of doubt, the provisions of this act shall not affect the rights of any Belizean who obtained their nationality prior to this act coming into force. So you're not stripping Belizeans of right. If you had already applied and gotten your citizenship, then you have all the rights of a Belizean citizen. This is just to stop any future persons from applying under this program, and that's why it needs to be done. But one more point, Madam Speaker, and it's from the leader of the opposition, who said that this is the first, it seems that this is the first time he's seeing this thing. He makes it sound like he just got this paper today. But Madam Speaker, this matter was introduced in a prior House meeting. It went to a House committee on the 13th of October 2023, and two of the members absent from that 13th October 2023, let me just say, no representative from the opposition was present at that House committee meeting. I won't call any names, but not one single member of the opposition came to ask questions. How many persons are applying? Why are you doing this? Etc., etc., etc. All the issues that were brought up today, they could have brought up in the House committee meeting on October the 13th, 2023. So please, don't come with the questions today. Make sure you show up at these committee meetings and do your job. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Yeah, just a very quick legal intervention, Madam Speaker, because I do not want the Belizean people to be misinformed on this matter. This is the danger when we got people they play bush liar. No? There is absolutely no need for a constitutional amendment. As others have pointed out, Section 26, which made provisions for the economic citizenship program, was removed in 2001. Our Constitution does not allow for the grant of economic citizenship. Now, what's important is Section 28 of the Constitution makes it absolutely clear that it is the National Assembly, that's what we're doing here today, the National Assembly may make provision not inconsistent with this in respect of citizenship, including provisions for the acquisition of citizenship of Belize by persons who are not eligible or who are no longer eligible to become citizens of Belize. The National Assembly may revoke the citizenship of any person referred to in Section 26 of this Constitution, the renunciation by any person of his citizenship of Belize, and paragraph A of subsection shall not be construed as allowing the National Assembly to make legislation. But it absolutely applies. The point is, it is the National Assembly. The National Assembly can provide for any legislation required to amend the terms and conditions of citizenship. So there is absolutely no need for a constitutional amendment in this regard. And as I stated earlier, the Constitution does not allow for the grant of economic citizenship. So we are required to ensure that that unconstitutionality, which continues to flow from this program, is put an end to. So that is absolutely critically important. We have an obligation, quite contrary to what you're saying, we have an obligation to make sure that that unconstitutionality, where these people are applying under a program that is no longer recognized by the Constitution, they are still using that program to acquire citizenship of Belize. We have therefore a responsibility to put an end to that, and that is exactly what this is doing here today.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, all of this discussion was just really, if the opposition would only take their time and read and understand what we're talking about, all of this back and forth could have been avoided. I'm glad that the member from Freetown has explained why is it that we do not need a constitutional amendment. I'd like to also make the point that if I'm the leader of the opposition, lamenting that he just got this came here several weeks ago, and if the honorable member from Albert was so interested to find out how many people have gone through this, she could have gone to the Ministry of Immigration and they would have given her the numbers. There's nothing to hide. We're just trying to put a definite end. When you were talking, I did not interrupt you. When you are talking, I did not interrupt you. That's your problem. That's the problem, Madam Speaker. When she speaks, we don't interrupt.
Please,
when we speak, she feels she should interrupt.
Member for Albert, please. There is a 42B standing order.
Even when you're making erroneous pronouncements here, we did not interrupt you. The point is that they could get the information. There's nothing sinister right here. If she would have only taken the time to read this bill, it would have taken her less than a minute to look at Section 5.1. It says, for the avoidance of doubt, the provision of this act shall not affect the rights of any Belizeans who have obtained their nationality prior to this act before coming into force. We're not taking the rights of any Belizean. And then again, on 5.2, for the avoidance of doubt, the provision of this act shall not apply to application for nationality relying on an economic citizenship relationship that was made on or before the 1st of October 2023. They come here like the sky is falling and we take chance of Belizeans, we're taking the rights of Belizeans and we should be enshrining their rights. We are not taking the rights of no Belizeans. All we are doing is to put a complete end to the economic citizenship program. Both governments have said that we want to put an end to this. But what has happened is that there was a loophole. And the previous government, in 2014, when they made the amendment, did not realize it, they overlooked it, and that's fine, we all overlook things from time to time. That is allowing now we have fourth generation children from economic citizenship, great-grandparents now applying for citizenship. The point is that if these people were to come to Belize and live in Belize, if their grandparents or these children, who would be the grandparent of the first person that bought the citizenship, were to come and to live in Belize, and they have a child in Belize, that child is entitled to become a Belizean citizenship. But what we're saying, that if you're living in China, if you're living in Uruguay, living anywhere in the world, and that you got your great-grandparents got an Belizean citizenship because of the economic citizenship program, we are saying that you can no longer apply for a citizenship based on that lineage. But if your father who got a citizenship because of the economic citizenship program is living in Belize, and that child is born in Belize, they can get the nationality. That's all we're saying. I don't know why we don't have to be quarrelsome over everything. The other side, Madam Speaker, have no moral standing to talk about corruption when it comes to this program. Because we know all the names, and I will not go through all the names because one of them is a man that we all held in so high esteem, and the people around him took advantage of him. They took advantage of him, and then back then, instead of him being protected, they threw him under the bus. That's what they did. So, Madam Speaker, I will end with this. There is nothing wrong with what we're doing. We're simply putting an end to the economic citizenship abolition of rights program, and to allow also that then it could help us in getting more citizen visa requirements from other countries, including countries in the European Union. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to finally abolish the right of persons to obtain Belizean nationality through any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back directly or indirectly to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to finally abolish the rights of persons to obtain Belizean nationality through relationships, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back to, directly or indirectly, to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Municipal Securities Bill 2023. I move the second reading for a bill for an act to provide the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental to. Madam Speaker, I explained it the last time, but I'll just highlight a few things very quickly. The first municipal bond was issued under the UDP, Belize City Council, led by then Mayor Bradley. And since then, another UDP City Council in Balmopan also issued municipal bonds. The point with this, Madam Speaker, is that whenever they do these, they want to pass these bonds, they have to come to the House to pass a municipal securities bill for each individual. So if Arinjoak wants to do their own, they have to come and pass a bill here, or if it's PG, San Ignacio, etc., etc. With the passage of the municipal securities bill, our municipalities will then be able to have access to private money without having to pass a special law, Madam Speaker. And And so the Municipal Securities Act will eliminate the need for new legislation for cities and towns each time any municipal securities are intended to be used. So again, if Belize City wants to pass another bond, they have to, the way it is, they have to come and pass another piece of legislation. So this is going to avoid them having to come to the House at all times. But just to highlight a few conditions, Madam Speaker, for approval from the Ministry responsible for finance in the issuance of the issuance by a municipality for municipal securities, which may include the appointment of an internal auditor or a financial controller with reporting obligations to the financial secretary. Certain repayment conditions have been mandated, including pre-creations of sinking funds. Basically, Madam Speaker, we are going to ensure that that they will also be required to disclose the obligations with the Financial Services Commission as the relevant regulatory authority. So it's not going to be a free-for-all. All is it that we're doing is that easing the burden of coming to the House, but that there are going to be some strict guidelines and regulations that these municipalities would have to do before they can issue some bonds for their municipalities. Madam Speaker, I would hope that both sides of the House would support this bill.
Recognized. Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide for the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the fiscal incentives decision of the Minister Validation Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to validate the decisions of the Minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, this is pretty much is what happened. The Fiscal Incentive Act of 2023 was assented to on the 7th of March 2023, which allowed the different parts of the Act to come into force at different times via a commencement order. The reason for this was to allow additional time for mechanisms in relation to fiscal incentives for MSMEs to be put in place while the rest of the Act was operational. After the Act was sent to the House, the government received several requests for the rollout of the MSME program and in anticipation of its imminent passage, advised the public to begin submitting applications for the incentives that would be offered under the new Act. 7 applications were received and 4 fiscal incentive orders were published. The Fiscal Incentives Regulations 2023 were then published on the 20th of May 2023. While the Fiscal Incentive Act was assented to, the commencement order which brought it into force was published on the 12th of October 2023. Therefore, all decisions of the Minister taken under the Act after it was assented to and before the date of the commencement order, which was the 12th of October, required validation as the Act was not yet in force at the time of the decisions were taken. To this end, the Fiscal Incentive Decision of the Minister Validation Act 2023 is necessary to validate the decisions made by the Minister in accordance with the Act. To validate the Fiscal Incentives Regulation 2023 and to validate all fiscal incentive orders made by the Minister during the period after assent and before coming into force of the commencement order. Simply put, Madam Speaker, what happened is that when this bill was passed earlier in the era, a lot of MSMEs became aware of it, and they started coming to Beltrade and saying, well, you know, we want to also participate. But that part of the bill was not assented to yet, or the act, simply because they did not have all the processes yet in order. But in their efforts or haste to try to help these small businesses, they proceeded following the process as what have been worked out, under the impression that this is going to be validated shortly. Well, the commencement order did not come into place until October 12th. And as I said, by then, several fiscal incentives have already been issued. So simply, all we're doing is by this validation is to ensure that those decisions that were made then are now also going to be legal. So I just ask for the support of both sides of this House.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I understand you correctly, Prime Minister, this bill is now obsolete. If I understood you correctly, this bill would now be obsolete because you're saying that prior to the bill being, the commencement order being signed, there were number 7 applications that came in. 4 orders were published. So there is a pending of 3 applications. I just want to be sure I'm understanding correctly, Prime Minister. And this bill would validate those. Am I correct? Right. So now, once those have been validated, there would be no need for this bill to be on our books. Madam Speaker, in our last House meeting on October the 13th, the Fiscal Incentives Act was amended to classify small, medium, and large enterprises in alignment with the World Bank classification so that these entities could access the World Bank for affordable capital. What happened in that instance, Madam Speaker, is that there are entities who previously would have been classified as a large enterprise, but now with the realignment, they're no longer a large enterprise. They're either a medium or small enterprise, so the fiscal incentive package would be different. What I understand you to be saying, and I just want to be sure I'm right, Prime Minister, is that those who received an incentive under the Fiscal Incentives Act prior to amendment would be validated, and that would be the end of that. There would be no need for this piece of legislation moving forward. Seeking some clarification from your PM. Thank you.
Is the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a good question you're making. But basically what this is doing, this is only validating what was done within a specific period. After the 7th of October, for those that were already passed, this is only for what was done before. So then it has no need for, but it was just in the book because it's only to validate what happened before. Now, the last time we changed the definition of the MSMEs to be aligned with the World Bank, yes, so that then we could access easier credit for MSMEs. But this is only legalized, this is a one shot. We legalize this, that has already happened, and now we move forward. That's all.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to validate the decisions of the minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill for an act to validate the decision of the minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, number 8 of 2008, to specify the currency of the maintenance of capital requirements, to provide for the prior authorization of the requested regulatory supervisor before any dissemination of information exchange, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. I had already explained it last time.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act number 8 of 2023, to specify the currency for the maintenance of the capital requirements, to provide for the prior authorization of the requested regulatory supervisor before any dissemination of information exchange, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill for an act to amend the Financial Service Commission Act number 8 of 2023 to specify the currency for the maintenance of capital requirements, to provide for the prior authorization of the requested regulatory supervisor before any dissemination of information exchange, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a limited liabilities. This is limited liabilities liability companies amendment number 2, Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Limited Liabilities Companies Act, Chapter 207, Section 1 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, FATF Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Without going through all this, Madam Speaker, this is currently the 4th round mutual evaluation by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, the CFATF, which is slated to conclude by the 2nd week of December 2023. That's why we have to try to pass all this legislation by the 15th of December. It was done with previous legislation tabled before this Honourable House, which we undertook to further review of the Limited Liabilities Companies Act to better align it with the technical standards outlined under the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF recommendation. Madam Speaker, the bill clarifies that it is the Financial Services Commission, that the Financial Services Commission is responsible for the administration of the Act and confers the necessary powers on the FSC to impose administrative penalties for any breaches occurred under the Act if necessary. This is in keeping with the FATF recommendation that regulatory authorities should have the power to levy dissuasive but proportionate penalties for non-compliance. Another key aspect of this bill is for basic information to be publicly available in the form of a short extract, as is the case in the Belize Companies Act. This is one of Belize's most important FATF obligations to fulfill to receive a favorable rating. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill for an act to amend the Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24 and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment, number 2 Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation, financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Again, Madam Speaker, very quickly, the section we propose to amend is Section 11(1)(b) of the Money Laundering and Terrorist Prevention Act, the MLTPA, to replace law enforcement with competent authorities, as well as to insert words "an offense has been committed." This amendment is to satisfy the FATF requirement that the financial intelligence units be able to disseminate spontaneously and upon request information and the result of its analysis to relevant competent authorities, not just law enforcement agencies. Another critical requirement of the FATF recommendation is for financial institutions to conduct ongoing due diligence on business relationships, including ensuring that documents, data, or information collected under the customer due diligence process is kept up to date and relevant. Madam Speaker, I ask for the support of both sides of this House. I move the second.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirement of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation with respect to law regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the International Foundations Amendment Bill. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the International Foundations Act, Chapter 24, Section 2 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24 and to provide for matters connected therewith. Again, Madam Speaker, this is just continuing the work that we did. This is to reiterate the purpose of this bill is aims to plug the gaps by way of legislative amendments with the overall purpose that Belize receives a compliant rating for the FATF recommendation 24. This bill, Madam Speaker, mirrors the amendments advanced in the LLC bill as it relates to publicly available information. The bill also empowers the registrar to request for information and records and other matters and places a duty on the registrar to hold information up to 6 years from the dissolution or departure from the jurisdiction of the or otherwise of a foundation. Consequently, the adoption of the LLC and the International Foundation Amendment Bills will further buttress the work already done concerning Belize companies and limited liability partnerships and strengthen our case for a compliant rating on the relevant FATF recommendation 24. Thank you, Madam.
PM, you'll move?
I move, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the International Foundations Act, Chapter 2402 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill for an act to amend the International Foundation Act, Chapter 2402 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24 and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a non-profit organization amendment bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organizations Act number 14 of 2023 to provide for the registrar to issue certificates of good standing, to provide for the fees to be prescribed by regulations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, I've already given an explanation earlier this morning. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we have done previously, Madam Speaker, the members on this side of the House have supported a slew of bills as we prepared for this audit. And we've done so again today, Madam Speaker. Excuse me. My apologies. But Madam Speaker, at some point, we need to understand from those who are assessing whether or not we are compliant, where we need to strengthen the legislative framework, where after all those pieces of legislation were passed post-haste, we still made it on the blacklist. And I'm not sure, Madam Speaker, that after these amendments that we will be off the blacklist. And so I think, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister and his team if we can get some guidance, either from the consultant we have hired, Madam Speaker, to help us through this process. does this process end? Because it seems that the goalpost, if you will, keeps changing. And it makes it very difficult for us, Madam Speaker, to give any meaningful contributions to these amendments or to these pieces of legislation that ultimately affects us all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I agree with you in the sense that they're constantly changing the goalpost on us, and these changes cost small economies millions of dollars to be able to keep up. In a huge economy, they have hundreds of lawyers and accountants working in their central bank or in the Ministry of Finance or in the different departments or their Financial Services Commission. And we don't. We have limited people that can do this. And it's costing us. It's costing us. And this is my frustration, that whenever I meet with some of these officials, I tell them, when we meet with people at Treasury, I said, how many people do you have employed? They almost have employed almost bigger than Belize City, you know, as an example. They have tens of thousands of people employed, and we don't. And the limited funds that we have that we could use for education, that we use for health, for agriculture, to fix our sugar roads and roads for our farmers, improve our infrastructure, we have to be spending to be able to keep up with them. And then they come constantly, you need to do this and you need to do that. And I mean, sometimes I think Chris Coino sleep, because he's the one that's following it up for me as a technical person as a Minister of State, along with the people at the Financial Services Commission and the Financial and the FIU. I wish it could be different. When then Prime Minister Barrow was over here, he was lamenting about it too, and I agreed with him back then that I said that I wish it can be different. I wish the countries would understand that you can't use this one shoe fit all, because we are so small. And the irony of this is that whenever you look at want to create sanctions, like for instance when they created sanctions for the oligarchs in Russia as to where they're hiding their money, not one case was found that they're trying to hide their money in Belize. Their money is in London, in New York, in Paris, in all of the major economies. And that is the hypocrisy of all of this. But you don't hear them sanctioning the American government. You don't hear them sanctioning the UK government or the French or the Swiss or anyone. But they want to come and they chance way up. We are here in the Caribbean. They are the ones that pushed us into this industry 20, 30 years ago and said, there's an opportunity for you. And because we were getting good at it, competing against them, then decide that no, they have to try to change the goalposts on us. And they're constantly doing this to us. So I feel your frustration, Madam Member from Albert, and so do we. But we don't set the rules. They set the rules, and unfortunately, we have no other option but to abide by what they are shoving down our throat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Act number 14 of 2023, to provide for the registrar to issue certificates of good standing, to provide for the fees to be prescribed by regulations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organization Act, Act number 14 of 2023, to provide for the registrar to issue certificate of good standing, to provide for the fees to be described by regulation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
With the indulgence of the House, I will request a small break so that the technical equipment can be established or set up, the teleprompter regarding the next bill, which is to be presented by the PM for debate, the Belize City Port Acquisition and Settlement Deeds Bill 2023. I will ask members of the gallery. Can I ask the members of the gallery if you can just kindly excuse while we suspend the sitting? Thank you.
to settle certain arbitral awards owed by the government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties, and to provide for certain exemptions from General Sales Tax Act, to provide the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel, and to provide for matter connected therewith or incidental to. What we aim to do this afternoon will be historic. Let me tell you why. Over the past few years, we have tensely looked on as crisis after crisis erupted at the port of Belize. As we all know, this is a place where most of the goods we consume every day come in, and from which the produce of this country that keeps our economy afloat goes out or is exported. Each crisis had a far-reaching effect. Merchants waited anxiously as their unloaded goods sat in ships, potentially perishing along with their profit prospects. Members of the public sat by, not knowing when they might be able to get the goods sent to them. Exports remained at the dock, putting the economy which they support in a shaky spot. And amidst it all, we have seen the workers, especially the stevedores, calling, sometimes crying out for fairness. We have seen an employer who many times has not budged, and a government that was unable to do anything for merchants, for workers, for consumers, for exporters, because the port was not ours. Attempts to compensate stevedores, who are one of the few groups still taking a solid wage into our struggling Southside communities, were blocked with a swift, stiff legal hand. It's just one of the many gory legal claims that have sprung up from this crisis at the port. The stevedores know well of another claim, seeking damages from them that they don't have the funds to pay, which has forced them to hold dollar drives to cover legal costs. But there is more. The sums of money owed to the same owners of this port due to previous court-issued awards are growing every day. The awards hang like swords under which we work. We make foreign payments with the risk that such payments or assets could be seized. We pay large sums of money, millions, that could be used in other ways to cover the fees of top-notch lawyers to ward off a sudden grab by the Ashraf Consortium of assets and funds that we need. But today, we stand at the cusp of a resolution of all of this. This bill is a bill that is unprecedented in both its scope and its future effects. It will bring an end to all the crises and threats I have mentioned. This House meeting could, Madam Speaker, be the horror show's finale. You can do this. We can do this with one major parliamentary move. And what's more, what we will accomplish will be at a hugely discounted price. These are reductions that are hardly seen, not even in the biggest downtown blowout sale. After careful consideration and negotiations, with the approval of the Cabinet and with the support of this Honorable House, the government of Belize will reacquire for the people of Belize the commercial port of Belize City. The port of Belize will be back in public hands. This bill seeks approval and funding to conclude this historic takeover. The purchase price of the port has been agreed at US $83,370,000. We can confidently declare that at this price, and if the current profits of the port can be maintained as they will be, the profits can themselves finance the purchase. In other words, there will be no need for any taxpayer monies to pay for the purchase of this port. And of equal consequence are the positive changes in store for the private sector, for port workers, for consumers, and for the economy. Over and over, there have been calls for improvements to the port and to an end to hostilities between the port operator and the stevedores, for a modernization plan to enhance efficiency for importers, exporters, and consumers, and for the port to become a logistics hub that enhances the country's competitiveness. This administration heard the call, heeded the call, and is today acting to answer the call. The process of securing the takeover terms and conditions we advocate today has not been easy. Truth be told, the Ashraf Consortium demanded a king's ransom. Their asking price was $165 million US, which they wanted to be paid all in cash. Well, not only has government been able to secure a purchase at 51 cents on the dollar, but the purchase price includes all the adjoining lands, some 600 acres, which will provide critical room for the expansion of the port operations, along with ancillary services and housing. And the $83.37 million will not be paid upfront, nor will it be paid all in US dollars. The seller has accepted an upfront payment of $38 million US, while the remaining $45.37 million US will be paid with 4 Belize dollar treasury notes redeemable over 5 years. A 2-year note of $25.24 million with a coupon of 3.5%. A 3-year note of $25.5 million with a coupon of 3.6%. A 4-year note of $20 million with a coupon of 3.7%. And a 5-year note of $20 million with a coupon of 3.8%. So the seller gets less than half, 46% of the purchase price upfront, and the remaining 54% in Belize dollars over the next 5 years. And I might add, the average interest they accepted on the treasury notes, 3.65%, is actually less than the current 5-year U.S. government treasury rate, which presently stands at 4.49%. The acquisition and the discounted price are not accidental, not a roll of the dice that broke in Belize's favor. The acquisition and the discounted price are the products of the posture of a government that has resisted intimidation, that has refused to overpay, that has insisted that government for the people must secure value for money, and that for 3 years refused to extend the port license or increase tariffs without a credible modernization plan and without better labor relations. Madam Speaker, there are, in addition to the port acquisition, other important elements to this bill. Another core ambition of the bill is the resolution of 2 outstanding London Court of International Arbitration awards. These awards date back to 2009, and which together present a debt that has grown from the original amount of, listen, of 83,164,371 Belize dollars to some 204,854,476 Belize dollars as of November 2023. Now, these awards also involve judgments handed down against Belize and in favor of the Ashcroft Consortium in response to what that consortium has claimed were violations of agreements and business arrangements related in one instance to BTL and the other to BCB Holdings. These judgments have been assigned to Belize Social Development Limited and Midway Investments, both consortium entities. The BTL award is ultimately the outcome of the terms of the infamous accommodation agreement for a period prior to nationalization. The BCB Holdings award concerns a tax concession. Members have been provided with copies of the LCIA awards. Though it would be our emphatic preference to ignore these judgments and to pay not a single penny to the Ashcroft Consortium, the painful fact is that the judgment awards have been recognized by federal courts in the United States, especially in Washington, D.C., and in New York. The borough government even attempted to go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court sent it back, saying assets are immune to attachment by the claimants. This game of cat and mouse is not tenable indefinitely. Cat and mouse is costly. Belize has to pay competent lawyers, and the cat and mouse game undermines investor confidence while it stokes the perception of Belize in certain quarters as a renegade actor. Therefore, government has negotiated a steeply discounted settlement of 9 cents on every dollar of the award, plus legal fees of $7 million for a total settlement of $15.3 million from $200 million, Madam Speaker. So the settlement sum is a reduction from 204.9 million Belize dollars to 30.6 million Belize Let the enormity of that discount, of the savings achieved for the people of Belize, sink in. For every dollar we owed, we will be paying 15 cents. As with the port acquisition, government steadfastly refused to pay at par claim or anything close to par, refused an all US dollar cash demand, and instead proposed to pay $7 million up front and the remainder by way of a 2-year Belize dollar treasury note carrying interest at 3.5%. The threat to sell these awards to so-called vulture funds loomed large in the negotiations. And while we were prepared to fight off any adversary in Belize's interests, settling at this substantial markdown serves the national interest. Let me explain what vulture funds is. As the name implies, these are companies that feed on the carcasses of unpaid debts and awards, including for sovereigns, and these funds underwrite millions in legal and advisory fees with the expectation of eventually collecting outstanding awards. As an example, one such vulture fund, Burford Capital, spent $17 million chasing a claim against the state of Argentina, and in September 2023 won a judgment that will yield almost $7 billion for a return estimated at 37,000%, according to Bloomberg reports. These are the kinds of combatants Belize faces. The risks have been too great, the threats too large, and every day the mounting interest was fattening that fiscal bogeyman. And so, making this settlement, paying a few cents for every dollar owed, is a matter of common sense. Better for the people's interest to be safe than for the government to someday be sorry. Now, in addition to the deep discounts negotiated to the port's purchase price and to the settlement sums of the two judgment awards, our comprehensive resolution with the Ashraf Consortium has also produced the following weighty concessions. First, Waterloo will abandon the UK Belize Treaty claim through which it was seeking $10 million Belize dollars in compensation, and yet undisclosed damages related to the NEAC's rejection of the company's application for environmental clearance to construct a cruise facility at the port of Belize. Second, Port of Belize will immediately withdraw its injunction blocking the remainder of government's ex gratia payment to the stevedores. Third, Port of Belize will withdraw its case, which it was seeking to get members of the CWU to pay for what it classified as business interruption damages relating to CW industrial action at the port. And fourth, Waterloo will surrender and discontinue all litigation challenging the Sustainable Development Minister's appointment of the NEAC Appeals Board and contesting the decision of the NEAC and the DOE. Furthermore, Waterloo and the consortium will renounce any further efforts to build a cruise terminal in the Belize district. This brings down the curtain on the Ashcroft's consortium's attempt to involve itself in the cruise terminal sector, which while decisively advancing the goals of government's national cruise industry and national ports policy. Again, these concessions are not the offering of luck or chance. These concessions come from the muscular resistance government has displayed against the flood of consortium's litigation. And in this regard, I must acknowledge our legal team and advisors for their diligence in representing government and Belize. That team includes the Attorney General's Ministry, the Financial Secretary, along with the firms of Cave, Lachlan, Watson, LLP, Sullivan and Cromwell, LLP, Dorsey and Whitman, Hallmark Advisory, Marine Young and Company, LLP, and Essex Chambers, represented by Drs. Ben Jurotovich, KC, and Philippa Webb. The concessions in this settlement have been earned through the ferocity of our fight, not the generosity of our adversaries. And there is a final component to a comprehensive resolution with the consortium, one pertaining to the Radisson Fort George Hotel, and therefore the tourism sector. Last year, with the active encouragement of the Minister of Tourism, an overhaul of the property commenced, the first phase of which is slated for completion this month. Belize Hotels Limited, the hotel's owner and an Ashcroft Consortium affiliate, applied for a fiscal incentive concession to support the $57 million of fresh investments in the property. Cabinet, while viewing the investment favorably, had stayed the approval process given the various outstanding matters between government and the consortium. In response, BHL proceeded with the rebuilt but withdrew its commitment to construct a conference center. Well, it has now been agreed that a conference center will be constructed and BHL will benefit from a fiscal incentive, such incentive not being at all unusual for a tourism investment of this magnitude. Belize City will become more attractive for more conventions and meetings, while new construction jobs and permanent jobs will be created. The investor and Belize are better off. Madam Speaker, I have outlined the major pillars of this comprehensive proposed settlement that the government and the consortium have concluded. Along with the bill and copies of the awards, government has also provided members with copies of the 2 settlement deeds, which I will sign upon authorization from Parliament. Allow me to summarize what government has achieved by this bill. First and foremost, the Port of Belize will once again be owned by the people of Belize. Taken together, the acquisition of the port and the payment for the long-standing awards represent 36 cents for every dollar sought by the consortium. That is, government will pay the equivalent of $98.67 million when the consortium sought some $274 million. That is a 64% discount. Even better than Petrocarib. Government will pay 46% in US cash and 54% over 5 years with Belize dollar treasury notes. Second, all related claims and litigation ends with this settlement. Some $205 million of judgment awards liabilities are extinguished. And most critically, I highlight, the current profits generated by the port, some $12.7 million during the last business year. If sustained and increased, this can finance the entire settlement amount based on government's traditional borrowing terms. That is long-term, low interest. Adjustment to the business model, including long overdue tariff reform, will fund for the modernization plan. Today is also the time to make clear that the new management and board of the port must and will operate the facility mindful always of their primary obligations to the employees, to shareholders who are the citizenry, to customers, and to the community. The port will not be a sandbox for the play of party politics. We plan to nominate representatives of labor and the business sector to sit on the board, and the company is to operate as a pivotal public utility so that its profitability can sustain this acquisition. In fact, in the next budget, a revenue line will be added so that the port's responsibility to sustain the cost of the settlement can be clear. Cabinet anticipates that sensible improvements will commence shortly. These include the paving of the access road and container yards, the expansion of warehousing facilities, improvements to bulk storage and shipping facilities, deployment of additional container moving equipment, and upgrading of low berth and barge access. Port management and the board will, of course, prioritize urgent, fair, and reasonable resolutions to the outstanding worker issues without compromising efficiency. Today, once again, this administration demonstrates that results, not posturing, are our defining purpose. Hard work, not grandstanding, is our mantra. The previous UDP administration left us with a litany of troubles and traps. We have not blinked at the most formidable of these. This House and the nation will recall that last August, we resolved a claim for $91 million to pay for the companies and ship registry, which the UDP expropriated in 2013 without a penny of payment to the owners. That debt was paid off at 42 cents on the dollar, a 58% discount to the maximum damage claim. And prior to resolving the debt for the registries, we conquered the plague of the super bond at a discount of 45%, while securing tens of millions for marine conservation and elevating Belize's profile globally as a conservation icon. Last November, with the cooperation of our Venezuelan friends, we negotiated a 60% reduction to the Petro-Caribe debt stock. And government is only now coming to the close of a 3-year moratorium on negotiated on principal repayments for the ROC bilateral debt. The quagmire at the port of Belize and the tens of millions owed for these outstanding awards, with the attendant litigation, are explosive barrels, not cans, which the UDP chose to kick down the road rather than confront and resolve during their many years in office. Today, the port and award debts are being resolved in a transparent and fiscally responsible manner. I ask Belizeans to compare this negotiated acquisition of the port to the UDP's seizure of BTL. Belize ended up paying over $600 million for a utility company whose average profit over the last 5 years has been $8.2 million. The cost of the port is a quarter of the BTL price, 25% of what they paid, but the port's current profit is some 50% higher, even as the assets have been poorly managed and laden with debt. This historic win for the people of Belize is not necessarily a loss for the consortium. They are not known for slender returns nor philanthropy, and they acquired the facility by way of receivership as far as we know. But that's their business, literally. Cabinet and I, and this honorable House, shall concern ourselves with maximizing value for the Belizean people and protecting the national interests, which these statements resoundingly achieve. And so, I thank those involved in the settlement process on both sides, government and the consortium. My expectation is that all members of this House will support this bill. Once again, Madam Speaker, this People's United Party administration untangles another generational mess inherited from our predecessors. This then sets the stage for greater confidence, more inclusive and more dynamic development and growth for all Belizeans. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. I thank you.
Members, I'll ask for a short recess so that the staff can take away the equipment. This can be quick. I don't need to suspend anyone from galleries as long as everybody stays quiet. This will be very quick. Thank you. I do ask the cameras to be turned off. I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My goodness. I thought I was at a bad Broadway play. You say I love New York so much, or the United States, or I've never seen a bad play at the Bliss. That's why I said New York, because we have the best performers here in our country. But that was one of the worst performances that I have ever seen. And you know the irony of it, Madam Speaker, this member from Orange Walk Central, Honorable Prime Minister, always comes into this house and makes these aspersions about who is rapping for their supper. Will you perform for your supper right now? A terrible performance. Not Oscar worthy at all. I don't know to clap, to boo, or to walk out, but I had to stay and listen to the manure that you were spewing. Madam Speaker, this government is not settling this matter because they love the stevedores. I don't believe so. I was there 6 months ago when I brought questions to ministers, to that member from Toledo West, to plead with him to enforce the tribunal's decision, their labor constituted tribunal, to resolve the labor dispute with PBL and the stevedores. I didn't get to ask my question. He dodged. They had meetings, did nothing. So when the Prime Minister wants to talk about the Barrow administration, the former UDP administration, and not doing anything, they did nothing for the last 3 years to resolve this matter with the stevedores and the PBL. The only reason, after I said 6 months ago that they should acquire the port. That's right, I have it, make we bet. The member, you know like, but listen, you don't like bet, keep your bet. Because you may bet the last time we were in at the house that I may do something, or that Julius lose, you may bet for me. All right. Sorry about that, Madam Speaker. Let me get back on track. But, Madam Speaker, 6 months ago, it's on the national television. I got all of the media postings. I said in a press briefing, a opposition press briefing, that it was such a mess. The Minister of Labour, the Prime Minister, they refused to deal with this matter. Might as well they acquire the port. So I have no difficulty with the acquisition. It is in keeping, it is consistent with the UDP administration in making sure that we have ownership, that the Belizean people have ownership of their assets. That is the UDP way. So when the Prime Minister comes in here, he sounds like, a fake Dean Barrow, like you the posture. That me got a Disney deal or you got a Disney deal? Huh? Madam Speaker, this is nothing more than the preservation of the corrupt Portico deal pension plan for the boys. That is what this is. Because the gentleman that they're up against, the consortium, sir, that is the proper pronouncement, consortium. The consortium that the Prime Minister and his government is up against is no joke. And you have given the consortium $300 million in the last 3 years, and a me you say, come on. I had a loo, I don't know Waterloo, I had a loo. But Madam Speaker, again, the reason for this acquisition It's not because the Prime Minister and his government care so much about the stevedores. It is not because they care about the people on the south side, because they've never come into this house with an appropriation or any type of recommendation to spend $200 million on the poor people that the member from Leka used to cry about when he was in opposition. They have never done it, Madam Speaker. The Crown Council still wait for their 17% salary adjustments. The medical professionals are still waiting for a CAT scan. The CAT scan come yet, member from Orange Walk? It come? It finally reach? Because you said that for 3 years. Madam Speaker, this is nothing more than the preservation of the corrupt Portico agreement so that those proprietors can have what it is that they want, Madam Speaker. The Belizean people are not fooled by this. Madam Speaker, you know, we have to give it perspective. We really have to give it context. How did we even get here? How did we get here? Who sold the port to private enterprise? The People's United Party. So not try to play like no nationalists. The UNO sell BTL. The reason we're doing these arbitration settlements is because of the member. I know, you know, Pops deal with Lee Health, so I don't want to go too hard on the man. Give him my best. We eat at the same restaurant that D&D, and I have love and respect for him. So please don't take it personal. I pray for him and wish him the best. But it was Said Musa, the former Prime Minister, that did these secret deals. One thing I have to give some type of credit, little bit of credit, I can't hype you up too much. At least you bring the accommodation agreement to the House, and you're doing it in the light, unlike the former Prime Minister, Said Musa, Madam Speaker. But it was this People's United Government that gave our national assets wholesale to private enterprise. And before I go into what actually happened with these arbitration, because there are two separate things here, Madam Speaker, we really need to understand what the People's United Party has done to this country over the history of them being in government, Madam Speaker. And so I pay keen attention to what the Prime Minister was saying just now, as painful as it is in his grand performance for his puppet master. And you have to listen to a very, very, very operative word or sentence that was used, which is the new management. Who are the new management? I support the acquisition. The opposition supports the acquisition. But we do not support any privatized management of the port. We will not go backwards. Our Belizean public officers are competent and qualified, and they can manage that port. This will not be another play, another pension plan for the boys, with your cronies in private enterprise taking it over. So let them buy the port. Let them do the purchase. Let them do the acquisition. You will not use the Belizean people's money to acquire the port and then turn it over to private enterprise. The opposition does not support that, Madam Speaker. So I just want to make that abundantly clear, because there are other examples of private enterprises managing our assets to the complete disadvantage of the taxpayers, Madam Speaker. And if we just came out of a situation in receivership It went to receivership because of bad management in the private sector. It should have never gone to the private sector. There is no way that you could convince the stakeholders, the opposition, the senators in the church, in the NGO, in the unions, Madam Speaker, that we are to now spend $200 million only to turn this over to a private enterprise. Well, then let them pay the $200 million. But, Madam Speaker, so I just want to put that on the record. You know, and one of the other issues that we have, Madam Speaker, is this is a government that purports to be everything that the UDP wasn't. Complete lie, complete scam, because they turn out to be everything that we weren't for the worst government ever, Madam Speaker. No transparency, no open government, no consultation, Madam Speaker. How in heaven's name such a historic decision, such a historic undertaking that, according to the Prime Minister's words, he's doing because he loved the stevedores so much and he's such a nationalist. All of a sudden, when the UDP was nationalizing BTL and nationalizing our electricity companies, they were all opposed. But now they have seen the light of the UDP as they have done in infrastructure and they have done in everything else, Madam Speaker. But now, all of a sudden, Madam Speaker, they are nationalists and they want to nationalize these assets, Madam Speaker. But we really have to scrutinize. We really have to scrutinize and ask, why is it that such a noble undertaking that, again, I went on record saying that with all of the troubles, all of the difficulties that were happening at the port, we need to acquire the port. The port should not be in receivership for 21 years. Why wouldn't the Honorable Prime Minister share the information with the opposition, Madam Speaker? Why not? We could have gotten this information weeks ago when you knew that the deal was struck and you were ready to bring it to the National Assembly. That is not open government. That is not transparency, Madam Speaker. To give us the information the morning of and then try to pass it through in all its stages the same day, Madam Speaker. That is bad governance, Madam Speaker. That is no respect, not just for the opposition, but the Belizean people. If you do it fair, allow them the benefit of all the details, all the information. Share it, put it out. What do you have to hide if this is such a great thing? And again, we discussed the matter. I discussed the matter with my colleagues, and you know, the member from college said, yes, you know, in principle, but the devil is in the details. And to just give us the details on the morning of, Madam Speaker, it is a disservice to something that maybe we could embrace wholeheartedly, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, another issue that we have, right deal, wrong time. Right deal, wrong time. You know why, Madam Speaker? People in this country are suffering, are punishing the highest cost of living ever. Huh? Life hard out here. And the Prime Minister is so aloof, so tone deaf, so disconnected, he hasn't a clue. The same people that he says he cares about, and that's why he's spending $200 million. He hasn't even spent a quarter of that. You know, I know that there was a big thing with the CEOs the other day. I don't agree with any allowance to the CEOs, and they don't agree with it either. So we agree. I have nothing against the CEOs, and I would just like to thank all of the hardworking CEOs, and in particular the CEO in the office of the Prime Minister, who has been a professional, regardless of the past, regardless of my vehement disagreement with their policies. The CEO in the office of the Prime Minister has been a consummate professional in making sure that the things that the Mesopotamia people are due, they get. But I have to say, at least $60,000 were you to give for Christmas cheer. It used to be 80, I think I may start at 80 or 100, and then you're gone down to 60. Then you will come into this honorable house to give corporate interest $200 million. Yeah, that's a great Christmas gift for the corporate interest. But what about the Belizean people, Madam Speaker? So again, right deal. I hear everything about 31 cents on the dollar, and it was going to be 500 million, and yes, you get it for 200, and we can't continue to kick the proverbial can down the road to my daughter and to our children. I get all of that, Madam Speaker. But that is disingenuous on their part. They don't really care about the people. Because if you cared about the people, they might come in with only 150,000 to give to the people, because you know they give to me. I don't know about the member from Kayo North, because he does not file his Integrity Commission submissions. No. I file mine. I will take them to court if they show. I file all mine. My name is not there. Jules Vasquez may have mentioned that. I file mine. But the member from Kayo North still no file for he one. So that money does not go to me, Madam Speaker. That money I don't, thank God. That's why I'm going to be a great Prime Minister, because I'm not going to be working for any special interest. I'm going to be working to transform this country, Madam Speaker. But all I'm saying is, imagine 200 million in one day for private interests, Madam Speaker. 200 million for special interests in one day, and only 60,000. The ham has gone up exponentially. The turkey has gone up exponentially. But the contributions by this Prime Minister, who claims he loves those stevedores so much, has decreased, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I want to go to how we got here with the arbitration awards. And we have to go back to the honorable members from Fort George and Caribbean shores, from their patriarch, Right Honorable Prime Minister Musa, who guaranteed another pension plan. So when we are talking about pension plans for the boys, the honorable member from College, they get a PhD in education, then got PhD in corruption, PhD in cronyism, PhD in making sure that the boys are well taken care of. I don't know if they've evolved to be gender neutral, but they are for them, and they make sure that they set it up, Madam Speaker. So what the former Prime Minister did is he had some friends. They want to build hospital. It used to be UHS, now it's healthcare. Secretly, the Prime Minister guaranteed $34 million for a hospital. Not him personally. The government guaranteed $34 million for a hospital that the people of Belize still do not own, Madam Speaker. And I want to go to, these are the types of things that they were doing. The BTL secret accommodation that the member from Freetown, he was the Attorney General, he signed when Said Musa was Prime Minister. What were you then, Honorable Member from Orange Walk Central? You never deputy, you know, Deputy Prime Minister, boy. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's really time for you to go, PM. Man, I see you on the news and I cringe when I see the things that you say. But Madam Speaker, so they are experts in creating pension plans for the boys. So that's how we came to these arbitrary awards, Madam Speaker. Nothing to do with the UDP. These are PP monsters. PUP creatures, Madam Speaker, that the Right Honorable Dean Barrow refused to pay because it was so mired in corruption and the stench of evils that he resisted. And they could say what they want. But again, Prime Minister Musa surrendered our jurisdiction, our judicial jurisdiction, to a London court. This was part of the secret agreement that did not come to this honorable house, Madam Speaker. So one thing, at least when Johnny the fool, at least when the Prime Minister is doing fool, I withdraw that, Madam Speaker. At least when the Prime Minister is doing fool, he brings it to the house for all of us to see. But Madam Speaker, I just want to remind the Belizean people how we got here. Context is important. So when the Honorable Prime Minister gets up there from his teleprompter and tries to pretend to be this nationalist, this socialist, this person that is so compassionate and cares about the stevedores and the people on the south side and the laborers, let me tell you what he and his government are all about. This is from the CCJ President, Justice Saunders. This is what he had to say about one of those arbitrary awards. Prime ministerial governance, a paucity of checks and balances to restrain an overweening executive. These are the malignant tumors that eat away at our democracy. No court can afford to encourage the spread of such cancer. Huh? That your Prime Minister I'm going to talk about when you were Deputy Prime Minister, Justice Saunders went on to say, in our judgment, implementation of the provisions of the deed without legislative approval and without the intention on the part of its makers to seek such approval is indeed repugnant to the established legal order of Belize. That is what the CCJ, that is the apex court in this country. That is what the CCJ President, Justice Saunders, had to say about these arbitrary awards. Again, formed and molded by the People's United Party, led by Prime Minister Said Musa and the Deputy Prime Minister at the time, member from Orange Walk Central, Madam Speaker. That is how we got here. That is how we got here. Nothing to do with the UDP. And I don't blame Prime Minister Barrow for rejecting those arbitrations in a London court when the CCJ is telling you that this is a result of the malignant tumors that were governing the country at the time, Madam Speaker. That is how we got here, Madam Speaker. We got here because of the PUP. They put us in this mess. They refuse to fix this mess. And the only reason, Madam Speaker, the only reason that they have come up with this solution is to save the Portico corrupt agreement. That is the only reason, because the consortium has them cornered. And if they would have treated the consortium again, I am leader for all. I will be a prime minister for everyone, Madam Speaker. I will not take any sides. And it is shameful that the prime minister abandoned his initial position, which was that, you know what, he is not getting into the port wars. When he got elected, he said, I had to stay out of that. Everyone will get what they're supposed to get, and may the best corporation win. But again, we are here because of terrible leadership, Madam Speaker. We are here because of compromise, Madam Speaker. Rather than treat the business people fairly, rather than treat the investors in this country fairly, Madam Speaker, the odds were stacked against the person that they're settling right now, the consortium that they're settling with right now, Madam Speaker. So they're not doing this. They're not doing this. They're not doing this because of any goodwill, because of any nationalism, because they care so much about the people. They're doing this because they put themselves in a terrible position. The same Geratowicz that you said helped put this deal together is the same one that told you the protocol agreement was corrupt. And I do hope that you will have the humility and you will demonstrate the optimum leadership that we expect from our Prime Minister and make your way to that Senate inquiry, sir, because you are not above the rule of law, Madam Speaker. But that is how we got here. So, Madam Speaker, as I close, again, I recommended the acquisition of the ports 6 months ago. It is on record. It is on record. Make we bet. If we no bad, bet. And the only reason they are doing it now, I don't know if they're close to elections and they're afraid their bag won't come out and they are really in jeopardy because they'll do bad all over. Even Orange Walk. I didn't think I would win Orange Walk. Orange Walk is going red. Of course, my team and I, that I is a we, it is interchangeable. I did not think that we would win Orange Walk, but the UDP is going to win Orange Walk. Come on. Come on. When you were there in 2012, you had excuses. You used to say, oh, that was red government. You have no excuse now. Anyway, Madam Speaker, I won't sidetrack. Madam Speaker. But again, the people of Belize need to understand what this is all about. So while I agree, the opposition agrees that owning our national assets is paramount. And I quote the former Prime Minister, Dean Barrow, who said there was no price too much to pay to own our assets. So I'm not going to be inconsistent with that UDP position. However, we do have concerns, as I expressed, that no way we will take to the streets, we will protest if you try to privatize the management of the port. That will be a problem, Madam Speaker. I'm putting it on record that it belongs to the people of Belize. Our public officers are competent. Let them manage it so we don't find ourselves in another quagmire, Madam Speaker. But there are no good intentions with this government, and they're only doing this because they have to, not because they want to, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Lake Independence.
Sano, Madam Speaker, I said before that these guys are hell-bent on rewriting history. For the record, I did support the nationalization of BTL, wholeheartedly so. I did not support the farmer first son taking it over. The farmer first son. All of a sudden, the member for Mesopotamia, huh? No, not really. All of a sudden, the member for Mesopotamia wants the public officers to take over companies. But there was no such epiphany when the UDP took over BTL. He saw nothing, said nothing, did nothing, as his brother laughed all the way to the bank. Over 100 million for fiber optics in 2 years after he gone. I know you have the records, sir. I know you have the records. He said he called for the acquisition of the port 6 months ago. I'm not sure. I didn't hear him. I didn't read it. But he said nothing whilst the UDP were in power for those 13 years. Right? You were close enough to cabinet. They gave the stevedores nothing. Not even $1. In fact, they sent in police officers to shoot up the stevedores with rubber bullets. You just have to check with Raymond Rivers and see, where was he? You just have to check with Rivers and he can tell you that he's still living with the effects of being shot up with rubber bullets. He said he's complaining that we're paying $200 million for the port. But he said nothing when the former government, in the person of his father, paid $600 million for BTL. They paid $600 million for a company that was said to value maybe $100 million. $600 million, right? But they said nothing. They said nothing. You have to be consistent, member. You see, it's easy to have a lot of chats in opposition, to have all the answers in opposition. But when you're in government, you don't have no answers. You don't have no courage. Nobody stands up to the big bad leader and say, you know what, you're going the wrong way. You know what, you're doing wrong. So that's the member from Calais and that's the member from Albert. They were there. You could not say anything to Mr. Barrow. So he did all the craziness in all the world and tried to make it sound as if though he was doing us a favor when he went to a hotel room in Miami and agreed to pay $600 million for a company that was struggling, a company whose better days were behind it. But man say he saved Belize, no? I don't know who he saved it for. Multi-millionaires. Madam Speaker, with your permission. 6 months ago, in the middle of one of those, no, this is a public record. 6 months ago, it was probably May, in the middle of one of those nasty, bitter confrontations between the stevedores and the principals from the Port of Belize Limited, I said to the nation that we had no choice. I said this man was treating the stevedores like mere chattels and that no self-respecting government can countenance that. Because how we treat the stevedores, how we allow them to be treated, is a reflection on what we think of ourselves and who we are and how we want to be treated on the global stage in this free trade era. Our government responded with a certain dignity and a certain poise and a certain transparency and a certain focus and a certain class in the face of a barrage of political and personal assaults. You know, I hate very much for Mr. Ashcroft to get another cent. It's very painful for me because I'm very, very uncomfortable with that. Because I contend that the man has gotten far too much from this government and the people over the last 30 plus years. And he got far more under the last government than any other government in the history of governments. But that's not the point. The point is that if we acquire the port, then we have to pay for it. You have to pay for it. If you take something from somebody, you have to pay for it. The question is, how much will you pay? We could have done it the UDP way, but we didn't. Because then only the lawyers will make money. We could have gone, and the record is there, member for Caribbean Shows, you've articulated ours so well over the years, just how many millions the lawyers made off a phony confrontation. They will always make money, no? That's a hell of a profession. Huh? Boy, remember what they try to. You see, we could have gone to a shady hotel room in Miami and had the Prime Minister on one side and Mr. Ashcroft with his battery of world best attorneys and accountants in his back pocket on the other side. We could have gone with our ego, but we didn't. We could have gone with personal profit, but we didn't. Instead, we employed our one battery of world best and homegrown accountants and attorneys, and we worked out what we consider to be the best deal we could have gotten for the people of Belize. What's that? There were locals on the negotiating team, sir. There were locals on the negotiating team. We put national over personal. And now I think we've rid ourselves once and for all of public enemy number one. At no, but you could bank there if you want. You don't have to bank there. At no additional cost, to the public purse, this thing is revenue neutral. This thing can pay for itself. Let me explain. You paid $600 million for BTL. $600 million, you know, grossly overpaid because it was valued, let's say, valued $300 million. But the record say value over 100. You pay $600 million. Because I think people now wrap their mind around their figures. Like, people get excited about $600 and people get excited about thousands of dollars. But I think it's kind of hard to wrap your mind around $600 million. You know how many things we could have done with that? You know how many things we could have done with that? But we gave Ashcraft. We didn't stop. We just continued to give him. And we came here, wrapped it up as if though it was a gift to the Belizean people. BTL, but it wasn't a gift, it was a bomb. Because BTL, over the last 5 years, only made profits of $8 million. $8 million per year, you know. We will be dead and gone. And BTL now pay back the $600 million. On the other hand, we bought a company for half of what the principals wanted. They wanted 164 million US. We are paying 83 million US. 50 cents on the dollar. Half of what he wanted. We are getting the company debt-free. Debt-free. How much the port make work? $220 million. We are not going to have that baggage going forward. We get 600 acres of prime property from sea to highway, from highway to sea, right? For $200 million. At a quarter of what we paid for BTL. But what's more is that this thing is making money. That's a rundown company. They make $13 million a year over the last 5 years. 50% more than BTL, where we pay $600 million they make, right? That same company there, where they want veritable graveyard. They're almost like an abandoned tongue when you go to the port, you know. In broken down streets, broken down buildings, broken down equipment, one dustbin for your compound. And they're making money. They're making money. And if we manage it properly, it will continue to make money and pay for itself. And that's the key. The thing must be managed properly. It cannot be another party political Tarkus face. It has to be far removed from the arms of politics. It has to be professionally run. It has to be run under the watchful eye of labor. It has to be run under the watchful eye of business. But it cannot be run by nobody's son and nobody's daughter and nobody's brother and sister. Man, this thing should never again fall in the hands private individuals. This has to be our Pemex. This has to be nationalized forever. Because this is not the BTL the UDP bought, you know. This made a lot of money. Money is here to be made. This thing can pay for itself. And so we have to make sure that it does. Madam Speaker, this right here is the correcting of an original sin. The original sin is the selling of the company. But the UDP had 13 long years to do something. 13 long years to do something, and you did nothing. You did nothing for the stevedores. You left them for dead. You gave them not a dollar. As I said before, in fact, you sent in the police with rubber bullets. That's how much you cared for the stevedores. Madam Speaker, this right here, what we are doing is what we call service with a heart. To serve with love. This is a restoration of city pride. This is a restoration of labor pride. This is a restoration of Southside pride. This is a restoring of our dignity. This is about correcting an original sin. It's about getting it right. No more problems for the stevedores, Madam Speaker. No more fighting with the stevedores. The man then finally want to get $400,000 with the Ashcroft litigation with the black. The man then finally want to get them $400,000 and they want to get it before Christmas too. Because this is an opportunity for us to do right by the stevedores. I'm telling you something about the stevedores. For their ancestors, for their forebears, they're the backbone of the original PUP, you know. They're the backbone of the George Price PUP, right, Fuller? The backbone of the George Price PUP. When the ordinary man and woman mattered most. We can never, ever, but Fuller could tell the truth. We can never, ever let another foreigner treat us like this again. First time, the shame upon them. Second time, the shame upon we. This is a valuable lesson for present and future governments. You can't make people treat you like that. You can't make people run you in the dung. You can't make people abuse you, tell you what they want, do what they want, whenever they want. You have to be able to stand up. You have to be able to say enough is enough. You can invest your money, you know, but you can't own us. You can't treat us like chattels. You cannot abuse our people. You have to be for our people. You can make your profits. You can invest in our people. But you cannot be allowed to do what this man did to our people for the last 30 years. And it's not just one government to be blamed for that. Successive governments danced with him, thought they could outsmart him, they could sleep with him. You can't sleep with him, because he's the devil, G. He don't care about this country. He don't care about free people. So don't make him trick you. You have to understand that. Right? You have to understand that. Right? But when you're in a position, he dangle things in front of you. And he make you dance and rap and talk and sing and do a lot of things. Right? Promises. So all of a sudden, the same party where supposed to support the stevedores, by all indications look like the stevedores. All of a sudden they support Waterloo, and then they support the principal of Waterloo, and then they support the man there where this man they trample. Right? And then they tell no lie, you know the truth. You know the truth. Man, you stand up when it's convenient, man. You don't stand up consistently, man. For 13 years, you could have stand up. All you could have stand up and solve this problem for then, but you don't do nothing. Man, this man held we hostage, you know. This man refused to invest, refused to modernize the port. If we not extend, give him a lengthy extension plan for his license. This man refused to invest, refused to modernize the port. If we not increase tariffs, he refused to invest and modernize the port. If we not give him a license for a cruise port, he always said You always a dangle thing in front of you, always a chance, yo. Right? Always. You have to pay for the thing, brother. That's what history teach we. You could pay, you could go and negotiate and work out something that is to the best interest of the people, or you could pretend as if though you're the fight with her and stretch out the litigation. Not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years, 4, 5, 6 years. Your family liars, they dance and laugh all the way to the bank, and then you tell them I forget the man 600 million sounding for sounding with value $100 million. That's not smart to me. That's anti-Belize to me, if you ask me. Fool. A word when the elders were use it true. Man, all the while this man, the cream, the asset, the rundown, the deteriorate, representing a real threat to our lifeblood, our country, our economy. God forbid, brother, if that asset may collapse and fall apart, what may happen to it? God forbid. Like, can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Our government decided that we are going to do something for the stevedores. Now, how much we decided to give? $1.5 million we set aside for the stevedores. And this man gonna quote for black, the stevedores get a 1.5. Your employees, you know. They don't know money out of your pocket. All this time, nobody don't know how much money you make at the port, you know. You don't know, because the thing stay in a receivership forever. You would have think that when you start make money, you come out of receivership, right? Stay in a receivership forever. Man, they laugh all the way to the bank the whole while. But he in a all-out war with the stevedores. He expressed absolute disdain and hatred for the people never look like we, for the people never we represent. Something wrong with that, man. So we had no choice, Madam Speaker. We're acting in the national interest. But this government has not been afraid to be bold, has not been afraid to make the tough decisions. We took on the dreaded super bond and innovated with the blue bond. We took back our bolido from the farmer first son. But and now we're taking back the port. But before I leave, Madam Speaker, I have only word of advice to the former Prime Minister, because they're always up on TV, they represent all kinds of interests, you know. So he represent Brads. Can you imagine that? The wicked irony there? He represent Brads. After he facilitate Brads, he'll laugh all the way to the bank, he represent Brads. But only word of advice, right? Because this past Sunday we had a drawing, and the thing gross $340,000. One Sunday, you know. One Sunday. Now, Brad's had this thing for 13 years. You know how many Sundays take place in a 13 years? 676 Sundays, you know. You times that by 340,000, that you $229 million. Brad's gross. Only past Sundays. Not only Brad's. Brad's and his partners, silent and otherwise. Right? $229 million gross only past Sundays. I don't want to talk to we and have an issue with we to acquire a profitable port for $200 million. Right? So, boy, this is the point we have to make. This is the point we have to make though. We don't have chat when you're in our opposition, but for 13 years, we don't sit down right there and facilitate Brads and whoever else. 13 years, don't look at that if you say. I call this house over and real up more Brads, you know. Over. They man pay us like they're not here, they don't say. The man they act like they can't talk. Anybody could talk, you know, brother. We don't hear. Remember for calling earlier, just say go off, just say flow, because it's been a way so long, right? And he just say go off. But when the Brads think they go down, man, they don't say nothing. Not say nothing. Happy. All is well. You dig? Then they want, they take me from Papa Show though. The opposition, they take me from Papa Show.
60,000 when we may get 25,000.
Man. You understand? Right? Man. So Brads, So 340,000 per Sunday. And Brad's and his partners benefit from 676 Sundays. $229 million, you know. Then, you're not even a talk, but the next 3,300 other days when they had drawings, you know. Because it only on Sunday, but you don't play. You play from Monday to Friday. But if you don't think that the wrong, you could check on yourself. You understand? All I said to the former Prime Minister, man, chill yourself, man. Chill yourself. When you don't win, when you don't reach, chill yourself. Madam Speaker, I have to support this acquisition. Thank you very much.
Member for Collette, just give me a quick second. I'm going to ask members of the gallery, I'm going to remind you, particularly those visitors on the right of me, I have signaled you, I have watched you a couple of times. All I ask is that we respect the standing order. It's difficult enough when the cross banter happens in the main chamber. It's very difficult for me when I'm hearing other commentary. So I'm going to ask you to do what the left side of the gallery has been doing. You clap, that's fine, but stay silent. If you're not silent, I'm going to ask you to leave the premises. That's all I ask. Thank you. Member for Collette, I recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will come to my friend, the member from Lekai, afterwards, because the amount of things that he said, man. But I want to begin, Madam Speaker, by painting the real picture of what the People's United Party, you see, this is the party who crafted all of these deals to sell out the assets of this country. We must never let people forget. I want to begin with BTL. It was Manuel Esquivel, Sir Manuel Esquivel, God rest him, God bless him in his resting stage. You know, he must be listening up there somewhere today. But it was Manuel Esquivel in the UDP administration that first included private investment in the telecommunication industry. All will remember that, or if you never know, you know now. But you know what Manuel Esquivel did, Madam Speaker? Manuel Esquivel and the UDP administration ensured that there was a thing called the golden share. And the golden share, Madam Speaker, allowed for the government to always maintain control of the company. That's a fact. And you know, Madam Speaker, that there were overtures, there were, in fact, strong pushes on the part of the same Lord Ashcroft to, at the time, in fact, if you know the history, the relationship between Sir Manuel Esquivel as Prime Minister and Lord Ashcroft was very antagonistic. And it would have been over Manuel Esquivel's dead body that he would have given up any control of BTL at that time to Ashcroft, or if to any foreign entity for that matter, because as far as he was concerned, and the UDP was concerned at the time, we needed the foreign investment to develop the technologies of BTL at the time, but that it should remain in the hands of the Belizean people. You know when the thing got wrong, Madam Speaker? When the People's United Party came to power, and immediately they reversed this whole thing with the golden share, and they sold Lord Michael Ashcroft the shares in BTL. Follow me, Madam Speaker, because this is the problem. These people, and I'm very, very, you know, I don't have the kind of appreciation, like I use nice words, for my friend from Lekai that I will have for the others who were not here. But he was here much longer than me. Because they had 20 years, but I think he may have 5 years before me. He sit out one term, so we got more or less the same number of terms. But he there from, if I'm not mistaken, 1998. When that happened, It was, you were right, leader of the opposition. There was a cozy arrangement. There was a cozy arrangement to try to get the company, and I don't want to get into all the details, we could come on there forever, but there was a cozy arrangement to get the company from him because, again, of one of the retirement deals for the boys. Then gone and they make this man when they Jeffrey Prosser. You remember him? You remember Jeffrey Prosser? You allowed him to promise the nation of Belize that they want to buy out Southern Ghana and they take the company from Ashcroft. And they give it to Jeffrey. Well, Jeffrey, I mean, a fraud. Jeffrey was a fake. And then they were left with BTL. They were left with BTL now on their backs. You remember a member from Lekai? This is what you should have spoken about just now. How we get to where we are now. They never hear me. But around that time, it would probably be Florencio Senior, the parent of... Not yet, I don't think so, not yet. BTL landed in the hands of the government again when Prosser said, well, we don't want it. Prosser paid them, with a promissory note. No real money. He was a fraud. And then, in order to get the monkey off their backs, they turned once again to Lord Michael Ashcroft. You see, they had to play it now like, oh boy, this, we were doing this for Belize. Well, your history, the ghost of Christmas past, since we are in Christmas, is what will haunt you and haunt you forever, and will say to the Belizean people, never trust any deals that the People's United Party makes with Michael Ashcroft. It is bad for Belize. This is how, in order to get Ashcroft to take back BTL, take the monkey off your back, that your Attorney General, who is the member from Freetown, was a member from Freetown at the time, colluded when they talk about shady hotel room deals. The whole cabinet never know. The member from Lekai who was in the cabinet went on the record to say he didn't know. Your now current Prime Minister, who was the Deputy Prime Minister of the country, did not know when to talk about secret deal. Why watch that? They signed that secret accommodation agreement with Ashcroft. They told him, if you take back the company, if you take the monkey off our back because we are saddled with it, if you take it back, then this is where we are going. I think that 15 million, I don't remember what tax and all kind of thing they promised. I don't remember what all mean at the accommodation agreement. They would give them, they would pay them, you're correct. Remember all of this? You remember all of this? Or for the sake of the younger people listening at home, this is what happened. This is the history of Michael Ashcroft and Belize. You signed that secret accommodation agreement. Nobody knew, even in the cabinet. And bam, lo and behold, when the UDP took over, the Lord came and said, but hey man, how no one do XYZ this? We never make the profit this year. We never make the money we're supposed to make. And see, I have an agreement here signed by Said Musa and the Attorney General at the time, who is now still the member for Freetown. And then anybody got golf to get up here like they not do this country nothing. The member from Lekai, the member from Orange Walk Central, all of them went on the record one by one to say, I didn't know anything. Then he had a talk. The member from Lekai just got up and said that I sit down here and not talk. He didn't even know. Did not know. That's the truth about the creature that you are dealing with called Michael Ashcroft, and that's the creature that you are dealing with called the People's United Party. And while some of the faces on that side may have changed, Madam Speaker, blue is blue. Old PUP and new PUP, that is same PUP. Anyway, I want you to understand, Madam Speaker, that it is that same accommodation agreement that landed us into the problems of litigation. In fact, in that accommodation agreement, as you heard my friend from Mesopotamia say, it was in that Musa said, listen, we never gonna give for we courts jurisdiction to deal with this. You could have this arbitrated outside. And it hung on the neck of the Belizean people like an albatross. That is the truth. And it was the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Dean Barrow, you could say what you want. But the truth of the matter is that yes, those matters, when they go to court, you know what Dean Barrow said? I am not going to pay. And nobody can force you to pay. You heard the Prime Minister say in his presentation that in fact, the central bank monies are safe. We know from your boasting that you were able to renegotiate the super bond, which you tried to behave now like that was some inheritance from the UDP administration. We don't need to stop, you know, because the Belizean people know that this is something that you all generated. The People's United Party is responsible for the super bond, the biggest burden this country had. And amazing that like when you solve the problems, when you create and settle the nation with these huge problems, then boy, give me a pat on the back. Look how I did that. I pulled that off, please. This PUP administration, I feel like I used to say they got more nerves than 32 bad teeth. Sick. That is one of the settlements that we are settling. That is one. But we are not here to talk about BTL, but it is the same creature that we are dealing with. We are here to talk about the port. But before I go into detail with the port, I can tell you what else they sell. Because they selling rampage. They sell the airport. They sell BTL. They sell BEL. They sell WASA, BWSL. Everything they sell, you know. Everything. Just to remind the Belizean people, so they come now, boy, acquired back to the hands of the Belizean people. Sirs, you and madams, you were the ones who first sold off these things. Mr. Esquivel, in fairness, as I said, sold BTL, the first privatization that I think happened. But the controlling interest was held for the Belizean people with that golden share. They sell all of their things. So, one of the things that they sold eventually was also, Madam Speaker, the port of Belize. Let's get into that. The port was in shambles. Containers couldn't come in because the port was very shallow. So they sold the nation a dream. They said we have to dredge the port. They spent $40 million, somewhere wrong there, to dredge the port alone, you know, Madam Speaker. This crew is sick. They give some company one contract, and they gone and they dig up all the spoils out of the thing, and they dump it. The people at Port Leola, and they get sick, all kind of things from the mud and the stench. What made it happen? I know exactly the south side, man. Gilroy could tell you what to remember for Port Loyola. Remember? $40 million they pay for dredge the port, saying that, you know what? The port will be wonderful now. The ships will be able to come in. This has nothing to do with cruise tourism at the time, you know. You don't think about that yet, because for all that we knew, they were locked into Finstein's the only port that existed at the time, the tourist village, 4th Street, thank you. They were locked into that. And remember, they said they had an exclusive with 4th Street, and all the cruise ships that came in had to come there and charge a head tax. Well, later on we understood that what they call exclusive, they're not exclusive, but that's beside the point. At this point, when they dredged the port for $40 million, they were saying, this will be a great thing now. The ships will be able to come in, the guys will be able to offload the containers better, the sugar will be able to pump quicker, all kind of dreams and sell the Belizean people. Bam! Carnival came. And then the whole dream about cruise tourism and getting a cruise port right up front where you don't have to ferry the, what are the official term when they use? They use tender, thank you. You don't have to tender the passengers back and forth. And then one man come here, one lead man from Carnival, I mean, out there gone the day. Then they try to broke the champagne on the boat, and the champagne refused to, you know who I remember for Pickstock? You were there, I was there. The lead man couldn't say a spot, the man said spot. Every time he talk about Luke, a spot, Luke, spot. And I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I don't mean to be rude, but it's factual. And the dream was sold. The dream was sold. But, sorry, I jumped the gun, I'll leave it, because this was, Luke got the port. They sold Luke the port, the brand new port where they spent $40 million to judge. Do you know how much Luke paid for the port? $40 million. This is for the land, this is for the pier, this is for the machinery, this is for everything. The brand new dredging, you know hear what they say? The dredging cost $40 million, and they sell Luke the port. And somebody might correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm wrong, I know they have by too much. And they upward they don't 38, but in fact, that would make it worse. It would be less than.
Sorry for the interruption.
Less than.
Sorry for the interruption, member. It's very difficult for me to hear from members who I'm supposed to be listening to. Mr. August, the gentleman in the red shirt, I have asked you. You have not complied. It's Standing Order 87-4 that you must preserve silence. I'm going to ask the police to kindly escort you out for the remainder of the meeting. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. $38 million. Thank you, Mr. August, for that figure. $38 million was what Luke paid for the port of Belize. Now, when Luke sided with Carnival, there was supposed to be a brand new cruise port to be built there for the $50 million US is what the man from Carnival came when they come to try to break the champagne on the boat. You remember member for Port Loyola? And didn't work. The champagne didn't want to break, but the deal also didn't get off the ground. I think that when the champagne made it broke was 2004, 2005, somewhere around there. And then by 2007, you had Mr. Espat suing the government of Belize for breaching the things that they promised. You see, Madam Speaker, what had happened is when it was convenient for the People's United Party government, what they did was they told Espat and they told Carnival, no worry, come and invest the money, we'll give XYZ, a lot of things, end up to sue them for afterwards in 2007 when he took them to court. But then, simultaneously, this is the real deal with the PUP, and I want you to listen, Madam Speaker. Then there was this man, Mr. Finstein, who decided he was going to build a port at Stake Bank. And if you know anything about Mr. Finstein, I think he got up on TV and proudly said, so he don't want PUP. He not PUP. Look the PUP. And so now, the greed of the People's United Party and Said Musa saw them start to switch alliance. That kind of like where we're there today, but I'll get to that. That kind of like right where we're there today. They started switching alliance and they started to tell Finstein, don't worry, we have your back. We'll be building the cruise port at Stake Bank. And so Luke could not make his commitment to the bank. He had gone to Belize Bank and he gonna borrow some money for pretty up the thing, to make sure that Carnival would buy in, and then he could not. In fact, the money, the 38 million where he paid the government of Belize from, was borrowed from the Belize Bank. Then the man could not pay back the money. Enter the hawk. Enter the hawk. You borrow the money from Lord Ashcroft Bank. And so the man wanted his money back. So the port ended up in receivership. And receivership, from my understanding, means you take it over, you appoint one receiver for go in there and make sure the debts are paid, and then what you try to do is sell it. But the Lord didn't try to sell it. He kept it and ran it like it was his own fiefdom. And then conceived the notion that he would build a port there. I go to the abridged version of the story. He would build a port there. This is how Waterloo was conceived. And the member from Lake Independence is terribly correct. He was terribly correct to say that he refused to do anything to develop the commercial port, the port that brings in the containers with the goods for the Belizean people. He refused. He said, we will not touch that unless we are able to get a cruise port to go alongside it. And in fact, I remember when my friend and colleague here, the honorable member from Albert, was the chair of the investment committee, of the subcabinet of the cabinet, subcommittee of the cabinet, that I shared. I was a part of that committee as a deputy prime minister, and I remember saying to them, no, you said to them, Tracy, sorry, Madam Speaker, member for Albert, you said to them, no, we have to see some development. We want to see a plan to develop the commercial pier at the same time. There is more to the story. They leased off Commerce Bight Pier to the same spot. Then they tried to turn around and blame Henry Canton. You know all about this. Brother, you were not, if you never there, you were there close by. All of this happened, you know, Madam Speaker. This is the reality of what happened. And so it ended up in the hands of Lord Ashcroft. So no, this is the real crux of the matter here. There are 3 applications for the port. 3 applications for the port, to build a cruise port. You have Mr. Gegg, you have Mr. Finstein, and you have Mr. Ashcroft, and I'll tell you, all 3 of them are PUP. But the wheeling and the dealing on the part of the PUP administration is really what created this whole problem. Because when they were in opposition, they could not respect the fact that the UDP was putting a transparent process of getting things together for these ports, or to see who could build a port. In fact, the UDP was prepared to approve all 3 of the projects if they were coming in the right manner. But they in opposition, their eyes reddened. They went to Mr. Ashcroft and they promised Mr. Ashcroft, don't worry, give us your millions and we will make sure that you get Waterloo through. And then they went to Mr. Finstein and said, don't worry. In fact, Mr. Finstein financed your opponent right in Mesopotamia handsomely. And then they said to Mr. Gegg and his partners had already done what they needed to do. They said to him, don't worry, we will have your back. We will make sure it goes through. And then they know fully well that they were not able. You see, this is what happens when you pander, when you sing, you cater to different, you serve various masters. That's what was happening here. So he served many masters. So when you see him coming today like he cares so much for Belize, teleprompter and all, which didn't help him, it is not because he loved Belize, you know. Not accusing it. Let me come off that part, Madam Speaker. But it is because this is a direct solution now to the problem that has been plaguing the PUP administration as it relates to the ports. He has to get rid of one of the projects. And you think Lloyd Ashcroft doesn't know this? He has to get rid of one of the projects. So let us, and the man is getting up in age, so he must be tired of going through all of these struggles. The Lord I'm speaking about. I want to put an end to this thing. And so they come now, Madam Speaker, with a proposal to end it all, as they put it. End it all. And they're claiming that, oh, we will nationalize the port again. Brother, I don't want to sell it out. When they talk about profit, how much it's making? $16 million a year is what I am told. Or BTL is, no, Cordell said, sorry, no, not 13 million a year. Because he was making the comparison about BTL. $13 million a year. But you see what happened? In all the years that Ashcroft is in the control of the port, this $13 million is accumulating in his bank account. Lucas Pat was on the hook, Madam Speaker, for $38 million. In a matter of a few years that has been paid off, and Ashcroft laughed all the way to the bank. So why only 200 million or 100 or something odd million would they get him, man? Please, you've given Lloyd Ashcroft in the last 11 years $13 million a year. A total of $143 million minimum. And if you add to that the 200 now that you're going to buy the port back from him, which you sold, because it's the same port, because no development has happened, none. You sold it for 38 million and you're buying it back for 200 million? That's crackhead economics. And you come up here like you're so smart. Like, this is a breakthrough for Belize. Wow. We're really on the side of the Belizean people. And please, the distinction needs to be made. You are not acquiring the ports, you know. You are buying out the ports. If you are acquiring the ports, you would have done it. The member from Lekai went to great lengths to make distinction between what is the UDP way and what is the PUP way. The Prime Minister at the time went and he took back BTL, he took back BEL, never asked no question, because those are profitable companies. BTL made $21.6 million last year. I don't know where the member for Lekai get for him information about any $8 million. And who sold it to Beacol? The hydro. All right, well, you see, you want to talk about all kind of thing. Well, you're the Prime Minister now, thank God, so we look forward for you to take Beacol now then. Take back Beacol. No, I tell you what you do. The Prime Minister said, and we could not, just like the ports. And in fact, if the UDP probably stayed in power long enough, the ports may have come sooner rather than later. So I know by what the member from Lekai say. Lord, everything else will take back. BWSL came back. That was the first one. And then BEL. And I hear none of you mentioned the settlement we're going on with BEL. You know why? Because it was above board. But your problem was with Ashcroft, because they got Ashcroft never involved in a BEL. That's the problem that you're having. Because he's a sore for you. He's a sore for you because he has always, whenever there is a bad deal, he's involved. So I don't care how uno put it up. My friend, the former representative for Port Loyola, used to say, a monkey in silk is still a monkey. You no matter how you dress up the monkey, that's still a monkey. And this deal that you have cut is certainly not good. I want to make the point as well, Madam Speaker, that I want to make the point that this agreement that you have put on the table, this agreement doesn't do well for Belize at all. Doesn't do well for Belize. If it does not remain in the hands of the Belizean people. I challenge you, Prime Minister, to tell the Belizean people today, without flinching, you bring back that teleprompter, you make them focus by your face, and you look the Belizean people in their eyes and tell them that you will not sell out the port of Belize to private interests. In fact, you could take a page out of Manuel Esquivel's book and you introduce a golden share and you ensure that it remains under the control of the people of Belize. If you do that, sir, then I will salute you. But I bet you can't do that, because you have already done exactly what you did with the Bolido. No talk nonsense about the Bolido. The Bolido made them make under $1 million. PUP lottery was what they called it, and remember that? All of a sudden now, when Brad started delivering $3-4 million to the government of Belize, maybe it wasn't the best arrangement. I'm not here to defend or do anything to that arrangement. But the truth of the matter is that you were the ones who were in government for 10 years. You didn't touch the Bolido. You were satisfied. You were satisfied with collecting a few $100,000, not even $1 million. You were satisfied. And once you saw the potential, because the Bolido thing didn't happen just like that, Brads knew what he was doing with the Bolido, which was why when on the Trigas Sunday lottery, the thing failed. Remember from Lake, they had the bragging about how much money they make. That because all the people who got the winning number and one buy couldn't get one ticket because the system broke before it began. You know how much people tell me they want to buy 43 Sunday lottery? Because they don't know what they do. Another one, it takes so long to put the thing together because they want their own friends and cronies when they set up again. Even if that was your criticism about the UDP and about Brads and about that, look, Uno carried to a whole new level. Uno set up on all the business people, and Uno call it a known financiers of an operation, and then Uno come and try to tell the Belizean people that Uno care for them. Uno sick. It's a hustle all the way. Everybody know that Chris Cowie and Eamon Courtney are the main attorneys of Michael Ashcroft. Oh my goodness. Everybody knew that these matters, the former Prime Minister, I remember before the election, went on the national television to tell them what will happen to BTL. They tell you what happened to all of these arbitration decisions out there. They told you, he told you, the UDP told you, the PUP will settle these things and give Michael Ashcroft exactly what he wants. You were warned, and that is exactly what is happening now. And then you are going to try to make it seem like this is a good deal for Belize. You will give him all kind of fancy tax holidays on Fort George. Millions of dollars. You have a lot of other hotels too. I hope you extend that to all of them. I was speaking with the Minister for Tourism this morning, who was saying all the planes are landing except the boss really rough up, man. I rough up my ballet. The man travel and the man work. Apparently, but the Prime Minister rough up. And I say, well, then we can left that alone. But he was saying that we need additional hotel rooms. So yes, we want hotels to be of a higher level. But this is a gift. But let me come to my friend from, well, I discussed much of it already. But this is the biggest hypocrisy that I have seen in a while. In fact, I will tell you that I came anticipating what my friend from Lekai will say, because everybody knows that he is one of the biggest anti-Ashcroft people. He will tell you that his family's business, a mandala, danced with the devil. That's what they called Ashcroft. Got an investment from him for their business, and then ended up in problems, and they led an entire campaign. There was a whole organization formed to campaign against Michael Ashcroft. They don't even want to touch it. He is an evil man. I forget the way he name. I can't remember the entity. They had T-shirts. They got into protests, all kind of thing. And I saw some of that passion against Ashcroft in his presentation. But still, the man will try to convince you that we give this man 200, whatever it is, $1 million in compensation. COLA, yes, the COLA. That's the way Citizens Against Lord Ashcroft, that way COLA all about. Same one with Giovanni Brackitala, that was what COLA was all about, against Ashcroft. The Cremandala crew led that charge. And he knows, and he has stand up here and try convince we that, boy, this is a good thing for Belize to give Ashcroft, good thing for the stevedores. Well, it is a good thing that it's back in the hands of the Belizeans, and I challenge the Prime Minister again. Make sure, sir, make sure that this does not leave the hands of the Belizean people ever again. And I agree, it does not mean that the government has to micromanage it, just like how we are handling BTL, just like how you're managing BEL, just like how, and I'm not sure if BWSL is. The government controls the majority shares, and you have people appointed to do the work and to advise the company, but the government and people own, and you pay dividends. That's how it should be. So please not come back to where and tell me anything about one management company where you're the gift for 99 years in perpetuity. If you come and manage, and then when you hear the name, then that somebody known PUP names there. I don't want a good for. Please, the Belizean people cannot handle that. I'll leave it there, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure when the Honourable Member for Quality will complete his PhD studies, but sometimes the more education you get, the less you seem to know and understand. So, you know, I'm not in love with PhDs. You know, Madam Speaker, I am absolutely, excited and enthusiastic to support this bill for the acquisition of the port of Belize. I think it's a historic day. It's a good day for Belize. The port has become, as others have already stated, a national security, a commercial risk. And I think the simple reality, the facts are that the public interest demanded that a responsible government act. An act we have, I think, with competence, with expert advice from negotiators to arrive at the best possible settlement in the national and public interest of Belize. So I want to really start there by commending the Prime Minister, his negotiating team, I think, for being very focused, very smart, very targeted, very tough, I think prudent, responsible, negotiators on behalf of our government and our country. You know, it's quite a contrast as others have pointed out already, to what took place with BTL. And that, enough has been said about that. But I think the record is very clear on that issue. For 3 years, this government has been, very strong in its resolve to resist intimidation, to fight back in court, refuse to make concessions. As the Prime Minister pointed out in his very detailed presentation, for every dollar that the Ashcroft Group wanted, they are getting 36 cents. I think an absolutely vital, critical, fundamental point is the fact that this is a self-financing settlement. The port will ultimately pay for itself, meaning that no taxpayers' dollars will be necessary. As we have heard, the port is a going concern. It's profitable, with potential for much more profitability. But it's making between $12 and $13 million at present. And the analysis shows that, over a period of 20 years, this entire settlement can be paid for. So I think that's a vitally, vitally important point. The port was obviously in receivership for 11 years, as others have pointed out. No investments, no major investments, no refusal to modernize. The government, as I said, had a national public interest to act. Pier needs urgent repair, replacement, and government is buying out for $83 million US, free of debt, And the additional point that we have to reinforce is the fact that this acquisition includes valuable, very, very valuable land. Someone said to me, the market value of that land alone is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's again another very important point, that this 600 acres of land, adjoining land surrounding the port, obviously some will have to be allocated for the future expansion and development of the port. But of course, the hope would be that there would be expansion for commercial interest and perhaps residential interest as well. So, those are vital points, Madam Speaker. Enough I think has been said about the awards, the payment for the awards. It's obviously, you could get no better settlement. 15 cents on the dollar, 85% discount. That is the reality. A lot has been said about these claims. The fact is the UDP refused to defend the claims when Ashcroft brought them. They never defended them. So we ended up with these claims. They set no money aside for these awards, to pay these awards. As the Prime Minister pointed out, if we don't pay, we put risk at risk, the blue bond payments as one example. So a responsible government has to act. Government has paid millions of dollars in legal fees over the 14 years, and we will continue to do so unless these matters are settled. So, we have received the best possible advice from experts on this issue, and all of our attorneys, both local and foreign, or U.S. attorneys, agree that a settlement at this very steep discount is advisable. I won't repeat all of the other things that have been said in terms of all the claims and litigation that will fall away as a result of this settlement. The bottom line is that there will be a withdrawal of all court cases and claims, and that too is a major victory for the government, and the result of government's firm resolve in fight back and firm negotiations. I think the member for College talked about the hotels, Belize Hotels Limited. The hotel, the concession for the hotel, Radisson or Fort George Hotel, the member for Albert can tell you that that's normal, absolutely normal. I think just about every hotel in the country enjoys some level of concessions. But the bottom line is with this, as the Prime Minister pointed out in his presentation, that because government had put a hold on that concession, the company scaled back their plans for the development and expansion of that facility. The BTB and the Ministry of Tourism have always talked about the importance of a conference center. So that is a part of this, providing a concession that will allow for them to carry out those expansions and develop a full conference facility in Belize City. So, you know, Madam Speaker, the bottom line is, I think, what's important for the Belizean people. They will see through all the rhetoric and all the posturing, you know, and all the screaming, because, you know, the member for College seems to think that the louder he talks, the more important what he's saying is, or the more meaningful it is. That's not the case, man. All people here, especially on the radio, all people here that you scream, they can't even understand what you say. You have to slow down and calm down. So the bottom line in terms of the financial position is that government will pay 46% of total payments in US dollars and the remainder over 5 years. You can't get a better deal than that. And the remainder is Belize dollars treasury notes over 5 years, averaging 3.6. They wanted, as PM pointed out, they wanted everything, of course, up front, 100% in US dollars. So, Madam Speaker, let me close with this and say that, you know, today I believe is a day that the Belizean people can be proud. You know, over our 42-year history, we like to lament. You know, sometimes it's in our nature to focus on the glass half full. Half empty, sorry, rather than half full. And perhaps there have not been enough opportunities in our young 42-year history for the Belizean people to feel pride in the decisions and actions of their government. Perhaps those have been too few. But today is a day where I believe that all Belizeans can take pride in this historic, nationalistic decision of their government to recover the port of Belize for the people of Belize. So, that is the result, Madam Speaker, of a competent, focused government that is truly about finding solutions. Today we've dealt with a number of matters where all you hear the opposition, they said, oh, this, that, you know, should I do this, you know, should I do that. But they were there all these years, neglected these issues, kicked the can down the road, did nothing to resolve them. And where are we now? So we are a government that wants to solve problems. We understand that the development of this country requires a responsible government that takes action in the national interest, in the public interest. And that is what this is all about today, Madam Speaker. A government that is truly about finding solutions, growing and developing Belize in the national interest. And I am very, very proud to associate myself with this bill and to support this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Madam Speaker, I recall when the member for Orange Walk Central sat in the capacity of the leader of the opposition in this House. And I want to quote him, Madam Speaker, if you'd allow me to read this quote from my notes. John Briceño, leader of the opposition. I want, and I quote, Madam Speaker, I want to make it very clear to everybody. We on this side of the House, we will always stand up for Belize. But at the same time, we have an obligation to the people we represent in our constituencies and the people of this country to get into a meaningful debate whenever these bills are presented to us. And I said earlier that we really regret that we were not given the opportunity to be able to study properly and to consult as a group and with the people. As he rightly pointed out, in this case, he was referring to the former Prime Minister, I am no attorney to see if what we are doing is right, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's, or there's something that's missing, or something we can do to make it better, if that's what we are trying to or attempting to achieve. End of quote. Madam Speaker, the Plan Belize Manifesto and the commitment of this administration is that they would set the gold standard, Madam Speaker, as it relates to disclosure, accountability, and transparency. Madam Speaker, I wish to say in this Honorable House that I wholeheartedly associate my views with the views of my two colleagues who spoke before me, and I will not attempt to reiterate those points. But, Madam Speaker, we all know that Lord Ashcroft is a shrewd negotiator. He is not on the losing end of this deal. I don't care what the Prime Minister tries to, how he tries to convince the people of Belize that it was a muscular negotiation. Madam Speaker, like the members on this side of the House, I only received this document this morning. I have not had a chance to review in detail. I have not had a chance to consult. I have not had a chance to poll my constituents to see how they feel. I don't stand up in this House, Madam Speaker, none of us stand up in this House representing our own views. We were elected by the people to be their voice. And at the very minimum, Madam Speaker, when we talk about democracy or this gold standard for accountability and transparency, Madam Speaker, we should be allowed some time to review these documents and have a chance to consult. I would really like to know how the principals in Big Creek are feeling right now, because clearly the government will have to play referee between the Belize City Port and the port in Big Creek, Madam Speaker. And while the Prime Minister and the members on that side of the House, Madam Speaker, tells us how much of a discount they have received these port facilities for, there are lots of variables that are missing. Madam Speaker, how much money actually do we have any audited financial statements of what the port made in receivership for the last 11 years? Madam Speaker, how much of our taxpayers' dollars have been used, Madam Speaker, to negotiate this deal. How much have we paid in legal fees, for example, Madam Speaker? You know, if you're going to set the gold standard, then set the gold standard. Disclose everything. And before I'm misconstrued, I believe the Port of Belize is a national asset, and it ought to be in the hands of Belizeans. So I don't disagree with that, but the devil is in the details, and we really need some time to debate these things meaningfully, Madam Speaker, meaningfully, and to be sure that the things that we propose in this House has the support of those that we stand here representing. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to hearing more from the government of Belize and the Minister of Finance, our Honorable Prime Minister, on some of the details that are now silent. Let's put everything on the table, Madam Speaker. You know, this land that has been acquired, the 600,000 acres of prime land, Madam Speaker, you know how that came about? That same $40 million that was used to dredge the port, the sludge from that was used to fill up the swamp in the area, Madam Speaker. Let's be real with the Belizean people.
You don't pay for that already.
And exactly. We have paid for that already. It took not even, 3 years in receivership for the Belize Bank and the Ashcroft Alliance to have collected its money. And there was no attempt to sell the port. The receiver was comfortable. So certainly, Madam Speaker, I urge the Prime Minister, let's put it all on the table. The value of the land, what the port made in 11 years, how these new facilities will be managed. What's the management plan? Because I hope we're not going to go down the road that we did with SSB and Campus One. Because that would be a tragedy, Madam Speaker. We can't use taxpayers' money to put in the hands of private interests. The port must work for Belize in every aspect. I hope the Belizean people were listening keenly as the Prime Minister spoke from his teleprompter. He spoke of tariff reforms. So you can be assured that there will be increases in fees for those port facilities. Madam Speaker, the port is a national asset, and we need to keep it that way. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Pickstock.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, Belize. It's on. I rise on behalf of the good people of Pickstock to give my interjection with this debate. But before I get into the substance of what I'm going to say, I just want to rebut some of the things that the other side has said. The other day I was watching an interview with one of your heroes, Fat Joe. And he said that 90% of what they rap about, they make up. I believe that you have brought that same tendencies to this house, and it is spreading to your colleagues, so be careful. The leader of the opposition has the face of brass to come and say that we have forgotten the poor people of this country. But I just want to remind him and his colleagues what we've accomplished in 3 short years. For 13 years they were in government, 8 months under COVID. We've been in COVID and we're still in it, all across the world still, for 3 years. So it's a miracle what we've achieved. We've raised the minimum wage. We've introduced free education. We have more employment opportunities. When I get there, I have what I want to say. We're spreading NHI. We're fully paying teachers and support staff. We have saved the economy. We have built more homes in 3 years than they built in 13 years. And just to deal with the price gouging, we've fined 50 stores already, and more are to come. I like jump up about Portico, but I want to tell the people of Belize that that same Portico definitive agreement that was signed by them is a mirror image of the definitive agreement signed for the LPG company. So they can't tell me they don't know about that document. They know about it. Bolido, I want to tell the Belizean people how they Wapwe. When I was at SMART, we had about 1,500 Gimedala agents selling credit. Most of those people sold Bolido, but when they reported on only 200 and odd agents across the country. That the house Sunday could look like $300,000 for one day compared to what they did. In a few days, in 4 days, $810,000 from Sunday to Wednesday. Check that. Never report that. And Wapwe for 13 years, or as long as Brad have it. Then they talk about nepotism. How much they used to budget every year for special attorneys? You said about 5 million, right? Every year for 13 years. Look at that. Who became the CEO of BTL? Who became the music ambassador? And the list goes on. With your permission, I'll refer to my notes now.
The member is on his feet.
Madam Speaker, you know what I nearly do today? I nearly bring my headphones for when they start talk, because I have to block them out sometime, right? They're not good for my mental health. But I was advised appropriately, so I didn't do so. But Madam Speaker, like I did some months ago when the Prime Minister brought the Blue Bond settlement to this House, I would truly like to commend him and the negotiating team for bringing an end to what I call litigation terrorism that has been the modus operandi for the Ashcroft Alliance for close to 2 decades. Litigation terrorism, all the millions we've spent in courts all over the world that could have been spent in social programs for the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, over the years, these vampires have sucked over $1 billion from the Belizean people to continue to enrich themselves and to create generational wealth for their families. Madam Speaker, it truly, truly hurts me, just like my colleague from Lake Eye, to agree to pay these people any more money. But I understand that we live in a globally connected world and that there's a thing called the rule of law. Madam Speaker, today we are driving back some tyrants who've abused, misused, bullied us, and who have used courts all over the world to suck from the public coffer. Like I said before, Madam Speaker, I hate to pay these people $1 single more, but I truly believe that this is a decent settlement for Belize and all Belizeans. Madam Speaker, I don't call him a name. I don't know, like, you know, I call him name. Madam Speaker, over the last 3 years, this PUP administration has had to clean up a lot of mess left behind by the previous administration, and this settlement is just one of them. You could list them: Blue Bond, just the Maya customary land right tenure, we're dealing with that. We've turned around the economy, Petrocarib, and the list goes on. Madam Speaker, I support this agreement because it gives us back the port of Belize. Many years ago, I spent time in Japan and in Taiwan, and the Asians have this fundamental belief that no nation or city is built or developed without a modernized port system, and I truly believe in that as well. In fact, right in Mexico, AMLO has written in legislation in Mexico that all the goods going to Quintana Roo should pass through Belize, and that is a big thing for us. But when you go back at the port and you see the decrepit state it is in, you can't do business like that. It will put an end to the litigation terrorism, like I said, over $1 billion spent already. It will be good for the hard-working men and women of the port. Now we can truly settle the stevedores' money, hopefully before Christmas. It will give cruise tourism a chance for growth and development. There's been a mess over the last year or so, and we truly need a docking facility. But with all the noise and all the clutter, people are scared to put money into Belize. It will ensure that the Radisson modernization project is completed, including the much-needed conference facilities. It will stop Belize Bank from becoming any bigger. Belize Bank has a lion's share of the excess liquidity in our banking system. That could be used in the productive sector. It gives us peace of mind that none of our assets will be seized overseas, like happened to Argentina, Grenada, and many other countries, paying millions and billions of dollars. It gives us peace of mind that we will not have to deal with vulture funds. And you could go look that up, and Prime Minister don't explain. It gives us the ability to make most of the payments in Belize dollars using Treasury notes. Madam Speaker, it gives back 600 acres of prime real estate to the people of Belize. And I checked with an expert, the current value of land right now, and I use it lower end, is anywhere between 300,000 and 500,000 an acre. If you use 300,000, that would say the land would be valued at $180 million already. And I'll break down the numbers now. The value of the port of Belize Limited is $330 million just about. We're getting it back for 51 cents on the dollar, or $167 million. The judgments that are a part of this, the judgment awards, $205 million. The team has negotiated 15 cents on the dollar, or $30 million. Madam Speaker, I would like to remind the Belizean people that the Barrow administration settled with Lord Ashcroft $600 million for BTL, just like my colleagues have said, for a company worth less than $200 million. A secret deal in Miami. Everybody has said it. Madam Speaker, we're getting back the port and 600 acres of land around the port. And that is a good thing for the Belizean people. So in closing, Madam Speaker, we've been here a long time, and we have some more speakers. I commend the Prime Minister and the negotiating team for this settlement. I believe This is a time for us to deal with all these outstanding issues, and we are ridding ourselves of a menace that has plagued us for many decades. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Cayo North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to contribute to this debate on the Belize. Sorry, Madam Speaker. I rise to contribute to this debate on the Belize City Port Acquisition and Settlement Deeds Bill 2023. And with your permission, Madam Speaker, I wish to refer to my notes. Madam Speaker, modern and efficient ports can help to broaden and deepen a nation's economy. It makes positive contributions to GDP, and it lowers the cost of maritime logistics, thus improving the competitiveness of exports. In 2002, the port at Port Loyola was privatized, and with much regret, I must inform this Honorable House that the promise of privatization has not been fulfilled. Sadly, none of the objectives set out have been met, and not for want of trying on the part of the Belize Port Authority, which has been pressing PBL to comply with its license by making the much-needed investments. Madam Speaker, Belize is one of the few countries in the world that has a completely privately owned port sector. One would imagine that in the hands of the private sector, the port at Port Loyola would have blossomed. Instead, it has stagnated, and in the process, it threatens the economy of this country. Madam Speaker, given the nature of ports and the spin-off effect it can have on the maritime logistics costs, public ownership guarantees that there will be a balance between profit and service. Public ownership of ports need not be a failure if there is a well-meaning political will, Madam Speaker. Last year, I visited Jamaica with the senior leadership of the Belize Port Authority, and I discovered that our friends in Jamaica have developed world-class ports, all under public ownership. They have crafted a unique development model that put the people and communities at the center of their port development initiatives, ensuring that ports serve an important social function. This is a model which we hope in Belize to follow. Since privatization, the handlers of PBL have failed to make any meaningful investments in the facilities which are today as they were in 2002. In fact, one can argue that they are worse off, considering that 20 years of additional wear and tear. A modern Belize, as envisioned by Plan Belize, cannot be realized with a half-mile-long trestle that was built in 1978 and now needs to be replaced, and which can accommodate only one vessel at a time. The current single-berth trestle is small and is wholly inadequate for the size of the ships now plying our region. The berth is only 67 meters long, when the smallest ship calling to Belize at the moment is 99.4 meters. This has safety implications and poses a challenge for efficient cargo operations, which in turn leads to congestions at the port and increased logistics costs across Belize's maritime supply chain. PBL has relied exclusively on indigenous growth of the Belizean economy. It has not done anything to market its services regionally. Petén, Guatemala, and Chetumal, Quintana Roo, Mexico, offers substantial pathways for growth in cargo throughput at PBL. But to realize this potential, PBL needs to invest in a sound marketing strategy and the necessary infrastructure and auxiliary services, investments it has refused to make. Expansion into Petén and Quintana Roo would increase PBL's hinterland by about 600%, and any increase in cargo throughput related to such an expansion would create the kind of economies of scale that will lead to substantial reduction in logistics costs, thus increasing Belize's competitiveness. In addition to the aforementioned failures, sadly, PBL had and continues to have a contentious relationship with the stevedores, which have led to prolonged periods of unproductivity, and which culminated with the displacement of raw sugar to the port of Big Creek. Such disharmony poses a significant social and public safety challenge. Stevedoring is decades-old tradition and has been passed from fathers to son, from uncles to nephews. It is therefore important to respect this tradition and find a mutually beneficial formula that benefits both the port and the stevedores. Madam Speaker, to sum up, I cannot be charged with being unfair when I say that the post-2002 PBL has been severely mismanaged, ultimately leading to receivership, perhaps the longest receivership in Belize's history. However, history will record that it is this Briceño administration which places Belize port sector on an even keel so that our Belize City port is finally able to play its proper role in our economic space. Madam Speaker, as we speak, the International Maritime Organization is conducting a comprehensive impact assessment of its efforts to decarbonize shipping. Belize is one of only 32 countries representing on that steering committee. Our initial assessment is that we expect that Belize will be disproportionately negatively impacted by the carbon levy soon to be imposed by the IMO on shipping. We can no longer sit and ignore the failures at PBL because the global maritime and port sector is changing rapidly, and we must keep pace because ultimately it is the Belizean people who will pay if we don't. Madam Speaker, I have sat here and I've heard the members of the opposition speak. All of a sudden, they have all the solutions. They have all the answers. When for 13 years, Madam Speaker, they did nothing to compel the PBL to make the necessary investments in the port. Madam Speaker, I support this bill because it's good for Belize and it's good for the Belizean people. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Port Loyola.
First, I must say a greeting to the residents of Port Loyola who have given me the opportunity to be a member of this honorable house. Madam Speaker, government's acquisition of the Port of Belize, after it was in receivership for the last 11 years, is a huge win for the country of Belize, especially Belize City, and in particular, the Port Loyola Division in which the port is located. Under receivership, the Port of Belize earned an average of $13 million yearly. However, no effort was made to modernize the facility. Madam Speaker, that shameful neglect of the facility resulted in tremendous loss. Madam Speaker, that shameful neglect of the facility resulted in tremendous loss in revenue for the government, tremendous loss in employment opportunities for Belizeans, and tremendous loss in infrastructural development and opportunities for small businesses in Port Loyola Division and other parts of Belize City. Madam Speaker, the terms under which this administration, led by Prime Minister Briceño, acquired the Port of Belize is proof that this is an administration that puts the interests of the Belizean people and the country first. Madam Speaker, when the previous administration acquired BTL from the Ashraf companies, they arrogantly refused to enter good faith negotiations to settle the matter. Consequently, their well-connected attorneys made millions of dollars in legal fees from the government for cases they all lost. And to make matters worse, the previous administration later paid Ashcroft companies over $600 million for BTL that was worth nothing more than $100 million when it was acquired by them. Madam Speaker, lest anyone forget the exorbitant payment made to Ashcroft for BTL and the millions literally gifted to the well-known attorneys that lost all their cases are money that could have been used to make life better for Belizeans throughout the country. Members of the previous administration should therefore be ashamed of themselves for that huge disservice to the people and country of Belize. Madam Speaker, the port of Belize is valued at $165 million Belize dollars. However, government got the alliance to sell facility for $85 million. That's a savings of close to $81 million for the country. Government also made other big gains for Belize in the negotiations. This Briceño administration also got the Ashcroft Group to settle all outstanding court awards for a huge discount of 85%. Other claims or compensation were settled with similar big discounts, or they were withdrawn. Also, under this agreement, the stevedores have gotten the $400,000+ that was being withheld from them. And under this agreement, Ashcroft will continue to invest millions of dollars for the upgrade of the Radisson Port George Hotel. Madam Speaker, that's negotiation in a country in which all Belizeans are winners, including the stevedores, thanks to this government led by Prime Minister Briceño. Madam Speaker, with annual profit, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, with annual profits of $13 million, despite its dilapidated state, the Port of Belize will be able to pay for itself without additional burden on the Belizean people. Mr. Speaker, with sound management and proper investment in gradual modernization, the Port of Belize will also be a major contributor to government revenues, which provide funding for necessary community projects. Mr. Speaker, the Port of Belize only needs a port. Madam Speaker, the Port of Belize has access to 600 acres of prime land. However, it doesn't need all that property for expansion. Therefore, excess land. Therefore, the excess land will be made available to ensure the residents of Port Loyola and other Belizeans become first-time landowners. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, oh, sorry. Madam Speaker, may I apologize. Mr. Speaker, the modernization of the Port of Belize in order for it to handle bulk cargo, larger cargo trucks, and bigger containers will mean the need to upgrade the infrastructure in the area, particularly the main roads. That will include extending the Genosha Boulevard all the way to the George Price Highway, as well as upgrading the major roads in the division. Madam Speaker, the investments in the Port of Belize will also enable the people to have greater access to land throughout the community. Also, that investment in the Port of Belize will make the area more better for small business as it will have more traffic. Additionally, investment in the Port of Belize by this government will result in numerous job opportunities for the residents of Port Loyola and other residents of Belize City and throughout the country. The development of the port will also give Belizeans, including the residents of Port Loyola, the opportunity to improve their housing or build completely new houses as a right of employment. Additionally, Madam Speaker, with the modernization of the Port of Belize, residents of Port Loyola will be able to provide their children with the best possible education at home and abroad as a result of employment opportunities. Madam Speaker, given the numerous benefits for Belizeans and the country with the acquisition of the Port of Belize, on behalf of the residents of Port Loyola, I fully support the Port of Belize acquisition bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good night. It's 20 minutes to 7, and it's been a long day, and we still have quite a ways to go. And so I don't intend to be too long because I think a lot has been said here this evening. But let me first of all, Madam Speaker, take this chance because I don't know if we'll have an opportunity after today to see each other, one, and to wish all our respective constituents a very safe, blessed Christmas. I kind of early, the deputy, but, you know, and I definitely look forward to sharing this Christmas with my family and the wider Caribbean Shores family over the holidays. Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my full support for this acquisition bill today. And I know we were taking down the long history from both sides. We heard from both sides their interpretation of the history. We heard of the privatization of BTL under Sir Manuel Esquivel and the eventual settlement deal in Miami with the former Prime Minister, Honorable Dean Barrow. And we heard also of the privatization by former Prime Minister Musa of the port, and today's very proud, successful moment for the People's United Party to announce this nationalization of the Port of Belize. And it's a very important history, Madam Speaker, when we look at both of these acquisitions and to study the history of it, because like I said, you might have heard variations of the history, but one thing is for certain: there's a wrong way to acquire and there is a right way to acquire, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Belizean people. For many years after a compulsory acquisition of BTL, we saw former Prime Minister Barrow and all of his colleagues on that side of the House support litigation after litigation with a man who was just chomping at the bits, because at every single legal stage he was earning tens of millions of dollars more. And I know that the leader of the opposition sort of tried to paint this picture of a UDP way of nationalization for the Belizean people. It wasn't for the Belizean people, my brother. You know that. You just need to check with Lois Young Barrow. Check her account. You need to check with your uncle Dennis Barrow and to see what the UDP way was and what was the intention and purpose of all these legal battles, which eventually saw your father, the Prime Minister, in 2015, with his back against the wall, a pending judgment from the CCJ that would have come down and given him one of the hardest licks he would have ever taken as a Prime Minister. And he had to do everything in his power because his back was on the wall. It was the ideal scenario for Michael Ashcroft, you know, because an election is looming in 2015, Dean Barrow's back is on the wall. He made all the millions for Lois and Dennis. And of course, Anwar. How can we forget Anwar? Mr. Tech Savvy Anwar. All of them reaping millions from the BTL fiasco. And then Dean Barrow did the unthinkable. He gave Michael Ashcroft a blank check in a Miami hotel room. Blank check. Today, that is costing the Belizean people $610 million. Don't forget the 10 million, you know, because again, they're never just 600 flat. And I know we have a tendency not to count the least small numbers, but that's $610 million. All because he never want to take the lick from the CCJ. That's why he did that, for political mileage and political expediency at the expense of the Belizean people. And that, my brother, is the wrong way to settle in the best interests of the Belizean people. 610 million divided by an average of 8 million, that is what BTL currently earns. I know the member for Collett was saying 21 million. But check your facts, leader of the opposition. Your last year, not your last year, you never there yet. Your government's last year in office in 2019, do you know what BTL declared as profits for that year? $2.5 million. You know why they make $20 million now? Because we did it. That's why they make money now. Good management. So don't worry, because I know you're to worry about the management of the port. If that's the difference, brother, $18 million difference, I go with the PUP every single time. Tech savvy, but what kind of tech, that's the issue. They never technology, a different kind of tech. Madam Speaker, when we look at the way the two sides negotiate, you know, here no Briseño, they make no millions of dollars in legal fees. There's no legal fees scheme the way your father devised it for his family. There's nothing devised like that. And that's another thing, you're mentioning SMART. They sold BTL for $610 million when there's competition with SMART. It will take us 76 years to pay back for BTL. 76 years, if my math's correct. Right on? And it will take, guess how much under this deal, which you referred to as the right deal, which I appreciate that, big up yourself. It will only take 13 years for us to fully pay back for the port and to have full control on behalf of the people of Belize. So there's a right way and a wrong way. And so, my brother, you could call Said Musani all you want. You could call him any name you want, but just not call him one Barrow. That's enough in his style. Your father, your UDP government oversaw the enrichment of your family. And yes, the member for Collett was quiet when they issued the Brad's contract to your brother and Mr. Brad's. And we are now only realizing how much potential, and I don't want to declare that they were underreporting, like when Ms. Zenaida used to call it, under deposit. I don't want to call it nothing yet. We'll wait for the court case to see if they were under depositing. But it just goes to show you, leader of the opposition, that there is a right way to acquire in the best interests of Belizeans, and there is a very wrong way to acquire under the United Democratic Party. And that is why today we can proudly close another chapter, as the member for Pickstock has called it, in litigation terrorism. Closing another chapter on Lord Michael Ashcroft. The same way
the people of Belize closed that very sordid chapter of the United Democratic Party in 2020. And I know if anybody may listen outside, they could have heard the collective screaming on that side. And justifiably so, you know, because they pop out that baba so hard for you know. You know which baba they talk about, they talk about the bags. That is the real issue for the United Democratic Party, you know. Then gone for Fat Joe to Big Daddy Ash. All the ads want me to put on TV, who me to pay for that? You me to pay for that? I know you're the worry. I know the member for call it the worry because the baba get take out on the mouth. And we know that is all it is about for you. The bags, but you keep missing the bags. You remind me of that All State Farm commercial. You almost got it. You almost got the bag, but you didn't get the bag. Leader of the opposition. And so I could understand the reason why you all are so upset today. But Madam Speaker, I am so very proud of this government, not just in this acquisition, but the restructuring of the Petro-Carib deal where we got 250 million shaved off. They couldn't do that. They talk about blue bond, they couldn't do that. Under them, we paid for the halova 3 times. You know, we came to this house 3 times and they no build one halova yet. Halova Bridge never built under them, built under we. The hospital in San Pedro, tens of millions saved on the Caracol Road. Tens of millions saved on the coastal road. These are things your government could never ever do, Madam Speaker. And so this is a beautiful day, a beautiful opportunity to draw the line right in the sand, the difference in how you properly acquire something for the Belizean people and how the wrong way to do so. So I fully support this bill, Madam Speaker.
I recognize Member for Caribbean Shores. Let me just the mic. Thank you. I recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I get into my support for this bill, I just wanted to make one clarification to the leader of the opposition. Earlier, when he got up and he boasted that he will win the municipal election in Orange Walk. Well, I have a sad news to give him. I don't know where he was at that moment, whether he was in cloud 9 or something. But I can tell you one thing, leader opposition. You talk about 2012, I was asking for help. I didn't go to your daddy for help because he would have never helped us. What we did the PUP way. We work hard, we roll up our sleeves, and we delivered for the people of Orange Walk. That you all came in 2018 and bring one recycled mayor for come and try challenge myself at the time, who you all claim was very lovable, the likest person in Orange Walk, and got beaten by 2,667 votes. You know much that? That is the same amount of votes your UDP candidate got in when he lost the same time in San Pedro. That's why I still remember those numbers. So Logic Shepherd one beat Wico Carballo like one drop on March 6th. But Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this very important bill. Madam Speaker, what our Prime Minister and his team presented to us today is nothing short of astounding. What he is doing today, Madam Speaker, is righting a wrong, bringing an end to an error. An error not of our making, but one nonetheless we are fixing. This proposed acquisition of the port of Belize by the government is a good thing, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to be part of this government in making such a great decision. This is not a decision of or a proposition that arises from fleeting whims or political agendas, but from a deeply rooted belief that our national infrastructure should serve the interests of all Belizeans. The Port of Belize, Madam Speaker, as we all know, is a critical hub for our country's economy. It connects us with the rest of the world, serving as the nucleus of our commercial activity. It is through this port that so much of our commerce moves. Most of our imports from abroad arrive at the Port of Belize, and most of our exports leave Belize through the Port of Belize. So, Madam Speaker, today this port, under private ownership, the port has become a source of economic disparity rather than a catalyst for growth and prosperity. Madam Speaker, the Port of Belize is more than just a business. It is a lifeline. It is a vital piece of our national infrastructure. If this indispensable part of our economy is dysfunctional, then government is duty-bound to do what it is and what must to ensure that it functions in the best interest of the Belizean people. And so, Madam Speaker, this bill today is doing just that, fixing a problem in the best interest of the Belizean people. Some may say it is an expensive acquisition. Yes, it may be seen that way. But the alternative, Madam Speaker, as we have seen, has been far more expensive. And of course, if you ask the stevedores if the acquisition is costly, they will remind us of what they have lost and how much they have suffered and how much it has cost them over the years in blood, sweat, and tears. And so today, I hope they will feel liberated, because by transferring the ownership of the port to the government and people of Belize, we can hold our people accountable. We can keep profits in Belize for Belize. We can, as the Prime Minister said, put a board of directors in place that will hold management accountable, because it will be made up of public and private individuals. Madam Speaker, with the port as a government asset, we can invest in much needed upgrades and infrastructure, improving its functionality and efficiency. We can ensure that the profits generated by the ports are reinvested back into our economy, benefiting all Belizeans and not just a select few. Moreover, Madam Speaker, nationalizing the port will enable us to prioritize the needs and interests of our workers. And now, looking at the terms of the agreement, again, we must commend the Prime Minister and the rest of the team for ensuring the minimum burden on the Belizean people. Based on the terms of the settlement, the payment for acquiring the port will not only be disbursed over a reasonable time frame, but the financing will also be accumulated through bonds, so that the Belizean taxpayer is not going to be saddled with or have to come up with these funds immediately. The assets, Madam Speaker, will pay for itself over time, and at no sacrifice to the workers of the Belizean people. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I am ever mindful that I serve at the pleasure of the people. I am ever mindful that my job is to represent the good people of Orange East without fear or favor. My primary duty is to serve their interests and safeguard their welfare. And supporting the acquisition of the Port of Belize is doing just that. So I congratulate our Prime Minister and his team for their successes in getting the Port of Belize back into the hands of the Belizean people. I support this bill, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo Central.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lend and give my full support for the passage of the Belize City Port Acquisition and Settlement Deeds Bill 2023. But I want to take the opportunity as well, Madam Speaker, to thank the beautiful people of Cayo Central and to wish them a Merry Christmas and a happy 2024. I would like to refer to my notes, Madam Speaker. Speakers before me, my colleagues on this side of the House, have spoken eloquently on the bill and its positive impact. I just want to quickly add my voice and support with these few words. When the COVID pandemic hit the world in February, March 2020, we witnessed the closure of our northern and western borders and the international airport. Commerce and trade came to a standstill. And for a great part of the year, trade and commerce were increasingly done on the maritime front. Goods were imported and exported through the ports on a more increased rate. The significance and the importance of our port facilities, therefore, were highlighted for everyone to see. The Belize City Port, Madam Speaker, is the primary port in the country and thus a vital national asset. It is therefore unquestionable, Madam Speaker, that control and management of the Belize City Port is critical to Belize. The move today by this PUP government therefore needs to be commended. This is a historic moment that will only see benefits for Belizeans, and I express my full support for this bill. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
I will not attempt to answer all of some of the foolishness that have been said by the other side, because they have attempted to rewrite history, but we're not going to go down there. But I just want to make a few points, Madam Speaker. First of all, when I talk about the Bolido, if you remember, Brad's was reporting sales about between $18 and $19 million a year. In their first contract, they used to pay $2 million the whole year. For 10 years. In the second contract, they used to pay $2.5 million per year, supposed to be for 10 years. But the cute thing about this $2.5 million, then get it on credit. Then sell the Bolido, collect the money, then they're going to pay government for their share. Now, the difference of how we on this side we do business, we do it differently. The Fui Bolido, because it's Fui Bolido, the company is owned by the government of Belize. On Sunday, the first drawing they had, because of the crowded rush between 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the morning, there were some technical glitches as expected, just to start business. They sold $335,000. Yes. In the next 3 days, they sold another $475,000. In 4 days of sale, Fui Bolido sell $810,000. Yet them Malibri sell $19 million for the whole year. At this rate, it's going to surpass $70 million. and just be the rip we have. And on top of that, what we have done, the way we're managing it, we are telling the master sellers, you have to pay in advance, just like what they do with the telecoms. You pay in advance, and then take that credit and send it to their different vendors. Big difference between the way that side do business and how we run the people's business. There are so many things. I'll just be very, very brief. You need to get your numbers right. The port was not sold for $38 million. Actually, it was sold for $78 million. And every cent was paid to the government. It was not sold on credit. And I want to tell you right now that the management of the Port of Belize will not be privatized. We are going to set up our board. We are going to set up an interim board right now. I mean, I guess we have to do it by early next week. So as soon as we sign the agreement, we are taking over immediately. So we want to set up an interim board that can hold things together and try to come up with a plan, and then from there we take it on. So I want to make that very, very clear. I also want to assure you that the port will remain in the hands of the Belizean people. Now, the honorable member from Albert went into great lengths to quote me about what I was saying about wanting to get the papers on time, etc., etc. Madam Speaker, this is the first government in history that have been giving them all the papers ahead of time. We give it to them for first reading, and then after that, we give them time so that they could go to House Committee and that they could study and they could prepare and then come back to debate. Now, can't blame me if they don't want to do their homework, if they don't want to work. I mean, they don't even read the bill. The bill where some of them 1 or 2 pages. And so they come and start to argue about something that makes absolutely no sense. When they are telling you that we need to take off the rights of Belizeans. Imagine on trying to stop once and for all the issue of economic citizenship. When the whole point we're saying, those that are already Belizean, they will remain as Belizeans. All we're saying now that in future, the other kids that are being born will no longer be able to have access to become a citizen unless if they come and live in Belize with their parents. Because it's important for them to know a little about Belize. But yet, they come and argue proudly, you know. They are confidently wrong in their arguments. But if they only do a little bit of their homework. The only times we've come, Madam Speaker, to this House and we ask your indulgence to go through the 3 stages is simply because there are instances when time is a factor. For instance, all of these financial bills, amendments that we have to do, I take no pleasure in bringing it to the House, much less asking you to give us, ask your indulgence for us to be able to go through all 3 stages. But as I pointed out, we have to enact these pieces of legislation by the 15th of December. Now, I hope that the Senate will indulge us also, because you know, they're already saying, well, this will be a lot of work, but we don't have an option. And if the other side were only involved in business, they would understand why is it that we have to come today and quickly get this thing done. When you are negotiating, Madam Speaker, you go through many versions of what you're negotiating. And you're back and forth, sometimes it takes more than a year. In this instance, both sides wanted to come to a conclusion to this endless fighting and litigation it was not in the interest of both sides to continue to go down that road. We were not doing the Ashcroft Alliance a favor, and they are not doing us a favor, but we both realize that it's best in the best interest of everyone to try to find a complete settlement on all these issues. We certainly can't afford it. If you could remember when Lois Young went all the way, he got to, at that time, how you call it, the one at the London? The Privy Council. She represented Belize at the Privy Council, and guess what? It lose hands down. And you know how much she collect for that? $5 million. 1 year. But then it's in one time get 9 million. The massive amounts of money that these people have gotten. We can't afford it. We can't continue the fight and fight and fight and fight with this man. The Ashcroft group, what they were telling us is that, you see, all of those people at the NIAC, at DOE, the Minister of Sustainable Development, he said, we are going to take out a case in the United States of America. And over there, because we are going to even bring in Royal Caribbean and accuse them of being involved in a so-called corrupt act. He said, and by doing that, then all of these people will have to go to the United States and wait till they are called to go to court. Say, public officers? Yes, we talk about public officers. And then if they do not show up, Madam Speaker, on a further date, if they were to want to go to the United States for a holiday, as soon as they get to immigration department, you know what's going to happen. They will be arrested. We can't do that to our public officers. They're only doing their job. So we have to be able to find a compromise. How can we settle all of this once and for all? And we, back then, if the then Prime Minister was smart enough, giving Mr. Ashcroft $610 million for a company that's worth probably 25%, if that much, he could have taken all of these other cases and tell, all right, I'll give you all of that, make we settle. But because he was in such of a hurry because the elections was coming, you know what? Remember there is this $20 million that was loaned to Social Security, to BTL, and BTL should have paid that $20 million in their haste. Because of the hurry signed agreement, you know who paid that $20 million? It was not Mr. Ashcroft. It was the Belizean taxpayers that ended up paying that $20 million. And when he found out that he made a mistake, then gone to court, then gone all the way to the Caribbean Court of Justice, and the Caribbean Court of Justice said, that's it, you agreed to pay that $20 million. And it never bothered him, because I know his money, but that for we, the Belizean taxpayers, had to pay that $20 million. And then he comes to the house and said, I got this great deal for Belize. This accommodation agreement may give you, don't quote me to the last cent, about $250 million. He said, and I was such a great negotiator, I had Mr. Ashcroft put it in a trust fund for the Belizean people so that we could do a lot of projects for the Belizean people. He said, but then he said, how will Mr. Ashcroft fund do? One take out the bills for lawyer fees and the bills for the accountant. You know how much they take out from the account, Madam Speaker? They take out everything. You know how much stay in an account? $275,000 for projects. From over $200 million that he come to this house and proudly said, I got this for the Belizean people. They be smart me out even with that. Yep. And yet, we're not going to talk about anything, man. Really? $275, $10,000 they left, they give it to Red Cross for help them finish with the building that they were fixing, which really needed it. But we lose $200+ million. You know, who could have do it $200 million? You know how much houses we could have built? We don't build 300 with 15 million. Could have maybe built thousands of homes for our people. But yet, they come and they allow them to be smart every time they meet with this gentleman and his people. We took our time, and our negotiators, they work hard, and they work days and months to be able to come to a settlement. They did not go to Miami and sit down in a hotel room and overnight sign an agreement. They worked very hard. So, Madam Speaker, I am very proud of what we are accomplishing here this evening. Whilst we could question how is it that we come to this, that's another matter. The point is that we have a problem. And we could have easily said in this side of the house, we never create that problem, so we don't deal with that when we come. But we have to act responsibly. We have to ensure that we could get this thing solved, get this monkey off our backs, so that now we could continue to concentrate even more in providing for education, providing for health, providing for our farmers, providing more homes for single mothers and poor people. Continue to work the economy to create more jobs and opportunities for our people. That is our mandate. Our mandate was necessarily to come and fight Mr. Ashcroft and his people. Our mandate was to be able to come and create opportunities for people, make life better for Belizeans. And that is exactly what we have been doing for the past 3 years. And I have every confidence, God first, we are going to do far more in the next 2 years. That said, Madam Speaker, I end this debate.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the acquisition of certain shares in and movable assets and real estate from the Port of Belize Limited by the Government of Belize for and on behalf of the people of Belize, and implementation of the terms of deeds of settlement among the Government of Belize and Port of Belize Limited and Waterloo Investment Holdings Limited and the Government of Belize and Midway Investments Limited and Belize Social Development Limited to settle certain arbitral awards owed by the Government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties, and to provide for certain exemptions from the General Sales Tax Act to facilitate the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill for an act to facilitate the acquisition of certain shares in and movable assets and real estate for the Port of Belize Limited by the Government of Belize for and on behalf of the people of Belize, and the implementation of the terms of deeds of settlement among the Government of Belize and Port of Belize Limited and Waterloo Investment Holding Limited and the Government of Belize and Midway Investment Limited and Belize Social Development Limited to settle certain arbitral award owed by the Government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties, and to provide for certain exemption from the General Sales Tax Act to facilitate the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024 number 2, Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize and for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024. Madam Speaker, just to make a few points. Of course, we take no pleasure to come here and to come up with another appropriation bill, because we're trying to do with what we have. But we are doing what is right. Unlike previous governments that would just spend the money without bringing it to light and to have have it be debated and let the entire country know what's going on. That was the mantra of the previous government, but we are doing it different. So we are going to come here to make the presentation and to explain why is it that we have to come up with a second general revenue supplementary appropriation. This bill seeks authorization for the cumulatively supplementary sum of $86,929,085, of which $37.6 million will be allocated for recurrent expenditures, $31.8 million for Cap 2, which is domestically financed expenditures, and $17.4 million for Cap 3, which is externally sourced expenditures. No doubt, this is no small supplementary appropriation, but it reflects the unwavering commitment of my administration to the people, their well-being, their upliftment, and the country's upliftment. After almost a decade and a half of derelict misgovernance by the UDP, it should be no surprise that our healthcare system, our education system, our infrastructure system were all left in a derelict state of disrepair and dysfunction. There is so much that needs to be done to repair, to renovate, to improve, to build anew. Finding the resources to fix all that is broken is indeed a challenge, but as best as we can, we must find it. For healthcare, we are allocating an additional sum of roughly $30 million, or more than 1/3 of this supplementary budget. This ties in directly with our prioritization of health, along with education, as the primary public goods that a good government can deliver. This fiscal year, we have expanded NHI to Orange Walk and can now boast an NHI outreach of well over 200,000 persons, more than half of the population. Funded in part from the Bolido proceeds, we will continue to expand NHI. Our goal is to build a healthy nation by making sure every Belizean will have access to primary health care. As you may be aware, we have procured $90 million in highly concessionary financing from the Saudi Fund for Development to construct a first-class tertiary level care university hospital in Bamopan. A portion of the UB lands have already been surveyed and transferred to the government, and the procurement process will begin shortly. With the $34 million grant from the Republic of China, Taiwan, we will shortly break ground on the construction of the San Pedro Hospital. This $30 million supplementary appropriation is consistent with this effort. Roughly $24 million is to be allocated to medical supplies and pharmaceuticals. These supplies include new and additional supplies from cancer care and diabetes treatment, as well as hypertension, some of which had not been previously procured, but which are nonetheless vital for addressing the scourge of non-communicable diseases that are killing our people. Over $3 million is also allocated for a much needed new CT scan for the KHMH, while another $500,000 represents the proceeds of a UNICEF health grant. For infrastructure, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development continues to implement existing projects efficiently and effectively, outpacing normal budgetary projections. In light thereof, a little over $18.5 million, or just over 20%, is cumulatively allocated for infrastructure work, of which $15 million comprises CAP 3, which is externally sourced financing that is already in place. Of that sum, $9 million are loan disbursements for the ongoing Philip Goldson Highway and Remate Bypass upgrading projects. A total sum of almost $7 million for the Caracol Road upgrade, and $2.5 million is for the Climate Vulnerability Reduction Program. Supplementary appropriations of approximately $3.6 million is to be allocated for numerous building capital improvements. This includes the construction of the Sarstoon Forward Operating Base, renovation of the Magistrate Court in Mamopan, renovation of Regent Street Building, formerly National Bank branch location, to house 3 new High Court judges, further improvements to the Charles Bartlett Hyde Building, to house the Vital Statistics Unit and Family Court, construction of a fire station, and the temporary relocation of the National Assembly at the George Price Center, with necessary improvements thereto, as the National Assembly is improved through grant funds from Taiwan for the first time since its construction almost 50 years ago. For education, roughly $4.3 million in supplementary appropriations are provided for, over $1.7 million for which is comprised of grant funds from various entities, including UNICEF, CABE, and the UK's DFID, to support the Education Quality Improvement Program, as well as to provide educational grants to students from low-income families. Repairs and renovation are also to be made to the Belize Rural Primary School, the August Pine Ridge Roman Catholic Primary School in Orange Walk, and the San Jose Socots Roman Catholic Primary School in Benqueville del Carmen. Legacy land acquisition costs, court and other settlements, judgments and indemnities arising from or mostly incurred but left unpaid by the past UDP administration continues to weigh on the government purse, adding up to a further $11.8 million. Spread across the Ministries of Natural Resources, Finance, Foreign Affairs, and the Attorney General's Ministry. This includes $1.5 million to cover the cost of 17% salary adjustment for Crown Counsels who have not received their corresponding salary increases to which they were entitled as the rest of the public officers under the past administration. Additional funding support for social protection in the sum of approximately $2.9 million is also included, while roughly $500,000 is additionally allocated to youth and sports programs. Material miscellaneous supplementary appropriations include $150,000 for the work of the Senate Special Select Committee, $750,000 for the conduct of municipal elections, $400,000 for the operationalization of the Bolido government lottery, $1.4 million in membership and capital subscriptions for various international organizations, and a further $1 million for an additional 25,000 new passport books. $350,000 for the amnesty program as it winds down, $300,000 to support accreditation of Baja's laboratory to enable export of shrimp to Taiwan, and a $1.7 million of IDB loan disbursement for the digitization of the civil registry, also known as the Vital Statistics Unit. Overall, we were able to bridge the finance gap for some of these supplementary appropriations with $6.1 million in grant funding. This included $1.3 million for women-owned tourism MSMEs, $1.5 million in grant funds from UNDP to mainstream biodiversity conservation and land water management. A couple additional expenditures are also appropriated to facilitate the access to and disbursement of much more grant funding. This includes $330,000 for the local Millennium Challenge Corporation expenses. After a couple of years of research analysis on improving the delivery of education sector reform strategy and reducing the cost of electricity, we expect that the MCC Compact will be signed in June of 2024. This will unlock roughly $200 million in MCC grant support, 80% of which is expected to be allocated to education and 20% to reduce the cost of electricity. For the sum of $700,000 is also allocated to fund project preparation with the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center. This is in support of securing upwards of $100 million in grant funding from the Green Climate Fund, the GCF, in connection with water and sanitation infrastructure improvements on Ambergris Key. Madam Speaker, as my summary remarks on this bill highlights, we are hard at work in health, education, infrastructure, social protection, youth, sports, and otherwise. We suffer many challenges. But alongside these challenges, we find opportunities for change, change for the better, change that meaningfully improves the lives of Belizeans. We, on this side of the House, have all become a little grayer, a little more worn out over the past few years for this work, but we have no regrets. Plan Belize is working for Belize. And we will continue to work, give our blood, sweat, and tears to fully realize that vision for Belizeans where everybody wins. Long live Belize, Madam Speaker, and for these reasons I commend this bill for approval by this Honorable House.
A long day. I thought we didn't have quorum, but we have quorum. recognize the Leader of Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is difficult to make a meaningful contribution when the Prime Minister, though he boasted of giving us the information beforehand, this is another example that is a complete lie, Madam Speaker. I did not get this until this morning in an email. No. It's more than that, man. Madam Speaker, when you're going to spend the people's money, it may very well be that despite having a budget, such a lofty budget, having come to this house meeting after house meeting with supplementary bills, that you're ending the year now with another $80-odd million in supplementary. Give us the information. There may very well be things there. As he said, there's grant funding that you're getting, and so you have to match it. So that was not foreseen. That is something that you were able to come up with. Those are things that we may be prepared to support. But when you get this in the morning and you're dealing with all the other things that are happening, you can't give a thorough examination and consult with the team. We have technical experts, we have technocrats, we have people that we deliberate these matters with. It is unfortunate and unfair because the type of leadership you promised was one of inclusion and open government. And you may very well get the support, as I have given my support for the acquisition of the port. And I have given support for many other things. You talk about Belize. You know personally, I never did on the Belize arrangement, and I felt that it could work better for the Belizean people. So, Madam Speaker, it is quite difficult for me to say anything other than the government continues to mismanage the coffers of the Belizean people, because with the exception of a few grant funding that the Prime Minister mentioned, which I can't even examine it thoroughly to say I agree or disagree, because we just got this document this morning, Madam Speaker. But again, the Belizean people will see that Plan Belize was no plan, because I don't know Joe Waite. I know him to be quite skilled, quite qualified. Someone is doing something wrong that you keep having to come back with supplementary bills, Madam Speaker. There is no pride. There is no kudos for you to get that, oh, well, at least we're coming with the supplementary. No. You talk about business. If you budget to spend $2 million in your business, where do you, explain to me which board you could go to every time you have a board meeting and say, I need another $500,000, I need another $500,000, I need another $250,000. The board is going to fire you as CEO. They're going to say, what do you think this is? You told us $2 million was your budget. The board approved $2 million. Figure it out. Yet, house meeting after house meeting, this has been the pattern of the Briceño administration. And again, you give us, you've sunk into a new low. Usually before we would get the supplementary, when the order sheet goes out to notify that we have a house meeting coming up. So at least you'll have our 7 days and we can go over it. You gave us this morning. It's terrible, Prime Minister. Let's try to fix that and do better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my support to this supplementary appropriations bill. And I've listened to the Leader of the Opposition. A word of advice, Leader of Opposition, even before these things come to the House as supplementary, if you would know that the government of Belize, this government, every week takes out a cabinet brief. And if you follow this cabinet brief, you will find that a lot of these decisions are made and then it has to come to the House. But we're just doing the necessary thing, and we're doing what your father and your UDP government had not done for 13 years.
Leader for Opposition, please, no one interrupted you.
We are doing what is right, making sure the Belizean people and providing true accountability for the Belizean people. But let me just, Madam Speaker, I will not be sidetracked by the Leader of the Opposition. Madam Speaker, these allocations, and I'll speak from the health perspective as the Minister of Health and Wellness. These allocations that are made in this bill, Madam Speaker, are both strategic and necessary because they address some of the most pressing healthcare needs in our society. Every time you hear, sometimes on the news, or the opposition will get on his talk show or his press conferences and criticize the government over medication and on all sorts of things. But we're doing what we need to do right, Leader of the Opposition. And Madam Speaker, a key component of this bill, this appropriations bill, as highlighted by the Prime Minister, is the allocation of $23 million for pharmaceuticals and medical supplies, including lab, to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. It is noteworthy for me to mention here, Madam Speaker, that this fund, these allocation has been thoughtfully appropriated towards expanding the range of medications available for the treatment of hypertension and diabetes. Now, we had to add new line medications in these areas, new medications that come at different costs, of course. As you know, these are two of the most common chronic diseases affecting our citizens. And by including these new line medications, Madam Speaker, we are ensuring that our healthcare providers have access to the best possible treatment options. In addition to those line medication, Madam Speaker, for the first time, we have embarked on the ministry procuring those much needed cancer drugs. And this, Madam Speaker, is a significant milestone in our ongoing efforts to enhance healthcare services. Cancer, Madam Speaker, continues to be a leading cause of death globally and locally. And this initiative will ensure that we are better equipped to fight this deadly disease. And so, this allocation will greatly reduce the financial burden of cancer treatment on our citizens and improve their chances of survival and recovery. This is what a right-thinking government will do: find the resources and invest in health where it's needed. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition earlier, when he got up on one of the debates, had also mentioned about the CT scan, wanting to know when we will get the CT scan. Well, let me give you a quick timeline, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. As you will know, that the $3.1 million allocated here is for the CT scan. We would have hoped that the CT scan would have been in country. It's a quality CT scan that we are getting, Fuji brand, 128 slice. It will be the only in the country, top quality, that will be placed at KHMH. So, while we had hoped that the CT scan would have been in country already, I am told that it should be commissioned and operational in March. And why until March is because while they were preparing this room, as you know, these diagnostic rooms has to be very, very much secured. And so they had to incur some of the supplier. All of this comes at the cost of the supplier incurring this and purchasing this on behalf of the government of Belize for KHMH. Had to incur several electrical works, upgrading in that area at KHMH. And so it should be commissioned and operational in March. I want to assure the Belizean people that. So it's scheduled to arrive in country early January to mid-January, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. But the preparation works are about 95% complete. The battery backups and transformers are arriving right here on December 31st because we want to ensure that that not just the equipment, but it has support, that if any dung failure, it has battery backup and generators to be able to keep that going. New hardware to prep the room arrived just last week and delivered earlier this week to KHMH so that the works can continue. There have been pre-inspection by the installers out of Miami, and tentatively they will come in, scheduled for later this month as well, to continue to do other inspections before they sign off, because we want to ensure the supply of this very important diagnostic equipment wants to ensure that we have everything pinned down to requirement, including the necessary training that is ongoing with the personnel that will carry on the duty there at KHMH. So I want to ensure to inform you and the Belizean people that we are doing this to ensure that there is quality service being delivered at KHMH, and a service that is long overdue for the Belizean people. And so, Madam Speaker, as I said, this $3.1 million is for the acquisition of the 128 slice CT scan for KHMH. And this investment, Madam Speaker, in this advanced diagnostic equipment will not only help to improve our ability to diagnose and treat a range of medical conditions, because the current CT scans we have in country are limited to certain things. The 128 slice CT scans, I'm told, can do even further diagnosis, which will help our Belizean people, and especially those who need the service at KHMH. And again, like I said, it will also enhance our capacity to provide more quality and timely healthcare services. And so I just want to delve down into some of the things, because I know the last time, and maybe the other members, they may come and want to raise the same question, but for the purpose of clarity and accountability, Madam Speaker, just to look at some of the breakdown. For example, you will see the 1.082436, a little over $1 million in material and supplies. That breakdown is $500,000 being paid, which was some outstanding debts to Roche for blood screening reagents. There was an old contract that had existed in prior years, and we were paying down. So we decided through the Ministry of Finance to get the funding to do so. 30,000 of that 1.08 million there was also for a balance of payment that we paid, that we had for the acquisition of 3 ambulances that we had gotten. So there was a small balance of 30,000 that had to be paid during this fiscal year, and so we have done that. And then there was another new acquisition of blood reagents from Roche for $252,436. And then there was an allocation of out-of-tender supplies that we had to purchase of $300,000. So that's what makes up that 1.08 million. And then you have the line item for the $359,000. That's for laundry services contract that were awarded to 2 laundry providers, one for the the North Corridor, and I believe the other one was here in the Western Regional facility. And then the $90,000 was a grant given to KHMH to assist with some other administrative overheads that they had to deal with. And as I rightly said, I already touched on the $23 million that is allocated. The KHMH in CAP 2, the 3.1. You saw the Mesoamerica. Those are grant revotes that we are bringing to the House. And then the IBRD is part of the World Bank project that has been as well reimbursed, because we had to pay that and then they had to reimburse us. So in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, this is what we're doing, and I fully support this supplementary bill.
I recognize the Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I need to try to explain to the Leader of the Opposition that a budget is just a projection. It just doesn't mean that that's exactly what's going to have. But you use it as a guide as to what you expect to happen. I remember talking to some councillors when they were telling me, but there's budget so much for parks or whatever. I said, that's just a projection. It does not mean that that money is there. But here you come to complain about us. I mean, we don't really have the face of brass. It was no other than the former Prime Minister that was taken to court and found guilty to spend $1.5 billion of the people's money without proper appropriation. $1.5 billion that man spent and did not bring it here to this house. Now here we are doing the right thing, and then you want to criticize us. Now I wish I could have given this to you from before, but we're just trying to finish it up as far just yesterday we try to wrap it up. And time is upon us. You need your Christmas chair money, so we have to get it done now. But it's true, just like everybody else. Right now you come and say, you want more. That's what you said. You want more. The point is that we have to come and try to get it done now. Yeah, even Queen Square get, everybody get. Unlike what they used to do to us, we got nothing. They used to get everything, we get nothing. But we're different, and that is where we are tonight. Madam Speaker, I'm very quickly to point out, and it's important to point out, and the Minister went to great lengths, the Minister of Health, because a large portion of this money is for health. Here we have over $1 million paying bills from the UDP days. From the UDP days we pay that bill. $20 million more because we need the medication for people. And when we don't have it, the leader of the opposition will be the first one to come in the house and I want to criticize it because we don't have the medication. Yes, you always invest in health, invest. In order to invest in health, you come and criticize me. Make up your mind. You either want to invest in health or you don't want to invest in health. We have, Madam Speaker, I just quickly highlighted a few. Again, the $2,500,000, that's what we're using for the Christmas fund allocation, where everybody, including the UDP, is getting. Well, they better give Kakonte because you know Nada Garcia will not give them more money if they don't give proper records. I'm not suggesting nothing. I'm just saying that you all have to give proper records because even some on this side, leader of the opposition get upset because Nada telling I can't give you until you account for every cent to give you. Every cent. So $2.5 million will get there to do that, Madam Speaker. Here we have again for the CT scan, we're going to get the most modern CT scan for the Carl Hughes Memorial Hospital. And who is paying it for it? The government of Belize, the taxpayers of this country. You're supposed to be praising us for doing something like this. Instead you come, oh, the cancer don't work the Carl Hughes. Oh, this don't work the Carl Hughes. Come and be constructive and be supportive of the good work that we are doing. Remember when they criticize us about passport? Oh, no more passport, no, not a passport. Well, we bought 25,000 new e-passports and we have to pay for it over $1 million for that. And don't even ask about land acquisition. The DPM, if you are seeing right now, they're back there. I think you want to go watch a basketball game. When you watch 8 o'clock, you start also not start yet. He has been very careful in trying to acquire any lands. And so here we are now, still continuing to pay the sins of the previous government. $6 million more. We had already allocated money at the beginning of the year, but now because they are taking us to court, and we've had settlements in some instances not to go to court, we have to come and allocate the money to be able to pay these people. You have here with the municipal elections where we have to vote in another $750,000 because we need $1.5 million. We were short of $750,000. We have to vote for it. We have to vote for it because or else we can't be able to pay our bills for the elections. Yes, and we are waiting too, by the way. I respectfully, my brother, I don't know what you depend or when they tell you that the Arinjoa. That they are win Arinjoa. I mean, not even you believe that. Not even you believe that. But again, here, infrastructure development, they have been working much faster than before. You know, before, the previous Prime Minister used to come and lament, we don't have the human resources to get the work done. So all of the money don't get spent. Well, we get the work done. And here now we have to come and put another $15 million, Madam Speaker, to work on the Philip Boson Highway and Remate Bypass Upgrading Road, the Caracol Road Upgrade, the Climate Vulnerability Reduction Program, the George Price Rehabilitation. All of these are projects that have been approved from the UDP days. Yes, Baja. We had to invest in Baja because they abandoned Baja. We had to invest in Baja so that we could sell with shrimp to Taiwan. These are necessary investments. This is what Plan Belize is all about, to get this country working once again so we can create opportunities for all our Belizeans. I urge, Madam Speaker, that everybody support this appropriation bill. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honourable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I will now ask any visitors in the gallery to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Belizean Nationality Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendments. I now move the third reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the provisions relating to grant of nationality to children born to non-Belizeans who have, since the birth of that child, acquired Belizean nationality, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Belize Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the provision relating to the granting of nationality to children born to non-Belizean who have, since the birth of that child, acquired Belizean nationality, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Economic Citizenship Abolition of Rights Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to finally abolish the right of persons to obtain Belizean nationality through any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back directly or indirectly to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to finally abolish the rights of person to obtain Belizean citizenship through any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back directly or indirectly to a person who obtained Belizean citizenship by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Municipal Securities Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the fiscal incentives decision of the Minister Validation Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to validate the decisions of the Minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, as amended, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to validate the decision of a minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
At this late time of the night, you only have to say Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Financial Services Commission Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act number 8 of 2023, to specify the currency for the maintenance of capital requirements, to provide for the prior authorization of the requested regulatory supervisor before any dissemination of information exchange, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Act, Act number 8 of 2023, to specify the currency for the maintenance of capital requirements and to provide for the prior authorization of the requested regulatory supervisor before any dissemination of information exchange, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Limited Liability Companies Amendment number 2, Bill 2023, and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24 and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment number 2, Bill 2023, and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation with respect to law regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the finance of terrorism, and the combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the International Foundations Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the International Foundations Act, Chapter 2402 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the International Foundation Act, Chapter 2402 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24 and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Non-Profit Organizations Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Act number 14 of 2023, to provide for the registrar to issue certificates of good standing, to provide for the fees to be prescribed by regulations, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Non-Profit Organization Act, Act number 14 of 2023, to provide for the registrar to issue certificate of good standings, to provide for the fees to be prescribed by regulation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Belize City Port Acquisition and Settlement Deeds Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the acquisition of certain shares in unmovable assets and real estate from the Port of Belize Limited by the Government of Belize for and on behalf of the people of Belize, and implementation of the terms of deeds of settlement among the Government of Belize and Port of Belize Limited and Waterloo Investment Holdings Limited and the Government of Belize and Midway Investments Limited and Belize Social Development Limited to settle certain arbitral awards owed by the Government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties, and to provide for certain exemptions from the General Sales Tax Act to facilitate the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to facilitate the acquisition of certain shares in unmovable assets and real estate from the Port of Belize Limited by the Government of Belize for and on behalf of the people of Belize, the implementation of the term of deed of settlement among the Government of Belize and Port of Belize Limited and Waterloo Investment Holding Limited and the Government of Belize and Midway Investment Limited and Belize Social Development Limited to settle certain arbitral award owed by the Government of Belize and outstanding litigation among the parties, and to provide for certain exemptions from the General Sales Tax Act to facilitate the effective renovation of the Fort George Hotel and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the clerk is getting tired. So, Madam Speaker, I move the third reading for a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024.
Honorable members, The question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Criminal Code Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Chapter 101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of aggravated assault, to rationalize and increase the penalty for threat of death and similar character offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Chapter 101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of aggravated assault, to rationalize and increase the penalty for threat of death and similar character offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to upgrade the use of threatening words or behavior from a petty offense to a serious offense, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to upgrade the use of threatening words or behavior from petty offense to a serious offense, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Accreditation Council of Belize Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the National Accreditation Council of Belize Act, Chapter 3901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the registration of institutions and providers with the Council, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the National Accreditation Council of Belize Act, Chapter 3901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the registration of institutions and providers with the Council, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's been a very, very long day, but very productive. Let me take the opportunity, if you allow me, Madam Speaker, to wish you and your loved ones, your family, all the members and both sides of this honorable house, the wonderful people of Orange Walk Central and the entire country, a blessed Christmas, a wonderful Christmas, a happy Christmas, and all the best for 2024. Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your leave, before I go into the matter of public concern, I would just like to join with the Prime Minister in wishing you a happy holiday. I know we are a bit before that. Tonight is the first night of Hanukkah, and we do have some Jews here in Belize, so I'd like to wish them a happy Hanukkah as we continue to pray for peace in Israel and Palestine. And I wish those that celebrate Kwanzaa a happy Kwanzaa, as well as a Merry Christmas, in particular to the great people of Mesopotamia and all the other 30 constituencies which I lead, Madam Speaker. And one more thing, our colleagues in Guyana, our CARICOM colleagues, are going through a lot right now. There was just a military, they think it's an accident, but it could have been hostile fire. You know that Maduro has made a declaration that he's going to seize 2/3 of Guyana. We pray for our CARICOM brother, and we call on Maduro to resolve the matter at the ICJ, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my issue of public concern is the current crisis with the Crown Council and the broken criminal justice system. I don't want to go into the holidays like this, but I think it's important because, unfortunately, I will never forget, you know, I give out gifts and chair. Literally, I will start this weekend until Christmas Eve. And then I go away for 7 days to try to ease my mind and get ready for the next year. And I will never forget New Year's Eve, when the murders of the Ramnares, took place, Madam Speaker. And that is why what I have to say is so important. We have been very critical of the Minister of Police and the Commissioner of Police, but this is not what I want to do now. I just want you guys to hear what I am relating to you, because this is not my criticism, Madam Speaker. This is from the Crown Council. I have met with them. They are in dire straits. Again, they feel that the criminal justice system is broken. They feel that they're under constant security risk, security threat, which is compromising their ability to perform, and their ability to perform leaves us all at risk, Madam Speaker. I'll give you an instance of a young witness that told the prosecutor that he would be murdered if he testified. The prosecutor convinced him to testify, and sure enough, he was murdered a week after he testified, Madam Speaker. So this is as urgent as the acquisition of Port of Belize. The same way we can find money to acquire our national asset, which I support. I believe it is important. I wish I would have been a part of the valuation process, Madam Speaker. But this issue with our criminal justice system puts all of us at risk. When you're passing these criminal code legislations, it means nothing if the people that are there to prosecute those that put us in harm's way have lost confidence, have lost hope. Then nobody will even get arrested, and if they do get arrested, they will never get convicted. So what we have is a lot of arrests but no convictions, Madam Speaker. Quickly, I'll just go over some of the issues that they raised. Again, we spent $200 million today, yet we have not given the Crown Council their 17% salary adjustment, which is legally owed to them since the last administration. And since you guys are in the business of fixing everything, I would hope that the Minister of Finance would take this into consideration and follow through on the concerns that the Crown Council have. Again, I got the appropriation, the supplementary this morning, sir, so I was not given the proper time to go over it. But anyway, there are other issues that they have, and you guys promised a complete overhaul of the judiciary and the DPP, the prosecutors. They are a part of that, and they are complaining profusely. You know that they have been doing sickouts, and this is not me. I would have loved to go home, but I remember the last holiday and what happened, and that happens because nobody is concerned about accountability in our criminal justice system. Right? And I speak from experience. My life would not have changed, I would not have reformed if I did not have to be held accountable and pay my debt. And in this country, I've been saying it for a long time. There is no accountability, and now the Crown Councils are telling you, Madam Speaker. Again, the Crown Council feels demoralized. They said that the comments that the Prime Minister made, where he said that, you know, they can't pay them, so they're not good and they're not qualified, they feel is defamatory and verbally abusive, Madam Speaker. Again, they say that there is no detail, no security detail at the DPP's office. You saw that 2 people that were, I believe, on trial for murder or some heinous crime escaped going to the High Court just last week. Again, they say that the majority of the indictable criminal cases do not even make it to trial, and they are discontinued. They say that the DPP's office is neglected in many ways, lack of resources, lack of training. There is an entire independent report that I will share with the Minister of Public Service and the Minister of Police, as well as the Minister of Finance. Another claim, and I'm wrapping up, the Belize Police Department, again, Minister, just take the constructive criticism. This is from the Crown Council, that you only care about arrests and charges, and you don't care to follow up to ensure that there are convictions, and that the police department, their morale is at an all-time low, and that they are not processing the crime scenes the proper way, which totally hinders the efficiency of the DPP. The final thing is the working conditions of the public officers in the DPP, and just overall are deplorable. There needs to be better working conditions for the entire public service, and this first starts with an increase in remuneration for all public officers, certainly the security officers, the healthcare officers, and just one more thing about, again, the police department. I join with you that that is a difficult job all over the world, to build a department that is free of corruption, is free of compromise. So I definitely encourage salary increase there. But again, it starts at the top with the leadership. I think it's time for the Commissioner of Police to go, and Minister, please, Prime Minister, Minister of Public Service, meet with the Crown Councils the same way that it is a priority to meet with the consortium and to settle this outstanding dilemma that has plagued us with this consortium. This is an urgent matter. I am extremely concerned when you're passing legislation, because you are also concerned with the threats that are rising against our public officers, our police, our members of parliament. I wasn't aware of that, but there was actually a threat against me maybe last year. Again, this is all a part of a bigger crisis. The reason there may be an escalation in threats and in violence against these officials that we have just amended the bill to satisfy that threat precaution is because there is no accountability, there is no convictions, and the Crown Council is telling you why. So I plead with you. I plead with you the same way that today was a historic day. I hope the next time we come to the House, you will propose and present to us a historic solution to the matter with the Crown Councils and the broken criminal justice system. Again, I wish all of you a happy holidays. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Minister for Public Service.
Good night, Madam Speaker, and thank you. Before I start, Madam Speaker, I just wanted for the record to to point out that the leader of the opposition attempted to invoke Standing Order 14.2 earlier, but this same very matter, this exact same matter, he wasn't here at that time. It was struck off the agenda, but I guess with your indulgence, he was offered a second bite at the cherry in the adjournment. So, Madam Speaker, what this really is an irresponsible and immature attempt by the leader of the opposition to bring the administration of justice into disrepute for petty political points. And I'll point that out right now why that is. When he talks about meeting with Crown councils, the truth is, Madam Speaker, he has only met with a couple Crown councils. And he met with a couple Crown councils in the DPP's office. People talk, you know, leader of the opposition, you need to meet with all the Crown councils and all the legal officers to understand the issues. Don't be swayed by a couple of people who have their own intentions, Madam Speaker, because there was a recording circulating, very widely circulated, from one of the persons that he met with. We won't call any names, but this recording was being circulated, and this person was saying that he's going to fake an illness, or he's starting to feel sick, and maybe he's going to have a sick out next week in the office at the DPP or in the legal department. I don't know if the leader of the opposition is behind all of this, you know, Madam Speaker, but this is what is happening right now. But he brought up the issue of witness protection, Madam Speaker, but only last year, 2022, you will recall that there was a Protection of Witness Act passed by this very House of Representatives in this honorable House. In that act, it specifically makes provisions for the protection of witnesses in criminal proceedings, including, and I'll have to list them for you, leader of the opposition, because it seems you don't remember, including making the identity of witnesses anonymous, screening the witnesses from the accused, video-recorded evidence and cross-examination, keeping witnesses' addresses private, even redacting the name and identity of a witness from these court documents. All of this was in the Witness Protection Act of 2022, Madam Speaker. The leader of the opposition comes in here and tries to mislead the Belizean people because he knows that he was right here in the House when that particular piece of legislation was debated and was passed. Since taking office, Madam Speaker, this government has invested significantly in the justice system. Just today, and maybe if you had taken the time all afternoon, when you got in, I don't know if you flew in on a plane today, leader of the opposition, but you could have taken the time to go through, and it's very clear, it's right in there. The appropriations bill that was approved today by this honorable House includes the very things that you're calling for. So you're a day late and a few marbles short, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. And let me just go through what all was approved in this particular appropriation. $166,458 for additional marshals and stenographers in the justice system. $1.5 million for the AG's ministry to fulfill a broken promise by your administration, or former UDP administration. Sorry, you are not a part of that. Former UDP administration, a broken promise in 2016 to readjust the salaries of Crown councils and magistrates. So this government has passed the legislation today to make sure that we pay the Crown councils and that we pay the magistrates, Madam Speaker. That was done just today. $109,000 for capital improvement to buildings and facilities. Again, another investment in the justice system. $70,000 for the very DPP office that you went into, and you went to inspect it, no? You went to inspect it. You went to inspect the office. I leave it at that, because I hope it's not political meetings that you're having in an office of the DPP. $70,000 for the DPP's office for the purchase of equipment and furniture. So, Madam Speaker, we've had a long day. We've had a historic day, and the leader of the opposition tried to end the day by telling lies to the Belizean people. The truth is that today we passed...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I have not accused anyone in here of telling any lies or tried to impute any improper motives. The member has gone far by saying that I told any lies, Madam Speaker. I am merely reporting what the Crown Council told me, Madam Speaker.
Noted. The member had stated he's reporting. He's not stating a fact. He's reporting matters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope the member can go back to these two individual Crown Councils and inform them that the government has listened to them, the government has responded to them, and the government will continue to consult with all the Crown Councils, with all the public officers, as we continue to make sure that it's a just and equitable remuneration for all public officers. That is what we're looking at. As a matter of fact, the union negotiating team on the government side has been meeting with the joint union team, and we're looking at a comprehensive review of the salary structure throughout the public service. So, Madam Speaker, just to answer the Leader of Opposition, it's a moot point. It's done. We passed the legislation today. We passed the bill today to pay for the allowances, to pay for the salaries. Let's get it done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, allow me please to clarify, because people are listening and it's important. Please note that Standing Order 14 was not entertained today, because when we called on the member, he was not present, so there was no reference to what the matter was. Had there been, it would have meant the House literally would have had to move on adjournment, and nothing else would have been discussed until that matter was dealt with. And therefore, it is not with my indulgence, but as you know, Standing Order 13 on adjournment is what members who are not ministers can rise on to make a point of a matter of public importance, to rise on a point of matter of public importance. So I just wanted to clarify that so that there is no misunderstanding. Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Members, have a blessed and safe Christmas and a Happy New Year to all of you and your families. The House is now adjourned.